Before the Revisionist. Controversy. Kautsky, Bernstein, and the Meaning of Marxism, 1895–1898. H. Kendall Rogers. Contents. Bibliographical preface. Abbreviations. Chapter 1, Introduction. A. The Legacy of Friedrich Engels. B. Learning about Marxism. C. The Erfurt Program and Wilhelm Liebknecht. D. Economic Determinism and Revolutionary Consciousness. E. The Democratic Republic. F. Worker impoverishment, capital concentration, and the catastrophe. G. Socialization, reforms, and political cooperation. H. Violence and revolution. I. Revolution in England. Chapter 2, The Agrarian Question. A. Earlier social democratic views on the agrarian question. B. The Frankfurt Party Congress. C. Reactions to the Frankfurt Party Congress. D. Engels's The Peasant Question. E. The Agrarian Commission. F. Kautsky and the Agrarian Program. G. The Breslau Party Congress. H. The Agrarian Question after Breslau. I. Persecution. Chapter 3, British Politics. A. Engels, Liebknecht, and the SDF, 1881–1895. B. The Fabian Essays, 1889. C. The Fabians and German Marxism. D. The Parliamentary Elections of 1895. E. Fabian Arguments against the SDF. Chapter 4, The Political Crises of 1896. A. South Africa. B. Saxony. C. Poland. D. London. E. Turkey. Chapter 5, The Theory Debates of 1896. A. Kanner and the Bourgeois Ideologists. B. Ernest Belfour-Bax and the Meaning of Marxism. C. Social Democracy and the Fabians. D. The Problems of Socialism series begins. E. Belfour-Bax's reply. Chapter 6, The Turning Point. A. Bertrand Russell and Social Democracy. B. Bernstein's Fabian speech. C. The Addendum to Heritier. D. The Problems of Socialism series continued. E. Shaw and the Illusions of Socialism. Chapter 7, Crete and Prussia. A. Crete. B. Prussia. Chapter 8, The Last Months Before the Controversy. A. Strict Marxism. B. Youth Labor. C. The Review of Siley. D. The Final Goal article. Chapter 9, Conclusion. Appendix, Photographs. Select Bibliography. Index. Bibliographical Preface. My dissertation 8 years ago was unusual because of its focus on both Karl Kautsky and Eduard Bernstein, its concentration on a relatively short period of time, and its extended consideration of the role played by key opponents in shaping the thought of Kautsky and Bernstein. The present text differs from the original dissertation in several respects. Among other changes, from the original I deleted some material. I embodied a few additional primary sources. I surveyed recent secondary literature and drew upon it in some instances. However, I have not gone back to re-immerse myself in the primary and secondary sources to the extent I should have liked. That would have meant writing a new book, not publishing the earlier one. In looking back over 8 years, I realize how much the context of my work has changed. The dissertation was written during one high point in the Cold War. Now communism has collapsed in Eastern Europe. Further consideration of the secondary literature and conversations with scholars in Europe and America have provided valuable insights and presented alternative viewpoints, which in turn have raised questions for me. For a new book on this topic I would want to explore especially the following areas. 1. In the mid-1890s, Kautsky and Bernstein agreed in their opposition to Liebknecht, Hindman, and Bax. But did Kautsky and Bernstein so thoroughly agree on the socialist theory they defended? For example, did Kautsky remain closer to August Bebel's expectation of an imminent collapse than Bernstein did? 2. Who held the ideas which Kautsky and Bernstein rejected? In many cases they named their opponent. But in other instances they criticized ideas which appear to have been widespread among social democrats at the time, more widespread than I once realized. 3. Kautsky and Bernstein wanted a democratic state, but how liberal was Kautsky in the 1890s? For instance, what checks and balances would he have allowed to limit the power of a proletarian government in a democratic republic? Perhaps while considering the differences of Kautsky and Bernstein's thought from later communism, on the one hand, I have failed sufficiently to note differences between them and Victorian English liberalism, on the other. 4. Kautsky and Bernstein sought a democratic republic in Germany both as the form of government under which the proletariat could gather strength and the form of government with which the proletariat would rule. But how similar would this democratic republic be to existing bourgeois republics? And what characteristics did they imagine distinguishing the dictatorship of the proletariat from the democratic republic? 5. What precisely were the differences among Kautsky, Bernstein, and Rosa Luxemburg on the national question and on colonialism in the mid-1890s? In both the original dissertation and in this shortened version, I have sought to describe the opinions of Karl Kautsky and Eduard Bernstein of nearly a century ago. While seeking to do this as best I could, I have not attempted to verify whether their views were accurate, that is, whether their claims fit the factual reality of the day. Nor, for the most part, could I pursue the question of whether they correctly understood Marx, Engels, Liebknecht, Hindman, or other socialists. To have answered this question would have required my studying the writings of these teachers, opponents, or contemporaries of Kautsky and Bernstein as much as I studied the work of the latter two. I have not done so. Scholars have debated whether Kautsky correctly understood Engels, or for that matter, whether Engels correctly interpreted Marx. The original dissertation and this new version would have been impossible without the help of many librarians and archivists. I wish to thank the Warden and Fellows of Nuffield College, Oxford, for permission to consult the Fabian Society papers there, the International Institute of Social History for permission to quote archival material, and especially the staff of the International Institute of Social History for their cooperation and assistance. I have benefited from the research of numerous scholars. But the mistakes are my own. While I suspect that my book contains errors, I also believe that it has some useful observations. I hope that those reading this text will do so critically, seeing it as one more contribution in a continuing dialogue. For the most part, work on the dissertation occurred in the years 1977 to 1983. My research and writing could not be full-time, since I left graduate school to begin college teaching in early 1979, and the most recent secondary sources which I consulted were published in the early 1980s. Books and articles since then show that scholarly interest in Karl Kautsky and Eduard Bernstein has remained strong. First, there are the longer works about either Kautsky or Bernstein, often covering much of the single individual's career. In his book published in 1981, Karl Kautsky und der Marxismus II. International, Reinhold Hunlich observed ways in which Kautsky's thought was not fatalistic. Hans-Jürgen Mend, Karl Kautsky. Vom Marxisten zum Opportunisten. Studie zur Geschichte historischen Materialismus, Berlin 1985, compared Kautsky's ideas to those of Lenin and considered Lenin's opinion of Kautsky at particular times. Ingrid Gilcher-Holte, Das Mandat der Intellektuellen. Karl Kautsky und die Sozialdemokratie, Berlin 1986, has received praise for breaking new ground by looking at Kautsky's political function as an intellectual in a working-class party. Another recent longer work focusing on one of the social democratic theoreticians is Dick Geary's Karl Kautsky, New York 1987. Geary sought to relate Kautsky's theory to the actual possibilities facing the SPD in the Second Reich and provided a helpful narrative of his evolving views on imperialism. Marxism and Social Democracy, The Revisionist Debate 1896-1898, New York 1988, edited and translated by H. Tudor and J. M. Tudor, is an anthology of important texts, including some from the time period considered in my dissertation. The book also contains an essay on Bernstein. Though the works of Kautsky translated and collected in Karl Kautsky, Selected Political Writings, edited by Patrick Good, New York 1983, first appeared after the time period considered here, they discuss issues important to the dissertation. Of a more specialized nature are two Finnish books, Jukka Granau, on the formation of Marxism. Karl Kautsky's Theory of Capitalism, The Marxism of the Second International and Karl Marx's Critique of Political Economy, Helsinki 1986, and Markku Hirkainen, Socialistisk kolonialpolitiek, Edward Bernstein's Stellung zur Kolonialpolitik und zum Imperialismus 1882-1914, Helsinki 1986. Second, in Bremen in October 1988 there was a conference on Kautsky. Papers from the conference were collected for the book Marxismus und Demokratie. Karl Kautsky's Bedeutung in der sozialistischen Arbeiterbewegung, Frankfurt/M and New York 1992, edited by Jürgen Royen, Till Schultz Brandenburg, and Hans-Josef Steinberg. I thank the International Institute of Social History for allowing me to see this text in its proof form. Third, general histories of the German labor movement or the Social Democratic Party of Germany must refer to Kautsky and Bernstein. For example, there are the 1985 edition of Helga Griebing's History of the German Labor Movement, Leamington Spa, the Lern und Arbeitsbuch Deutsche Arbeiterbewegung, Bonn, Bad Godesberg 1984, edited by Thomas Meyer, Ditlev Leonard, Sozialdemokratische Protestbewegung und Regierungspartei, Frankfurt/M 1983, the English edition of Suzanne Miller and Heinrich Pothoff, A History of German Social Democracy. From 1848 to the present, Leamington Spa 1986, Bernstein to Brandt, A Short History of German Social Democracy, London 1987, edited by Roger Fletcher, and the journal article by Gerhard A. Ritter, Die Sozialdemokratie im Deutschen Kaiserreich in sozialgeschichtlicher Perspektive, Historische Zeitschrift, Xlix, 295-362. Though they were published before my dissertation, I missed consulting L. Gutzman's The German Social Democratic Party 1875-1939, London 1981, and Gary P. Steenson's Not One Man, Not One Penny, German Social Democracy, 1863-1914, Pittsburgh 1981. Fourth, any number of articles and books have appeared on particular issues mentioned in the dissertation. Hans-Josef Steinberg's valuable work continued in his Die Deutsche Sozialdemokratie im Wilhelminischen Reich, Ergebnis, 14, 4-10, and Wie Marxistisch war die alte Sozialdemokratie. Die Neue Gesellschaft, XXX, 226-232. On the issue of colonialism there were Norman Etherington, Reconsidering Theories of Imperialism, History and Theory, XXI, 1-36, Ephraim Nimny, Great Historical Failure, Marxist Theories of Nationalism, Capital and Class, XXV, 58-83, and the book by Charles A. Barone, Marxist Thought on Imperialism, Survey and Critique, London 1985. Summaries of Kautsky's, Bernstein's, and Rosa Luxemburg's views on colonialism appeared in M. C. Howard and J. E. King, A History of Marxian Economics, Princeton 1989, Volume I, 1883-1929. On the difficult question of the collapse theory there was F. R. Hansen, The Breakdown of Capitalism. A History of the Idea in Western Marxism, 1883-1983, Boston 1985. And on Kautsky's historical determinism there was Dick Geary, Marx and the Natural Sciences, The Case of Karl Kautsky, Internationale Tagung der Historiker der Arbeiterbewegung, 19, 401-409. Several articles and a book by Roger Fletcher look at Bernstein's relationship to revisionism and to the Sozialistische Gemeinschaft and also present his views on foreign policy. However, for the most part this author seems to have concentrated on Bernstein's career after the time period examined in my dissertation. It is difficult to generalize on this recent material, but there appear to be two tendencies. One is to question earlier judgments about Kautsky, for example, that his thought was fatalistic or that he was still dependent more on Darwinism than Marxism in the 1890s. The other is to try to place Kautsky and Bernstein more thoroughly into their historical context, for example, distinguishing among the different phases of their long careers instead of focusing on one period as characteristic of their entire contribution or of attempting to make earlier statements fit later standpoints. I find these tendencies compatible with my work. But I also realize that as new material like the above continues to be published, there will occur further reconsideration of Kautsky and Bernstein in the mid-1890s, including correction of some views presented here. Abbreviations. Beitrag. Beitrag zur Geschichte der Arbeiterbewegung. EBKK. Correspondence of Edward Bernstein with Karl Kautsky, Kautsky Papers, KDV 118 to KDV 469. International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam. KKEB. Correspondence of Karl Kautsky with Edward Bernstein, Kautsky Papers, C81 to C217, International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam. IISH. International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam. ILP. Independent Labour Party. LHAP. Brandenburgisches Landeshauptarchiv Potsdam. SDF. Social Democratic Federation. SPD. Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands. TUC. Trades Union Congress. ZSAM. Geheimstaatsarchiv Berlin dem Preußischer Kulturbesitz, Abteilung Mersburg. ZSAP. Bundesarchiv Koblenz, Abteilungen Potsdam. Chapter 1, Introduction. A. The Legacy of Friedrich Engels. Friedrich Engels, the friend of Karl Marx and co-founder with him of scientific socialism, died on August 5, 1895. For weeks Engels had suffered from cancer of the esophagus. Nonetheless, he had tried to continue working, preparing an article on Volume 3 of Capital and reading a letter from Karl Kautsky. 1. In accordance with Engels's wishes, only a small group of associates assembled at 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 10, for a memorial service in London. The gathering included Eleanor Marx, her sister Laura and brother-in-law Paul Lafargue, Edward Aveling, Louise Freiberger, August Babel, Wilhelm Liebknecht, and Edward Bernstein representing the Social Democratic Party of Germany, and Harry Quelch of the local Social Democratic Federation. Wreaths and flowers enshrouded the coffin. Then a special train carried the body to Rockwood for cremation. Engels's testament named Bernstein as an executor and specified that he and Babel were to care for Engels's literary effects. Bernstein wrote Kautsky that Engels had known that Bernstein would not misinterpret his writings. 2. Given Engels's importance in the social democratic movement, his death had a significant impact on its intellectual history. In a September 1895 letter to the Austrian socialist leader Victor Adler, the German leader Ignaz Auer analyzed the dilemma accurately. Where the old man is irreplaceable is the interpretation of Scripture. With all respect for the younger church fathers, the rich experience and authority of Engels is absent even with Kautsky. Ada is beginning to doubt himself, and Plekhanov is too foreign to the masses for him to exercise influence on them. Accordingly we shall have to get along for a while without a source of truth, and this may often be noticed as uncomfortable. 3. Thus there ensued a 3-year search for Engels' successor as the recognized authority on Marxism. The search ended in October 1898 when the SPD's Stuttgart Party Congress turned to Kautsky for leadership against Bernstein in the revisionist controversy. From early in the year Bernstein had been attacked repeatedly in the socialist press and praised in the bourgeois journals, and in September Clara Zetkin, the Social Democratic women's leader, had proposed that his revisionist ideas were responsible for the disappointing size of the party's vote in the Reichstag elections the past spring. Bernstein had doubted whether the SPD could govern effectively if political power were suddenly thrust upon it following the economic collapse and general catastrophe which many social democrats assumed must precede the end of capitalism and the proletariat's taking power. In place of this Zusammenbruch, Bernstein envisioned reforms within the existing social economic system through cooperation with other political parties and classes. He acknowledged legitimate national interests and stressed the role of trade unions and cooperatives alongside legal parliamentary action. He questioned whether capital was concentrating or the proletariat maturing as quickly as some supposed. He had written openly that Marx and Engels had erred on important points. People were particularly troubled by his January 1898 statement in Neue Zeit that what was normally implied by final goal of socialism meant nothing to him, the movement everything. 4. How could Eduard Bernstein, one of Marxism's preeminent theoreticians and the colleague of Engels and Kautsky, come to say such things? And why did Karl Kautsky, the era's foremost exponent of historical materialism after Engels, wait so long to reply? This is our story. The story is an exciting one. The polemical battle which raged from Engels's death in August 1895 to the beginning of the revisionist controversy in January 1898 touched on important questions in social theory, for example, the purpose of the state or how historical change occurs. Vital political issues were debated, some of relevance still today: colonialism, national self-determination, welfare capitalism, socialization of essential industries, the threat of war. The SPD wrestled with its position vis-à-vis the peasants, the bourgeoisie, and the government. Did the political program of Marx and Engels call for scholarly study, parliamentary democracy, and gradual social evolution, or rather for utopian speculation, economic collapse, and the sudden taking of power, or for some other combination of actions and events? The wider discussion involved many intellectual champions of the European left. In addition to Babel, Bernstein, and Kautsky, there were Rosa Luxemburg on the continent and Fabian luminaries like George Bernard Shaw, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, James Ramsay MacDonald, and a young Bertrand Russell in England. Fuel for the controversy was provided by significant events of the day, for example, the Jameson raid into the Transvaal, national aspirations in Poland, repression in Saxony and Prussia, and unrest in the Near East. For nearly a century European history and thought has been influenced by the ideas, issues, and intellectuals of the time between the death of Engels and the revisionist controversy. During these months the central issue for Kautsky and Bernstein was how to interpret Marxism correctly now that Engels was gone. Kautsky supported Bernstein for so long because they basically still agreed on this matter, that is, they agreed on the meaning of Marxism. Both understood historical materialism to be a method of analysis, not a collection of research results. They saw in it an approach to studying actual events, not a prescription for how history must occur. Both would have seconded Engels' statement to Werner Sombart in March 1895. But Marx's entire manner of comprehending is not a doctrine, rather a method. It provides no finished dogmas, rather criteria for farther exploration and the method for this exploration. 5. Both Kautsky and Bernstein thought that with Marx and Engels socialism had become scientific. Kautsky and Bernstein believed that an underlying process of social economic development was moving towards socialism, and also that social democrats should seek political actions and reforms appropriate to the current stage of evolution. Both Kautsky and Bernstein dismissed any utopianism ignoring material conditions or intending to realize the new order through an act of mere will. Both read Marx historically. They admitted that some of his accurate conclusions of a bygone age might no longer apply and that Marx himself might have made some mistakes. In 1892, before Engels' death, Bernstein insisted, "All results of research by Marx and Engels claim validity only so long as they have not been refuted by new scientific research. Some ultimately final truth is not recognized by Marxism, neither for itself nor for others. In November 1898, Kautsky could still praise Bernstein's critical approach, while not accepting his findings. It is beyond doubt that our economic and political life in the last 2 decades has begun to develop tendencies which were still hidden at the time our basic texts were written, especially the Communist Manifesto and Capital. A new examination, a revision of our concepts has been made necessary by these new facts. Various comrades have emphasized this already, but no one has brought it so clearly to our awareness as has Bernstein. It is here that I see his greatest service. 6. My hypothesis is that in the 2.5 years before the revisionist controversy many of its key issues appeared while Kautsky and Bernstein labored hand in hand to defend against misinterpretation the mature understanding of Marxism which they had learned under Engels's tutelage. 7 The defense occurred on 3 levels, explaining the SPD's Erfurt program, interpreting the party's program in such a way as to protect it from non-Marxist socialist ideas, and correcting specific errors Marx allegedly made, but keeping his method. In late 1897 Bernstein explicitly questioned certain aspects of the method, opening the way for conflict with Kautsky. But at first, Bernstein's controversial ideas appeared in criticism not of Marx and Engels but of alleged misunderstandings of their work, and accordingly much of Bernstein's critique found Kautsky's enthusiastic approval. The ideas which Kautsky and Bernstein took to be misunderstandings of Marxism were often those of Wilhelm Liebknecht in Germany or his admirers in the SDF, particularly Henry Mayer's Hindman and Ernest Balfour Bax, in England. Liebknecht and Hindman emphasized Marx's conclusions, not his method, and sometimes made his ideas into absolutes. Among them Liebknecht, Hindman, and Bax also retained non-Marxist socialist notions, some from Ferdinand Lassalle. Though Liebknecht and the SDF acknowledged each other's work and though Kautsky and Bernstein recognized their collaboration, one should not assume that a particular idea would be shared by Liebknecht, Hindman, and Bax. Differences existed among them. For example, Liebknecht rejected the notion of necessary proletarian impoverishment. In the early 1890s this idea was still found among social democrats and commonly identified as Marxist, as were expectations of impending economic collapse and of intensifying overt class conflict. 8. In the early 1890s Kautsky and Bernstein had relied on Engels's help. Engels disliked Hindman and had repeatedly criticized the SDF. However, Engels's illness from 1893 onward limited this assistance, as did conditions in his household. Bax visited there frequently. Louise Freiberger felt animosity toward her first husband, Karl Kautsky, of whom Bernstein was the close friend. 9. In his struggle against Hindman and Bax, Bernstein found allies in the Fabians, who had formulated their theory in conflict with the SDF leader. Because the Fabians emphasized the study of material conditions and because a Marxist analysis of English conditions could result in policies like certain ones of the Fabians, Bernstein came to see them as closer to Marxism than was the SDF. However, these same policies would not have worked in the Second Reich. Too often Bernstein's writings from exile in England were applied to Germany as well. In part Bernstein was to blame, for he wanted to criticize Liebknecht along with the SDF. And with time, perhaps he had forgotten the full extent of the differences between the two countries. In 1898 intellectual disagreement between Kautsky and Bernstein arose primarily over 2 issues. First, Bernstein's view seemed plausible in England after a successful bourgeois revolution but not in Germany before one. For Kautsky the essential difference between Bernstein and himself lay in the conviction that Germany still faced a violent political confrontation. Second, in the months from mid-1896 through August 1897, Bernstein slowly came to conclude that Marx and Engels had once believed social revolution might occur in a catastrophic manner. 10 As Bernstein came to associate the term Marxism in this respect with the thought of Hindman and Bax and as Kautsky grew in his expectation of a bitter confrontation with the Reich, the two friends separated. The legacy of Engels forced them apart even as it had once drawn them together. B. Learning about Marxism. Only with Engels had historical materialism taken hold in the German labor movement. The writings of Marx were not well known in the 1870s, while the influence of Lassalle was waning. In this time of intellectual transition appeared Eugen Dühring. The blind professor's pro-socialist stance and his skepticism about the state at first attracted Bernstein, and others. Liebknecht appealed to Engels to counter the party's infatuation with Dühring, and Engels responded with a series of articles in the Leipzig Vorwärts beginning in 1877. Republished on the eve of the anti-socialist laws in 1878 as Herr Eugen Dühring's Revolution in Science or the Anti-Dühring, they became a classic of Marxist thought. Kautsky and Bernstein learned their Marxism from the Anti-Dühring. 1. Born in 1850 in Berlin, Bernstein had grown up in a lower middle-class environment characterized by liberalism and latent German nationalism. The stand of Bebel and Liebknecht against the Franco-Prussian War inspired him. He studied their ideas and joined their Eisenach party in 1872. In 1875 he participated in the Gotha Congress where the Eisenach group merged with the Lassallean faction of the German workers' movement to form the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, which became the SPD in October 1890. In 1878 he journeyed to Switzerland as secretary to the philanthropic socialist Karl Hochberg. In 1879 Bernstein moved to Zurich, where he met Kautsky the subsequent year. 2. Born in Prague in 1854 and raised in Vienna in a middle-class artistic family, Kautsky was also inspired by events surrounding the Franco-Prussian War, specifically the Paris Commune. He entered the Austrian Social Democratic movement in 1875. Hochberg subsidized Kautsky's first book, A Study of Malthus, and then encouraged him to move to Zurich to write for the socialist press and to continue study. Kautsky arrived there in early 1880. Kautsky and Bernstein would later count the next few years together among the most rewarding of their lives. Bernstein remembered, "Because of our common views with respect to Marx and Engels's theory of history and society, which we both accepted, there developed between us a very close friendship and a feeling like that between two soldiers fighting side by side in battle. We rented neighboring rooms in Fluntern above Zurich in a free-standing house in the Nagelstrasse, ate in the same inn at noon and in the evening, and together frequented mountain, forest, or lake whenever possible. And though we labored separately because of the differing natures of our occupations, each still took the most lively interest in the other's activities. Together we helped out on specified days at the Social Democrat Press building to send this newspaper of the struggle into the German Empire, and together we attended the socialist meetings, too." And Kautsky recalled, "There I found a powerful leader in Eduard Bernstein. 5 years older than I and grown up in Berlin with the stimulation of the liveliest socialist movement the world knew at the time, he was far ahead of me and gave me rich stimulation and insights. He had overcome his temporary leaning toward Dühring and had planted both feet on the ground of Marxism. Eagerly we studied the Marxist literature together and through this soon became so much one heart and soul that people thought of us as a kind of Red Orestes and Pylades. 4. Both Kautsky and Bernstein carefully studied the Anti-Dühring. Both repeatedly referred to the importance of this text in their conversion to Marxism. 5. Shortly before meeting Kautsky, Bernstein had been involved with the infamous three-star article, an affair which proved nearly disastrous for his Marxist career. Allegedly composed by Karl Flesch, Karl Schramm, and Karl Hochberg, the essay proposed an appeal to the bourgeoisie despite the anti-socialist laws. In their circular letter of 1879, Marx and Engels repudiated the article. For almost 40 years we have stressed the class struggle as the immediate driving power of history, and in particular the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat as the great lever of the modern social revolution. It is, therefore, impossible for us to cooperate with people who wish to expunge this class struggle from the movement. When the International was formed, we expressly formulated the battle cry: the emancipation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself. We cannot, therefore, cooperate with people who openly state that the workers are too uneducated to emancipate themselves and must first be freed from above by philanthropic big bourgeois and petty bourgeois. Bernstein claimed to have contributed only a little to the 3-star article. The essence was as follows. Out of the correct attempt to give the working class a consciousness and a power equal to its worth, there developed here and there a what should we call it, crawling before the workers, an exalted praise for all their characteristics, including the bad. 6. The incident prejudiced Marx and Engels against Bernstein's working with the Social Democrat. In late 1880 the need arose for an acting editor under Liebknecht. Bebel considered Kautsky, but in December he took Bernstein to London. Marx and Engels were convinced of Bernstein's thorough acceptance of historical materialism. In 1898 Bebel reminded Bernstein. So we returned home with the needed absolution, you became editor of the Social Democrat, and in the Zurich environment amidst our comrades, who under the disgraceful conditions of the socialist laws were in the most revolutionary mood, you were the most excellent representative of their views and aspirations. This was the high point of your life, and no one supported you more ardently than Marx and Engels. Bernstein edited the Social Democrat in Switzerland until 1888, when the German government managed to have the newspaper expelled. It then appeared in London until the end of the anti-socialist laws in 1890. Remaining in Great Britain because of a German warrant for his arrest, in the 1890s Bernstein wrote for the party's new central organ, Vorwärts. Berliner Volksblatt, with Liebknecht chief editor in Berlin. Bernstein also contributed regularly to the Neue Zeit. 7. While Bernstein promoted Engels's interpretation of Marx through the Social Democrat, Kautsky did so through the Neue Zeit. He later explained. To propagate the new understanding now constituted our entire effort. Bernstein edited the Zurich Social Democrat in this sense. I sought to create a sphere of activity for me through a journal which I could publish in Germany despite the socialist laws. In 1882 he contacted J.H.W. Dietz of Stuttgart about publishing a monthly journal for socialist theory. Guaranteed the direct involvement of Bebel and Liebknecht and a financial contribution to the project from Kautsky and his friends, Dietz agreed. Kautsky edited the Neue Zeit until 1917, and perhaps no periodical was so important for Marxist theory in Central Europe. 8. In addition, Kautsky and Bernstein collaborated with Engels on individual texts popularizing Marx. In 1884 appeared the German translation of Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy, which Engels had assigned to Kautsky and Bernstein. Engels advised Kautsky on his The Economic Doctrines of Karl Marx, published in 1887, and on his study of Thomas More. Engels consulted with Kautsky while preparing Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of Classical German Philosophy, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, and the controversial introduction to Marx's The Class Struggles in France 1848–1850. In 1891 Engels supported Kautsky and Bernstein in drafting the Erfurt program, which served as the program of the SPD for 30 years and provided a model for socialist parties around the world. Later Kautsky wrote his famous exposition The Erfurt Program. Its section on principles explained. Such writings had immense influence. One person avowed. In the months June through September 1897 I studied Kautsky's books daily. Thereby I forged my intellectual armor. I read the works again and again, until their meaning became unforgettable. It gave me the certainty of a new era of human happiness, the rock-solid conviction that the promised land was a reality. It created a solid foundation for the vague messianic longings of my childhood and made the classical ideal I had learned in gymnasium a future certainty for all humankind. 9. See the Erfurt Program and Wilhelm Liebknecht. In 1887 the St. Gall Party Congress of the SPD had established a commission of Liebknecht, Bebel, and Auer to prepare a new program to replace the Gotha program of 1875. Of particular concern was the latter's Lassaline appeal to the state, which the anti-socialist laws made ridiculous. This issue touched on a basic difference between Lassalle and Marx. Lassalle pictured the state as being above class interests. He wanted the government to aid the proletariat by establishing production cooperatives, and while he sought an extended suffrage, he questioned working-class cooperation with the bourgeoisie against the monarchy. Marx, in contrast, taught that the state was an instrument of class rule. The proletariat should back the progressive bourgeois in battle for liberal and democratic change, in preparation for eventual proletarian rule. 1 In 1890 the Halle Party Congress heard Liebknecht clarify why the Commission had made no progress, attack Lassaline aspects of the old program, and submit a resolution proposing that a new program draft be circulated at least 3 months before the next Congress. 2. Lennox taking charge of the drafting process posed a concern for Engels, Bernstein, and Kautsky. Engels had long been dissatisfied with Lennox's capabilities in regard to theory. Bernstein remembered his disappointment in Liebknecht as a theoretician in the early 1880s. I do not believe that he had read especially much or intensely, and as for theory he was even then no longer my teacher, for I was submerging myself in Marxism, among the masters of which he could not be numbered. As far as his intellectual leaning went, Liebknecht sooner belonged to the socialists of the French school. In 1894 Kautsky suggested to Bebel that Lennox's significance had begun to decline with Marx's death in 1883. Liebknecht still possessed sympathy, not major influence. A few years later Bebel commented about Liebknecht, "The older he gets, the more self-contradictory he becomes, he can make one sad." Far from stating Marxism clearly, Liebknecht mixed in Lassaline and populist democratic notions. 3. In his program speech at Halle, Liebknecht had employed Marx's letter, The Critique of the Gotha Program, sent him in 1875. This use of the letter upset Engels. So he sought both to check the influence of Lassaline ideas and to limit Lennox's authority by having Kautsky publish Marx's critique in Neue Zeit. The letter severely attacked the Gotha program and its authors. Liebknecht replied that a compromise with the Lassalines had been necessary, but Engels rejected the excuse. He declared to Bebel, "We recognized and I still recognize him as the father of the unification program in respect to its weak aspects." Engels believed that Liebknecht had intentionally kept the critique from Bebel. And Engels had not asked Bebel about publishing the critique, expecting that Liebknecht would try to intervene. 4. Kautsky grasped the implication of the Marx essay. Still, he went ahead, for several reasons. If he had not published it, Engels would have sent it elsewhere. Engels took responsibility, and Kautsky supposed that Bebel knew what Engels intended. Unfortunately, Bebel did not. Kautsky had expected strong criticism from certain groups in the party, but Bebel's anger disturbed him. Kautsky considered the possibility of losing his position with Neue Zeit. Bernstein stood shoulder to shoulder with Kautsky through the crisis, writing his friend, "Regarding the Marx article affair, I so thoroughly agree with what you have written that I have absolutely nothing to add. You have handled yourself in the matter correctly from A to Z." While Kautsky's personal relationship with Liebknecht never recovered, Bernstein began to suspect that Liebknecht wished to fire him from the Vorwärts staff, and their cooperation became more difficult. 5. The publication of Marx's critique of the Gotha program in late January 1891 limited the inclusion of Lassaline ideas in the program draft made that spring. The party executive committee discussed a draft written by Liebknecht and a proposal from Bebel. Then Liebknecht composed his second draft, which was circulated in June to Engels, Bernstein, Kautsky, the SPD Reichstag delegation, and other leaders. Engels was still upset. He wrote Kautsky on June 29, 1891. "First, I wanted to try to make the introductory remarks somewhat tighter but did not manage this for lack of time. It also seemed more important to me to take apart the sometimes unavoidable sometimes avoidable defects of the political section, since this gave me opportunity to strike at the peace-loving opportunism of Vorwärts and the fresh fervent happy free evolution of the old rottenness into the socialist society." Engels did not share the hope that capitalism could evolve into socialism without the laborers conquering political power. In an extended letter, Engels told Liebknecht that the SPD should seek a democratic republic as the foundation for proletarian rule. The program could incorporate this goal through demands for placing political power in representative bodies, for self-administration in local government, and for universal suffrage. In July 1891, after rejecting an initial alternative draft from Kautsky, the Executive Committee published its own revised draft, embodying its response to some of Engels's concerns. Point 6. In 3 Neueseite articles, Kautsky sought to expose both problems in this July proposal and also non-Marxist assumptions present in the Gotha program or in contemporary socialist thought: state socialism, utopianism, direct legislation, the Lassaline slogan of one reactionary mass, the supposed desirableness of proletarian impoverishment, the role assigned the amorphous group the people. Kautsky opposed fatalism and extreme voluntarism. In his opinion, the proletariat would bring change, but only under certain social economic conditions. Point 7. Bernstein supported Kautsky's challenge to the proposed program. He added a critical introduction to his edition of Lassalle's works. He finished a long series of articles questioning Lassalle's iron law of wages, a principle which, if true, would make feudal trade union organization and labor legislation. To Kautsky, Bernstein communicated Engels's demand for a democratic republic. Like Engels, Bernstein wanted stronger identification with workers in other countries, and he opposed placing all non-proletarian classes together. He expressed Engels's concern that Social Democrats be more cautious with the idea of worker misery. Throughout this period, Bernstein served as Kautsky's liaison to Engels. Point 8. When Kautsky decided to attempt an alternative proposal to the Executive Committee's draft, Bernstein provided further aid. Bernstein felt that it would be too time-consuming to write a new program together, so he suggested that Kautsky compose one section and himself the other. Kautsky chose the first, theoretical part. Drawing upon the 24th chapter of Capital Volume 1, he portrayed what he understood to be the developmental tendencies of capitalist society and their consequences: capital development leading to large-scale production destroyed small-scale, laborers lost their tools and other means of production, which were monopolized by the capitalist and the large landowner. While the latter profited from the great increase in productivity which accompanied large-scale industry, the proletariat and the falling middle classes faced insecurity, suffering, and exploitation. Only when capitalist private property in the means of production became social property and when commodity production became socialist production could industrialization benefit the oppressed. According to Kautsky, the transformation would help all who suffered under the present conditions, but only the working class could accomplish it since all other classes rested on private property. The proletariat's struggle was necessarily a political one. To make this struggle conscious and unified constituted the task of the Social Democratic Party. Bernstein chose the program's second part, consisting of immediate demands, that is, reforms which would strengthen the proletariat for the class struggle and which were compatible with a market economic system and a democratic republic. These demands included the popular election of government officials, parliamentary control of the budget, universal and equal suffrage with a secret ballot, a militia in place of the army, freedom of speech, organization and assembly, separation of church and state, secularization of public schools with mandatory education through the 14th year, a graduated income tax, and thorough factory regulation including the legal 8-hour workday. 9. Bernstein liked Kautsky's section of the program, and he agreed with Kautsky's 3 Neueseite articles which explained it while also criticizing ideas in the July draft. Bernstein then wrote a 4th article clarifying his section on immediate demands. Because of their complete agreement, Bernstein trusted Kautsky to change the 4th article. When Babel later added the phrase "one reactionary mass" to their proposal, Bernstein joined Kautsky in again opposing this Lassaline concept. 10. This battle between the mature interpretation of Marx held by Engels, Bernstein, and Kautsky and the populist socialism of Liebknecht climaxed at the Erfurt Party Congress, October 14–20, 1891. Though the former three achieved only a qualified success, there can be little question of the latter's defeat. Kautsky joined the program committee, and his draft was used for discussion. The phrase "one reactionary mass" was dropped. Despite the rejection of his proposal, Liebknecht had to present the committee report to the Congress. Engels wrote to Friedrich Zarga on October 24. Liebknecht had the bitter role of recommending Kautsky's program draft which, endorsed by Babel and me, was taken as the foundation for the new program's theoretical part. We have the satisfaction that Marx's critique broke all the way through. Even the last remnants of Lassalleanism are removed. The Erfurt Congress quickly adopted the committee's recommendation. But this was still not a total victory for Kautsky and Bernstein, for in the committee Kautsky had accepted several alterations. 2 paragraphs were inserted in the first half, one suggesting intensifying overt class conflict and the other describing economic crises. Point 11. D. Economic determinism and revolutionary consciousness. The Erfurt program and the writings associated with it, along with other books and articles by Kautsky and Bernstein from the early 1890s, embodied the understanding of Marxism at which they had arrived shortly before Engels's death. In his 3 Neuezeit articles on the program drafts, Kautsky first criticized an earlier, utopian approach to socialism, not recognizing evolutionary change in society itself. The utopians had attempted to draw an exact picture of the socialist future society. To realize this ideal they had turned to the philanthropic bourgeois, then to the state, to the people, and finally to conspiratorial elites. According to Kautsky, this procedure involved serious mistakes: a cult of universal suffrage, a belief in direct democracy in place of parliament, and a failure to see that the people were such a heterogeneous group they could not act together to establish socialism. All these methods for erecting the socialist utopia failed. Direct democracy proved conservative, and changes in the nature of revolution thwarted conspiracy. Point 1. Kautsky explained that from 1847 to 1867 Marx and Engels developed a radically different understanding of change, the materialist conception of history. Here not merely were the laws of motion of the modern mode of production more deeply revealed than ever before, its laws of evolution were also recognized and disclosed. Capital turned theoretical socialism into a distinct science which one can perhaps define as the study of the laws of evolution of modern society. According to Kautsky, instead of envisioning a model to be imposed upon society from without, Marx and Engels analyzed change within society itself, the class struggle. There was no model to be implemented by a dictatorial elite, rather, there was one social structure evolving into another. Kautsky claimed, whoever achieves knowledge of the laws of evolution of today's society sees that this society creates its negation, socialism, not only as an idea but also in reality too. Kautsky believed that in a way analogous to the laws of nature, laws governed this historical process. Human beings might cooperate with these laws, helping the change to occur, or they might act against them, but the laws would govern nonetheless. These laws could affect most aspects of human existence because alterations in the social, economic or material conditions ultimately determined changes in politics, law and intellectual life. Engels wrote in 1883, "Economic production and the structure of society of every historical epoch necessarily arising therefrom constitute the foundation for the political and intellectual history of that epoch." 3. Yet, if objective laws govern social change and if social environment molds intellectual life, then how can the decisions of individual human beings influence history? It might seem that Engels excluded human will from the historical process. Such a theory of direct and absolute social economic determinism would face major problems. While rejecting the conspiratorial elite with its ideal for society, it would appear to imply a new ruling elite of social scientists with knowledge of the historical laws. Such a materialism, as much as the idealism of the utopians, could threaten political freedom. Point 4. However, without abandoning historical laws and determinism, Engels insisted that human consciousness and will did cause change. For Engels there could be objective historical laws because individual persons possessed consciousness and will. Because human thought was shaped by material conditions, it could form a link in the unbroken chain of historical causality. Engels has clarified his position in correspondence of the early 1890s. Writing to Joseph Bloch on September 21 and 22, 1890, Engels explained, History is made in such a way that the final result always arises from conflicts between many individual wills, of which each again has been made what it is by a host of particular conditions of life. Thus there are innumerable intersecting forces, an infinite series of parallelograms of forces which give rise to one resultant, the historical event. This may again itself be viewed as the product of a power which works as a whole, unconsciously and without volition. For what each individual wills is obstructed by everyone else, and what emerges is something that no one willed. Thus past history proceeds in the manner of a natural process and is essentially subject to the same laws of motion. But from the fact that individual wills do not attain what they want, but are merged into a collective mean, a common resultant, it must not be concluded that their value is equal to zero. On the contrary, each contributes to the resultant and is to this degree involved in it. Engels emphasized that material conditions were determining only in the last instance, that many elements of human intellectual life affected history. According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., juridical forms, and then even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the participants, political, juristic, philosophical theories, religious views and their further development into systems of dogmas, also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. 5. In a letter to Conrad Schmidt on October 27, 1890, Engels described how elements of the superstructure could assume an existence somewhat independent of the social economic basis and in turn could alter it. Take law for example. In a modern state, law must not only correspond to the general economic condition and be its expression, but must also be an internally coherent expression which does not, owing to inner contradictions, reduce itself to naught. And in order to achieve this, the faithful reflection of economic conditions suffers increasingly. Engels added. And it seems to me obvious that this inversion, which, so long as it remains unrecognized, forms what we call ideological conception, reacts in its turn upon the economic basis and may, within certain limits, modify it. Hence Engels could conclude. If therefore Barth supposes that we deny any and every reaction of the political, etc., reflexes of the economic movement upon the movement itself, he is simply tilting at windmills. He has only got to look at Marx's 18th Brumaire, which deals almost exclusively with the particular part played by political struggles and events, of course, within their general dependence upon economic conditions. Or Capital, the section on the working day, for instance, where legislation, which is surely a political act, has such a trenchant effect. Or the section on the history of the bourgeoisie. Or why do we fight for the political dictatorship of the proletariat if political power is economically impotent? Force is also an economic power. 6. Then on July 14, 1893, Engels wrote Franz Mehring. Otherwise there is only one point lacking, which, however, Marx and I always failed to stress enough in our writings and in regard to which we are all equally guilty. That is to say, we all laid, and were bound to lay, the main emphasis, in the first place, on the derivation of political, juridical, and other ideological notions, and of actions arising through the medium of these notions, from basic economic facts. But in so doing we neglected the formal side, the ways and means by which these notions, etc., came about for the sake of content. This has given our adversaries a welcome opportunity for misunderstandings and distortions, of which Paul Barth is a striking example. 7. In this way Engels argued that historical events were the result of individual human wills, and that while human thought in the superstructure was ultimately determined by the social economic basis, elements in the superstructure could change autonomously up to a point, affect one another, and alter the basis itself. Engels admitted that he and Marx had been neglectful not to describe more fully the complex relationships underlying ideological factors. Point 8. Essentially, Kautsky and Bernstein shared Engels's view of historical change, as they understood it. On the one hand, they denied that revolutions could simply be made at will. Instead, revolutions were products of a determined social-economic evolution. In their way of thinking, historical materialism was a method for analyzing this past and current process, not a dogmatic prediction of how things would occur in the future. Kautsky compared the utopians dreaming to attempting to write a history of a future war. There was no point in sketching detailed arrangements of the future state or in trying to realize such visions by an act of mere will. Hence there was no place for a conspiratorial elite or a sudden and violent social transformation. Point 9. On the other hand, Kautsky and Bernstein repeatedly denied that the laws governing history were identical to those of the non-conscious, natural world. They questioned any form of social Darwinism applying laws of nature directly to humankind. Kautsky warned, to want to prove the necessity of socialism not through specific historical conditions but through a law of nature is anything but Marxist. To Kautsky, it was wrong to claim that Marxism was fatalistic, denying a historical role to human consciousness and will. He complained. One has accused this teaching of leading to fatalism and has accordingly spoken of the danger of Marxism. The real Marxist danger are those people who call themselves Marxists who do not know what Marx taught. If there were ever a doctrine incompatible with fatalism, it is Marxism. This does indeed teach that the direction of social evolution cannot be willfully determined but rather is given with necessity, but it also teaches that the motive force of this evolution is the struggle of contradictions, the class struggle. Bernstein maintained that their emphasis on the subjective differentiated Marxists from economic liberalism, for which social progress resulted naturally from technological innovation. In reply to the economist Gerhard von Schultz-Gavernitz, Bernstein insisted that Engels had recognized for ideas an active part in history. In Bernstein's opinion, Marxism did not neglect the role of idea and will in historical change. Point 10. In brief, Kautsky and Bernstein subscribed to a view of history in which social evolution came about via the alternating of material and ideal elements, i.e., through the interaction of social economic basis and ideological superstructure. Technological progress occurred, generating change in the social structure. Such ideological factors as law, morals, economic theory, and politics failed to keep up with the change. Out of the accompanying class conflict, there grew a political revolution to bring the superstructure into accord with the new basis. Kautsky explained. Confusion in this area has been greatly increased by the fact that one uses the same name revolution for two different things, on the one hand a process which for the most part can occur unnoticed, the total restructuring of all social relationships, and on the other hand an obvious catastrophe caused by the former process once the incompatibility of the altered social relationships with the continuing juridical and political structures, which the new social relationships more and more contradict, become so unbearable for the exploited classes that these are driven to force a break with these juridical and political structures. However, the relationships constituting the material basis were not of equal importance. Developing economic relations formed the motive force of history. Other social relationships could fall behind, much as the superstructure did. These other elements of the basis might also need to be brought into agreement with the economic relations. The ideological superstructure would mediate between two aspects of the material basis. Kautsky summarized. Already in the 40s of this century, Marx and Engels showed us that in the last instance human history is not determined by the ideas of human beings but rather by economic development, which irresistibly advances according to specific laws and not according to people's wishes and whims. We have seen how this proceeds, how it creates new forms of production which necessitate new social structures, how it generates new needs which force people to reflect on their social relationships and to think up means to adapt the society to the new conditions of production. For this adaptation does not occur on its own, it needs the mediation of the thinking human head, ideas. Without thought, without ideas there is no progress. But ideas are merely the mediator of social progress. The first impulse toward this does not come from them, the way people thought earlier and many still think, rather from the change in economic relationships. Point 11. In the theory of Kautsky and Bernstein, human consciousness and will permeated both basis and superstructure. They profoundly affected the basis, for example, when science contributed to technological advance. Human consciousness and will were dramatically apparent in the political revolution, to be carried out by the proletariat. Kautsky emphasized, when we say that the end of private property in the means of production is inevitable, we do not mean by this that one fine day the roasted pigeons of the social revolution will fly into the mouths of the exploited without their acting. We hold the collapse of the present society to be inevitable because we know that economic development begets with natural necessity conditions which force the exploited to fight against this private property, that it increases the number and power of the exploited and decreases the number and power of the exploiters clinging to the status quo, that it finally leads to unbearable conditions for the mass of the population, leaving them only the choice between passive decay and active overthrow of the existing property system. Hence it seems unlikely that Kautsky was professing a Darwinian determinism or historical fatalism when he composed his famous words. Social democracy is a revolutionary but not a revolution-making party. We know that our goals can be reached only through a revolution, but we also know that it is as little within our power to carry out the revolution as it is in the power of our opponents to prevent it. Hence it does not even occur to us to want to incite or prepare a revolution. For Kautsky neither the SPD, nor some group of utopian conspirators, nor a school of social scientists armed with the historical laws could make a revolution. Rather, the proletariat would do so. Point 12. And the workers with their allies would constitute the majority in an industrial nation. If the socialist revolution had been idealistic, the mere will of an elite, then socialism might be dictatorial. In Kautsky's thought, the revolution could be democratic because it was determined by material conditions. The democratic republic. Based on their materialist conception of history, a social economic determinism which still allowed an active role for human consciousness, Kautsky and Bernstein thought that two profound changes would need to occur before socialism could be reached. The proletariat must take political power and then use that power to open the way for the evolution of capitalism into socialism. Since both political and social transformations would be the achievement of the proletariat, its maturing into a class-conscious and revolutionary force was of utmost importance. The unity of the THIRD program lay in this concern. Part 1 described the material conditions under capitalism which first created the proletariat and then began giving it a revolutionary will. Part 2 listed reforms which would expedite the development of the proletariat within the capitalist economy. Point 1. Should all the reforms of Part 2 have been achieved, Germany would in effect have become a democratic republic. Engels, Kautsky, and Bernstein knew that this form of state was possible under capitalism and that it could be dominated by the bourgeoisie. Engels referred to France and America as examples of democratic republics. Yet, the democratic republic constituted a key step in the total revolutionary process. They believed that it provided the best conditions for preparing the proletariat to rule and that in the future the democratic republic would be the state form with which the proletariat would exercise power. In his 1891 critique of Liebknecht's program draft, Engels declared, "If anything is certain it is that our party and the working class can come to power only in a democratic republic. This is even the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat." 2. In a variety of contexts, Kautsky and Bernstein emphasized the importance of the democratic republic for the maturing of the proletariat. The Social Democratic Party had important tasks of organization and education. But organization required the right of coalition in trade unions and in a political party, education required freedom of the press and of assembly. Kautsky avowed, These freedoms are of the greatest significance for the working class. They belong to its necessities of life, to that which it absolutely needs in order to develop. They mean light and air for the proletariat. To Kautsky, training laborers for eventual political rule called for involving them in self-government at all levels, from town councils and insurance boards to the Reichstag. He stressed the need for true parliamentary government for a responsible executive under legislative control of taxes and the budget. To him, the parliamentary form well suited the class struggle, and to the extent that he was critical of existing parliamentary regimes, it was that they needed to become more democratic. Under a democratic and liberal constitution, it was more likely that the workers could take control legally and peacefully as industrialization made them the majority of the population. 3 Alternatively, in the event of a political catastrophe throwing the Social Democrats into power, they would need to establish a democratic republic. In the mid-1890s, Kautsky was coming to understand the dictatorship of the proletariat to mean working-class majority rule in a democratic republic with a mixed economy. For him, democratic republic denoted a particular state form, one with which different classes might rule, first the bourgeoisie and then the proletariat. In contrast, dictatorship of the proletariat referred to rule by the working class, and rule by the entire proletarian class called for a democratic republic. In Kautsky's understanding, a democratic republic under proletarian control would no longer be a state in the strict sense, that is, a state in the Lassallean or Hegelian sense of being over and above the people. It would instead be ruled by the working class, the majority of the people. In 1891, Engels published Marx's The Civil War in France with an introduction portraying democratic features of the Paris Commune and referring to the Commune as the best previous example of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 4. F. Worker impoverishment, capital concentration, and the catastrophe. Perceiving the proletariat under capitalism as gradually becoming prepared for future rule contradicted a belief supposedly widespread among socialists, the necessary impoverishment of the workers. The notion of an iron law of wages would seem to imply necessary impoverishment. At Halle in 1890, Liebknecht criticized the Gotha program for including the iron law. Shortly thereafter, the economist Lucio Brentano doubted Liebknecht's honesty because allegedly Marx, as much as Lassalle, had believed in the iron law. In a series of articles, Bernstein insisted that the idea belonged to Lassalle, not Marx. It rested on the wage fund concept of classical bourgeois economics combined with Malthus's population theory, and it was wrong for both reasons, in Bernstein's opinion. In any case, it was not Marxist. Marxism allowed that labor unions, social legislation, and free trade could make a difference for the workers. Engels wrote Liebknecht in 1891, "The organization of the workers, their continuously growing resistance can possibly erect a dam against the increase of misery. What certainly grows is the insecurity of life." 1. In his Neue Zeit program articles, Kautsky employed a similar argument. It is correct that the present mode of production possesses the tendency to increase the misery of the lower elements of the population, the falling middle classes as well as the proletariat. But with a natural necessity equal to that leading to misery, this mode of production also gives rise to rebellion against misery, a rebellion which swells stronger and stronger, which provides more and more energetic resistance against the tendency in capitalism to degrade people, which under exceptionally favorable conditions even succeeds in turning the workers' living standard from falling to rising. According to Kautsky, workers opposed not only the low wages but also the instability of their employment. Moreover, Kautsky recognized relative impoverishment. This revolutionary and revolutionary-making character of the existing mode of production increases more and more, and likewise the conflict between the capitalist and proletarian classes. For even where the situation of the latter is improving absolutely, it falls relatively in that the improvement remains behind the rapid increase in the general productivity of labor, which characterizes our mode of production. Even where misery becomes less, exploitation increases. Kautsky further understood the tendency toward impoverishment as affecting society as a whole, not just the proletariat. Even while wage rates held firm, members of the middle classes would lose their businesses. Though becoming factory workers might raise their standard of living, for some it could bring loss of pride and hence an emotional impoverishment. Because capitalism brought women and children into the factories, the working class family's income could remain the same despite a fall in wage rates. Point 2. The tendency toward worker impoverishment under capitalism was for Kautsky, as for Engels and Bernstein, only a tendency. Kautsky would later explain of his commentary on the THIRD program. All the critics of the impoverishment theory and the catastrophe theory have not moved me to change one iota, this simply because in my work it was a matter of neither the one nor the other of these theories. These are theories which several years after the writing of the THIRD program were read into it despite many protests. It was precisely the battle against impoverishment, through trade union organization and political participation, that prepared the proletariat for taking power in the future. Utopian socialists or anarchists might specify that the well-being of the workers must decline before the revolution would be possible, but not Marxists. Point 3. For Kautsky, the tendency of capital to concentrate and to centralize, eliminating the middle classes and many capitalists until only the proletariat remained facing a few capitalists, was powerful. Still, he allowed that the workers might well conquer political power before capital had expropriated all the middle classes. Economic crises which sped this capital development might assume new forms, and a fall in the rate of profit need not mean a collapse. Point 4. Among German socialists in the 1890s, the concepts of worker impoverishment, capital concentration, and economic crises were intertwined with that of a general collapse, the Zusammenbruch. For example, some believed that the underconsumption imposed on the proletariat led to an artificial overproduction resulting in economic crises and eventually in political catastrophe. Few ideas were so important in the revisionist controversy as that of the Zusammenbruch. Yet, socialists in the late 19th century held quite different understandings of this concept, perhaps without fully realizing it. Point 5. Our appreciation of the quandary can be helped by our making four distinctions, between the Zusammenbruch and the proletarian revolution, between the collapse as historically necessary or as contingent, between the catastrophe being expected before the proletarian conquest of power or only in the distant future if the workers did not act, and between cyclical business crises as a sign of capitalist failure or as one unfortunate characteristic of a viable economy. First, and most importantly, the Zusammenbruch need not be the proletarian revolution. The former involved the collapse of the old order without the initiative of the working class and perhaps even against its wishes. The proletarian revolution, in contrast, would be the deliberate conquest of political power by the workers, grown strong within the capitalist system. At the Erfurt Party Congress, Babel had confidently assumed that a Zusammenbruch would almost automatically bring worker control. After the collapse, socialists would simply pick up the pieces. But in a letter to Babel later that month, Engels worried that in the event of a war placing social democrats in control, the new government might lack support from the technically educated. Is there not an implicit distinction here between a collapse of the old order and the proletariat's ability to exercise power? 6. Second, there was the question of historical necessity. On the one hand, socialists like Ernest Belforbach's pictured bourgeois society collapsing because of its own internal economic and social contradictions. The very structure of capitalism was illogical and therefore doomed. On the other hand, Engels and Babel foresaw a more accidental catastrophe in which bourgeois society would fail to meet a threat external to its own inner structure, perhaps a poor political response to an exceptionally bad business crisis, a foreign war, a loss of nerve by the ruling classes. 7. Babel preferred the term Kladderadatsk, perhaps suggesting this fortuitous quality. In the late 1870s and 1880s, Babel's anticipation of an imminent collapse rested not on the theory of historical materialism but rather on observation of the ailing German economy. In 1891, Engels and Babel discussed the possibility of social democrats coming to power in the event of war. In 1892, Babel claimed that state officials and bourgeois agreed that the political and economic systems were failing. 8. Of course, For Marxism, the conscious proletarian revolution remained historically necessary, whether the collapse was or not. Third, there was the question whether or not the Zusammenbruch was imminent or, in effect, the question whether the collapse would arrive before the proletarian revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, for example, believed that theoretically capitalism if left to itself would eventually fall of its own internal contradictions, but that the proletariat would deliberately carry out a revolution first. In contrast, Bax anticipated the imminent catastrophe and wished to avoid delay of its arrival. Also in contrast, Engels and Bebel expected an imminent Kladoratitsk, but they would not encourage it, and at times Engels feared that it might happen too soon. Much of Bebel's political strategy rested on his conviction that the collapse was near and that the workers must be organized, united, independent of other classes, and prepared to assume power. 9. Our combining the distinctions of necessary versus contingent and of imminent versus distant gives us four different understandings of the Zusammenbruch: historically necessary and imminent, theoretically necessary in the distant future though the proletarian revolution would occur first, imminent but historically contingent, and neither necessary nor imminent as far as anyone could foresee. Again, the collapse should not be confused with the proletarian revolution itself. One should remember that these four understandings are merely a classification schema suggested to help comprehend the historical material. They were not sharply differentiated at the time. The same person could make statements falling into several categories or combining categories. For example, when one identified the Kladoratitsk with the transformation of capitalism into socialism, then escalating political tension would imply that the economy had reached an advanced stage of development. Or when one associated the collapse with the workers' conquest of political power, then to doubt the imminent catastrophe would seem to deny the dictatorship of the proletariat. Possibilities for socialists to misunderstand one another were rife. Finally, what about cyclical business crises? Marx and Engels taught that crises formed an essential part of the capitalist system, and they predicted that crises would intensify. The question remained, however, whether Marx and Engels thought them to be the historically necessary overture to an historically necessary collapse, or rather to be one aspect of a vigorous capitalism concentrating capital, expanding the working class, and thereby preparing the way for the proletarian revolution. Apparently, Bax took the first approach, while Kautsky and Bernstein were unsure. 10. In his 1892 Erfurt program commentary, Kautsky suggested that greater and more frequent crises would necessarily occur as capitalism conquered the world. Already, competition from capital in the colonies caused crises in Europe. But he did not advise the proletariat to wait to take power until after an historically necessary Zusammenbruch brought on by these crises. For Kautsky, the possibility of collapse was a matter not of historical necessity but of empirical evidence, and Kautsky pictured the catastrophe more in terms of political confrontation than of economic failure. He later recalled, "Precisely at the time of the Erfurt program's origin, the probability was greater than today that in some countries the proletariat would conquer political power without catastrophe, for example in England." Marx himself admitted this possibility of peaceful development for England. When he did not believe in this possibility for the major states on the continent, it was not because of some special catastrophe theory, but rather because of insight into the special character of state power in continental Europe. But this did not require a catastrophe theory any more than observing the coming of a thunderstorm requires a theory of storms. Later in the revisionist controversy, when Bernstein attributed a Zusammenbruch theory to Marxism, Kautsky would deny it. 11. In the early 1890s, Kautsky and Bernstein were less certain than Engels and Bebel about the immediate prospects of the existing order. In Neuzeit in 1891, Kautsky repeated Engels's view that economic crises might become more severe, but he also agreed that they might take on new forms, and so he chose to omit specific pronouncements about them from his program draft. In his 1892 commentary, Kautsky felt confident that cartels would not solve economic crises, but he did not insist that the cyclical crises would culminate in a final social and political catastrophe. Instead, he described how they concentrated capital and increased the proletariat. In the early 1890s, Kautsky and Bernstein conceded to Engels and Bebel that a collapse might happen. But its role in the revolutionary process was of less than central importance. Kautsky explained, "When the motor of social revolution is the class struggle, a single catastrophe, no matter how powerful, can form only one single link in the long chain of development from the old into the new society, in no case the single link upon which the total attention of socialists is to be focused." Point 12. In an 1893 article on participation in the Prussian Diet elections, Bernstein questioned the assumption of Bebel and Engels that Germany faced an imminent catastrophe. Bernstein did not deny that there would be a collapse. Indeed, he allowed that many signs indicated that bourgeois society was heading toward a Zusammenbruch. But he believed that one could neither predict the event nor force it to occur. Accordingly, the SPD should not make it the foundation of policy. Bernstein implied that the traditional social democratic practice rested on the presupposition that bourgeois society would continue for some time. Kautsky fully approved Bernstein's argument. An imminent collapse, be it from economic or political causes, as the only possible end to capitalism apparently was not part of Marxism as they understood it in the early 1890s. Point 13. G. Socialization, reforms, and political cooperation. For Kautsky and Bernstein, the proletariat's experience under bourgeois rule in a democratic republic would prepare it for future political rule, and one future task of the proletariat would be to free the social economic order to evolve further. Following the political revolution, the workers would inherit a capitalist economy from the bourgeoisie, and some initial reforms would improve that system, not destroy it, by abolishing pre-capitalist practices such as protective tariffs and subsidies for junker landowners. Competition would eliminate inefficient firms and estates. Point 1. Next, the means of production and exchange would gradually be socialized, beginning with those enterprises most ready, railroads, mines, monopolies, trusts, and large-scale producers of mass consumer goods. The socialization process would be economically determined and in the common interest. To Kautsky and Bernstein, socialization did not imply nationalization with a large state bureaucracy, and it could mean municipal control or local cooperative production. Socialization applied only to the means of production and exchange. Social Democrats did not wish to collectivize consumer goods. The process would begin with the largest employers and slowly proceed downward. With the government backing the workers' demands and providing for the unemployed, capitalists would no longer enjoy great benefits from their enterprises. Kautsky envisioned owners wanting the government to buy their businesses. Point 2. Since future material conditions would determine socialization, no one could predict exactly how it would occur, according to Kautsky and Bernstein. Social Democrats could therefore have no utopian plan for the transition period. As for a completed socialist economy, there existed no model to be realized suddenly and violently. The transition to socialism should be peaceful and would in any case be legal, since the proletariat and its allies would constitute the majority in a democratic republic. Kautsky thought that while the socialization process slowly progressed, workers would still receive a wage and surviving capitalist firms should be permitted a profit, and he wanted compensation for former owners. He allowed that some self-employed producers might avoid socialization, and he hoped that peasants would be attracted voluntarily to join cooperatives, where they would enjoy the advantages of large-scale production. If in a democratic republic the advent of proletarian rule might be marked only by a social democratic victory at the polls, the beginning of socialism under proletarian rule might be so gradual that the exact point of transition could not be seen. Point 3. Reforms were important in the transition to socialism and at other times as well. Kautsky argued, every strengthening of the working class, be it through economic means or be it through political ones, signifies nothing else than a strengthening of the fighters for socialism. To do whatever possible to help the proletariat in its struggle to improve its living conditions is not only not irreconcilable with social democratic principles, it is far more one of social democracy's most important tasks, perhaps the single most important one. but reform work, like the role of violence in revolution, was ambiguous. Reforms could occur after the proletariat had taken political power, or within a democratic republic under bourgeois control, or even in the semi-absolutist monarchy of the Junkers. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, reform work would be all right. It would constitute part of the social revolution through which capitalism became socialism. Political reforms under a bourgeois republic might help complete liberal democratic institutions, and social democrats fought for extension of the suffrage. Though Kautsky and Bernstein shared doubts about direct democracy and proportional representation, they championed parliamentary government. They also desired freedom of religion and removal of feudal privileges. Point 4. It is difficult to imagine that all the reforms of the Erfurt Program Part 2 could have been fulfilled in Germany without a political revolution of some kind. Would the Junkers ever have allowed the legal equality of women or equal suffrage in Prussia, for example, let alone have accepted a militia in place of the standing army? Nonetheless, even under the Junker monarchy, Social Democrats found certain kinds of reforms well worth seeking. They favored labor legislation for a variety of reasons. It could help provide the workers with a higher quality of life, more leisure time for education, and better circumstances in general for developing as a class. Kautsky pointed out how Marx had endorsed such laws. One of the chief tasks which the International under the influence of Marx set for itself lay in agitation for labor protection laws and in propagating trade unions on the continent. The struggle for reforms provided the proletariat with political experience. It attracted new members to the social democratic movement. At the very least, the government's refusal to grant reforms would convince the workers that proletarian rule was necessary. Babel and Liebknecht countenanced reform work. Point 5. However, Engels, Bernstein, Kautsky, and others thought it impossible to establish socialism via reforms granted by a Junker or bourgeois state. Reforms obtained before the workers had won extensive political influence or control were not true socialism, but rather preconditions for the transitions to proletarian rule and then to socialism. For example, Social Democrats sought the legal 8-hour workday to fortify the proletariat in its class struggle, but they opposed immediate nationalization of the coal mines as supporting an oppressive government. Kautsky decided that he need not mention state socialism in his program draft because Social Democrats so clearly disapproved of it. For Engels, Bernstein, and Kautsky, the key difference between socialization and nationalization was whether or not the proletariat exercised political power. The existing state remained an oppressive institution opposed to the working class, so they did not wish to strengthen it. Point 6. Social Democrats dislike state socialism for several reasons. It could help the state suppress the working class as a political movement for democracy, as the government had attempted under the anti-socialist laws. State socialism could assist in defeating the workers economically, too, for example by relieving the tax burden on the bourgeois. One supposed that state socialism kept the proletariat from relying on its own organization and efforts, that it encouraged the belief that class antagonism could be overcome within capitalism, that it detracted from truly worthwhile reforms which strengthened the workers. Allegedly, state socialism taught them to depend on the central authority, hardly an appropriate attitude for self-government in a decentralized democratic republic. Finally, the Junker or bourgeois state could exploit its employees more severely than could a private firm. Point 7. So one can appreciate the concern when in mid-1891 George von Vollmer, the Bavarian socialist leader, advocated state socialism. In his El Dorado speeches in June and July and later in an 1892 article for the French socialist journal Revue Bleue, he proposed cooperation with the existing government. He welcomed Reich Chancellor Caprivi's new course following the February decrees of 1890, the Social Democratic election victory that month, and the fall of the anti-socialist laws. It was on precisely this political point, not the issue of reforms as such, that Kautsky replied against Vollmer in 1892. Social democracy, in contrast, strives for socialization of the economic mechanism in a state whose power is in the service of the proletariat. At the Erfurt Party Congress, Babel argued that Vollmer overlooked what reforms were for, preparing the proletariat to take political power. This revolutionary goal made reform efforts part of the class struggle. The proposal to cooperate with the government and other classes was ill-advised in face of collapse, which Babel assumed was imminent. Vollmer disagreed. To his way of thinking, he had not abandoned social democratic goals. The Reich would eventually become democratic even if the proletariat cooperated with the government, and capitalism would turn into socialism despite a too small-scale production. 9. The difference of Kautsky and Bernstein from Vollmer should be apparent. Though the first two hoped that there would occur a gradual transition from capitalism to socialism, they believed that it would happen under the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e., working-class political rule in a democratic republic. It was not just a matter of Kautsky and Bernstein focusing on the Prussian Junkers in North Germany, while Vollmer supposed that he could cooperate with liberal bourgeois provincial governments in the south. It is particularly important to note that Bernstein refused Vollmer's reformism. Bernstein had long distrusted the state. He advocated those reforms demanded by the proletariat and suited to prepare it for future rule, and he approved limited nationalization in countries like Great Britain where the workers already had considerable political influence, but he opposed state socialism. Bernstein concurred with Kautsky's articles against Vollmer. He feared that state socialism could weaken the proletariat, slowing its advance toward maturity and self-government. 10. According to the mature Marxism of Kautsky and Bernstein in the early 1890s, a democratic republic was essential for working-class development, proletarian rule, and the transition to socialism. And since Germany still lacked a democratic republic, one would have to be established. Kautsky understood political revolution in Germany as this essential and probably violent conclusion to the Junker monarchy. In the opinion of social democrats, the Prussian nobility still controlled Germany because the bourgeois had failed to carry out a revolution like that of England in the 17th century or of France at the close of the 18th. Hence, from the standpoint of mature Marxism, the German proletariat would need to make up for the bourgeois failure to lead the middle classes and those bourgeois still loyal to liberal democratic ideals in struggle for the democratic republic. Marx, Engels, Kautsky, and Bernstein rejected the Lassaline idea of one reactionary mass, by which the workers should not cooperate with other classes. Kautsky contended. Further, the slogan about the reactionary mass is fortunately false. Truly, the proletariat today is the only revolutionary class, but from that it does not follow by a long way that the other classes form a compact mass over against it. In their program draft, Kautsky and Bernstein wished to identify an area of common interest with the petit bourgeois and peasants. They would urge social democrats to exploit antagonisms among the bourgeois and between them and the aristocracy. 11. For many social democrats, the issue of cooperation with other parties was tied to the one of imminent collapse. In 1893, Kautsky endorsed Bernstein's proposal that social democrats participate in the Prussian Diet elections in order to help the Liberal Party 12 break Junker control and eventually win equal manhood suffrage. When Bernstein's essay containing the proposal arrived for publication, Kautsky replied, "I completely agree with your article about the Prussian Diet elections. This has long been my opinion." The proposal was voted down at the Cologne Party Congress. Kautsky and Bernstein were disappointed with this decision and with how the socialist press had debated the issue of election compromises. On November 23, 1893, Bernstein wrote Kautsky, "The party's policy is correct if we are immediately before the great crash, and if its finding us on the one side and the one reactionary mass on the other lies in the movement's interest. I doubt the latter and therefore do not believe in even accelerating the former with force. With our people in Berlin, the class struggle has become a slogan which hinders unprejudiced criticism." On May 5, 1894, Kautsky wrote Adler complaining of Liebknecht and the SDF for still talking about one reactionary mass. In practice, this grand concept has already been broken countless times, but in our theory it still dominates. Accordingly, social democrats in England make no progress, because they try to carry out the tactic of the continental socialists in a doctrinaire manner, that is to say consistently, although it is bearable only with the continual violation of its principle, no compromise. Point 13. H. Violence and revolution. Among German Social Democrats in the 1890s, it appears that the term revolution could refer to any of four logically distinct kinds of events: a social revolution in which an evolving technology brought about a new social structure or in which certain social relationships were adjusted to the new economic conditions; a political revolution in which the voters in a democratic republic constitutionally elected a socialist government; a political revolution in which a proletariat cooperating with progressive members of other classes took power from a semi-absolutist monarchy and established a democratic republic; and the Kladoratitsk, a sudden collapse of the old order, perhaps throwing the workers into political control before they were ready or the material preconditions for socialism existed. Point 1. Not that social democrats at the time necessarily made these distinctions. It seems that for many the social revolution would combine the Kladoratitsk bringing the proletariat to power, the establishment of a democratic republic with a worker government, and the rapid achievement of socialism through the expropriation of a small group of giant capitalists. In Germany, bourgeois rule in a democratic republic would be skipped, and the proletariats establishing the democratic republic meant that the reforms of the Erfurt Program Part 2 would be more thoroughly realized. Point 2. One could have expected that violence would possibly prove unavoidable should the proletariat take power during war or economic chaos. Ending the Junker monarchy would likely be violent, though not by the wishes of the Social Democrats. But a Social Democrat could think that if war were avoided, if the capitalist economy continued to function normally, and if the democratic republic had been achieved, then the transition to proletarian rule could be peaceful, while the later passage to socialism would necessarily be so. Hence the question of whether or not Social Democrats anticipated violent revolution depended on which transformation one had in mind. According to the mature interpretation of Marxism, in a democratic republic the transitions to proletarian rule and then to socialism could be peaceful. In the early 1890s, Kautsky went further to suggest that even the establishment of a democratic republic in Germany might be nonviolent. He argued that new facts like the armies having more and more soldiers who were social democratic, the existence of the Reichstag suffrage, and the presence of an organized labor movement meant that the coming revolution need not resemble past violent ones. In any case, violence was not what constituted revolution to Social Democrats, so some believed that they could affirm revolution without advocating violence to achieve it. In part, the ruling classes would decide the nature of the revolution. Like Engels, Kautsky suspected that should violence occur it might begin with a coup d'état by the rulers, frustrated by the steady growth of working class and social democratic power. Kautsky cautioned that Social Democrats should avoid providing an excuse for a coup d'état. Point 3. Engels's controversial introduction to the 1895 edition of Marx's The Class Struggles in France 1848–1850 may be interpreted in light of these concerns. Engels believed that certain preconditions must be present for the successful liberal democratic revolution against the Junker monarchy, to be followed by proletarian rule and then by the transition to socialism. For the first to occur, social democracy would need to win the rural laborers of East Elbe and Prussia; for the second and third, there would need to exist a numerous and disciplined industrial proletariat. The Reichstag vote appeared to measure the approaching fulfillment of these preconditions, thus Engels's fascination with the SPD's repeated electoral victories. Though he did not predict that the workers would take political power through a Reichstag election, in the introduction he did observe that the election campaigns gave opportunity for agitation while the Reichstag itself provided a rostrum from which to address the people. In the past 50 years conditions had altered so much, Engels thought, that it was imperative to allow the process of growth and maturation to continue. He wrote, "The time of surprise attacks, of revolutions carried through by small conscious minorities at the head of unconscious masses, is past. Where it is a question of a complete transformation of the social organization, the masses themselves must also be in it, must themselves already have grasped what is at stake, what they are going in for, body and soul. The history of the last 50 years has taught us that. But in order that the masses may understand what is to be done, long persistent work is required, and it is just this work that we are now pursuing, and with a success which drives the enemy to despair. Moreover, changes in military technology had made street fighting very dangerous. Indeed, Engels feared that the rulers might provoke the workers in order to crush them. The SPD should avoid such a setback. It should maintain its growth, winning the middle classes and becoming the deciding power in the country. Such SPD success would bring the rulers to break the law. 4. Almost certainly, Engels's position did not constitute a policy of peace at any price, of trying to conquer political power solely through constitutional means. That Engels could be so variously interpreted on this issue may stem in part from a misunderstanding. Engels's introduction was to appear at the time of Reichstag debates on a law against the Social Democrats, the Revolution Bill of 1895. To placate a worried party executive committee, Engels consented to the editing of certain passages. However, Liebknecht published excerpts in Vorwärts giving the impression that Engels favored a policy of strictly legal, parliamentary action. In a letter to Paul Lafargue, Engels protested that a policy of peace at any price applied only to the immediate German situation, and even then not totally. Engels wanted the entire introduction circulated to expunge the false impression Liebknecht had created. Kautsky printed the full edited version in Neue Zeit. That Engels approved this form of his introduction was documented by Bernstein's 1926 publication of a letter from Richard Fischer to Engels on March 14, 1895, and more recently by Hans Joseph Steinberg's publication of Engels's letter to Fischer on March 8. However, in 1925 the Russian scholar David Ryazanov published the deletions made to satisfy the party executive committee, implying that these had occurred against Engels's will. Ryazanov's work may have facilitated the misunderstanding that Engels's comments to Lafargue about Liebknecht's excerpts in Vorwärts were directed instead against the Neue Zeit version of the introduction. In fact, Engels opposed Liebknecht's distortion while endorsing the picture of revolution presented in Neue Zeit. 5. Liebknecht's excerpts and Engels's comments to Lafargue can contribute to yet another misunderstanding. Since Bernstein later defended his revisionist ideas by appealing to Engels's introduction, it might seem that Bernstein misinterpreted Engels in the sense of Liebknecht's peace at any price. Instead, what Bernstein at first found to be of great significance in the 1895 introduction was Engels's point that social and economic preconditions must be met before a revolution could succeed, that is, that social economic development determined the class struggle. Bernstein underlined Engels's confession of error around 1850 when anticipating the fulfillment of socialism's preconditions. On the eve of his death, in the introduction to the class struggles, Engels admitted frankly the mistake he and Marx had made in estimating the length of time of the social and political development. It is not possible to value highly enough the service which he gave the socialist movement with this piece of writing, which one may rightly call his political testament. 6. Bernstein was impressed both by Engels's implication that social economic development could take a long time and by his admission that he and Marx had been mistaken. Engels stated explicitly, "History has proved us, and all who thought like us, wrong. It has made it clear that the state of economic development on the continent at that time was not, by a long way, ripe for the elimination of capitalist production." Their assessment of the stage of development accompanied several other decisions, taking the French revolutions of 1789 and 1830 as models, associating revolution with the next business crisis, thinking that a minority revolution in the interests of the majority could succeed and win majority support, and assuming that the proletariat was prepared to lead. 7. Here lay questions Bernstein would ask in the years 1895 to 1898, if one could not be certain of imminent collapse, then what opportunities for immediate action should social democrats pursue? What economic, social, and political preconditions did socialism require? How long would the evolution of these preconditions take? What political and social demands fit a given stage in development? How could one stage in the historical process be identified? Just how mature was the proletariat? Since revolution could not be a minority action, how did one best organize the majority? Equally important, if Engels was now right that he and Marx had once been wrong, then policies based on Marx's judgments around 1850 needed to be reconsidered, but using Marx's method. The new conclusions reached might vary from those of Marx, perhaps because of specific mistakes in the past or because of changing conditions. The rethinking might produce new policies, thoroughly Marxist but strikingly different from what Marx envisioned. Point 8. Revolution in England. According to mature Marxism, in Germany the liberal democratic revolution of 1848 had failed, so the proletariat would need to complete the historical task of the bourgeoisie. In contrast, England had experienced its bourgeois revolution in the 17th century. Bernstein wrote, "It had in the Presbyterians its Girondists, in the Independents its Jacobins or Mountain, and in the Levellers its Hébérists and Bobovists. Cromwell was its Robespierre and Bonaparte in one, and its Marat and Hébert in one was John Lilburne, the Leveller. Since by 1895 Great Britain was practically a democratic republic, the transition to proletarian rule would not have to be violent." Already in Amsterdam in 1872 Marx had stated, "We know one must take into consideration the institutions, customs, and traditions of different countries, and we do not deny that there are countries like America, England, and if your institutions were more familiar to me I might perhaps add Holland, where the workers can reach their goal through peaceful ways." In 1886 Engels recalled how Marx had believed that in England the social revolution could occur non-violently and legally, though he also remembered how Marx had suspected a possible counter-revolution thereafter. Still, in his 1891 letter to Liebknecht criticizing the Erfurt program June draft, Engels admitted, "One can imagine the old society growing peacefully into the new in countries where the representatives of the people hold all power, in democratic republics like France and America, in monarchies like England, where the royal family is powerless against the will of the people." For Engels as for Marx, the profound constitutional difference between England and Germany was of central importance. Point 1. Particular conditions in each country determined the class struggle. Bernstein did not step beyond this principle when he wrote in his 1891 article against Schulz-Gavernitz. "The social revolution does not depend on violent surprise attacks and bloody revolts. With the right to assemble, the freedom of the press which the English workers enjoy, and universal suffrage, which they will achieve in a matter of only a few years, they can give their demands and endeavors such energetic expression that these sooner or later must become law. Progress will not always be completed through homeopathic doses, the speed of economic development will require measures of the most decisive nature, but it is nowhere written that these too cannot be carried out within the realm of legislation. On the other hand, one can assume that given the continued free development of the English working classes, these will not make any demands for which the necessity and prospect for being carried out have not shown themselves to be beyond any question. That the feeling is widespread on both sides removes from today's struggles unnecessary sharpness, but does not end these struggles themselves nor change the fact that the end result must be the removal of the capitalist economic system. Kautsky recognized the variety of contexts in which the class struggle could occur. The tendencies of the capitalist form of production are the same in all countries in which it dominates, and yet, how different are the state and social forms of the different capitalist countries, how very different in England than in France, different in France than in Germany, and again very different from those in America. The historical tendencies in the labor movement created by the existing form of production are the same everywhere, but the forms which the movement takes are of a special nature in each country. Point 2. Engels had taught that political conditions in the superstructure could impinge on social economic developments in the basis. From this insight one might infer that England need not follow Germany's example. Engels was frustrated by what he perceived to be the English laborers' lack of political maturity. He complained in 1894. One is indeed driven to despair by these English workers with their sense of imaginary national superiority, with their essentially bourgeois ideas and viewpoints, with their practical narrow-mindedness, with the parliamentary corruption which has seriously infected the leaders. But one should not forget Engels's enthusiasm at the new developments in the British labour movement in the late 1880s. Bernstein also had a mixed assessment. On the one side, he thought that the trade unions were moving towards socialism. He believed that socialist ideas had permeated the Liberal Party, and he reasoned that the Liberal Party's dependence on the Labour vote forced it to adopt worker demands. As the proletariat gradually gained political influence in a country, it was all right to begin socialization. Bernstein and Kautsky agreed on this judgment. Kautsky observed, "Already today there exist states in which the government executive is so dependent on the people in general and also in which the working class itself has achieved such strength and influence that one need not fear that an extension of the economic power and authority of the executive would lead to further suppression and exploitation of the population. And on the other hand there exist already today a series of branches of industry in which centralization is so far advanced that they indeed already form monopolies, often monopolies of the most oppressive nature. In such a state the nationalization of this sort of enterprise can lead not to an increase but to a decrease in exploitation and suppression of the population in general and specifically of the affected workers, that is, nationalization can already in the present state, despite its acting according to fiscal principles or as a capitalist entrepreneur, under certain conditions be an advantage for the fighting proletariat, and nationalizations like this of economically important branches of industry can very rightly be seen as preparations for and transition stages to the socialist society. Point 3. To their way of thinking, such acts of socialization in England should not be confused with state socialism in Germany because the former country was almost a democratic republic, one where the proletariat had great influence. The basic constitutional difference between England and Germany led to just such confusion. For example, Bernstein's writings on England were pervaded by a feeling of urgency, a sense that socialization could now begin and that questions about how to proceed needed answered. But in Germany such ideas could sound like state socialism. Other misinterpretations arose from terminology. That concepts associated with like-sounding political expressions do not fully correspond between countries contributes much to mutual misunderstanding, Bernstein later reflected. As an example, Bernstein told how the Fabian George Bernard Shaw had said that class struggle did not exist in England, but within a year the Fabians along with the Independent Labour Party were calling workers to abandon the Liberal Party. Bernstein remarked, thus to a large extent Shaw practiced what we Germans understand by the class struggle, but he did not accept the name because he associated it with a very different concept. For that Bernstein developed many of his most important ideas for England but published them in Germany added greatly to confusion about his thought. When Bernstein, accompanied by Eleanor Marx and others, cast Engels's ashes into the Channel 5 he did mark a transition in his career. Formerly, with Kautsky he had helped propagate and develop further an interpretation of Marxism which they had learned, for the most part, under Engels's tutelage. Their Marxism was characterized by a determinism which still allowed for human consciousness in historical change, by socialism combined with political democracy, by a respect for Marx's method of analysis but a critical awareness when applying it. Now with Engels's death, Kautsky and Bernstein had to defend mature Marxism without their mentor. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 2, The Agrarian Question. A. Earlier social democratic views on the agrarian question. One of the last letters Engels read came from Kautsky asking advice on the agrarian question, an issue closely associated with the revolutionary strategy Engels had advanced at the end of the anti-socialist laws. Engels believed that the proletariat and other progressive forces would need to establish a democratic republic. In Germany this revolution might be violent, precipitated perhaps by a Junker attack on the Reich Constitution. To win, the workers would want at least passive toleration from the peasantry but active support from the rural proletariat, especially that of East Elbe Prussia. Engels predicted. So the seat of social democracy among these workers, give them the courage and solidarity to insist on their rights, and it is over with Junker rule. The elite regiments of the Prussian army will become social democratic, and with this will occur a shift in power which carries a whole revolution in its lap. Social Democrats found the Reichstag vote important because it measured rising socialist influence among the rural population, not because they believed that the Junkers would allow the SPD to come to power through a parliamentary majority. 1. German socialists had long worried about the countryside. Marx and Engels included agrarian measures in the Communist Manifesto and in other writings. In 1869 the Basel Congress of the First International voted for socializing land because they thought that it would benefit the peasants. After initial opposition, by 1870 Liebknecht had become an advocate of an agrarian program in the sense of Marx and Engels. The small peasant holding was doomed in competition with the capitalist farm. Socialism was accordingly the peasants' only hope. A proletarian government could help them establish their own cooperatives to share in modern technology. During the anti-socialist law period, Kautsky composed tracts for peasant agitation. He differed from Engels in being more pessimistic about how successful their agitation would be. Kautsky suspected that at most the peasants might become passively supportive or neutral, staying aloof from a future conflict between Junkers and workers instead of fighting actively against the proletariat. 2. At the Halle Party Congress in October 1890, Babel outlined an aggressive campaign of rural agitation, and in December the party executive committee challenged Social Democrats to win the rural proletariat. So it was in the midst of considerable agrarian enthusiasm that Kautsky and Bernstein wrote and defended their draft of the party program. Kautsky thought their proposal better for rural agitation than that of Liebknecht, and Kautsky dedicated nearly 1/6 of his 1892 program commentary to the peasants. 3. There and in his Neuzeit articles on the program draft, Kautsky again presented the accepted position: the small peasant farm was economically hopeless, to be replaced by the more efficient capitalist enterprise. It was stupid to accuse socialists of wanting to expropriate the peasants since the capitalists were doing so already. True, some small producers managed to survive, but with suffering. Kautsky wrote, "Work time is extended into the late night, wife and child are pulled into earning a living, expensive mature journeymen are replaced with cheaper apprentices whose number increases excessively. And as the work time is extended and the work itself becomes feverish, without rest, without pause, nourishment decreases and expenditures for housing and clothing are limited more and more. There is no more wretched, miserable life than that of a small craftsman or small peasant caught in competition with large-scale production." In Kautsky's opinion, Social Democrats dare not promise economic survival to the peasants, for the demise of small-scale production was inevitable. To try to prevent it through government assistance was futile at best, and such state socialism could slow economic advance and prolong the agony of peasant existence. However, Social Democrats could promise immediate relief to small producers as citizens and consumers. For example, the peasant would benefit along with the laborer from an end to the high cost of militarism. Then with proletarian rule, the government could grant economic reforms like the nationalization of mortgages which might assist individual peasants to continue independently, and it could help others establish production cooperatives. Of course, even under the dictatorship of the proletariat, those peasants who wished to stay on their separate plots would be left to their economic fate at the hands of competition. 4. Armed with the Erfurt program, with Kautsky's commentary, and with the agrarian program contained in them, Social Democrats went to the countryside to win the peasants by convincing them that their economic situation was irremediable. The socialists appealed not only to a landless rural proletariat but also to small peasants emotionally tied to their holdings. The party tried not merely to neutralize the peasants' hostility but also to win them as voters and perhaps even as active party members. And the Social Democrats met with some success. Both the intensified agitation and the SPD's increased rural vote in the 1893 Reichstag elections frightened the government. The party itself, in contrast, was disappointed with what many judged poor results for their efforts. The Social Democratic vote rose from 1,427,298 in 1890 only to 1,786,738 in 1893, not to the 2,500,000 expected. Bebel wrote Engels, "It is remarkable how the entire world was deluded about us just as we deluded ourselves." In October 1893 the Cologne Party Congress considered methods of rural agitation and passed a motion introduced by Bruno Skonlank, editor of the Leipziger Volkszeitung, to discuss the issue further at the next Congress, in Frankfurt am Main. 5. In late 1893 Kautsky feared that to gain votes Social Democrats might propose offering the peasants individual economic security under the current state instead of collective security under a future proletarian government. In part, George von Vollmer, Simon Katzenstein, and Eduard David were prepared to do so. In October 1893 Vollmer proposed a peasant program to the Bavarian Diet. He wanted immediate reforms on behalf of small-scale agriculture and promised that once the Allied workers and peasants had taken power they would stop capitalist advance in the countryside. In June 1894 the 5 Social Democratic Diet representatives voted for the Bavarian budget. In March 1894 Katzenstein of Gießen had written that winning the peasants would require proposals in their direct interests. Telling them that they were economically doomed would not succeed. Katzenstein wanted an agrarian commission to write a program with the goal of turning the peasants into allies, though perhaps not into active party members. In August and September 1894 a series of articles appeared titled Concerning Rural Agitation in Middle Germany by Eduard David, also from Gießen. He suggested, "Let's stick our program in our pocket for a while and first study the village and its inhabitants closely." Noting the strong attachment of peasants to their land, he advocated government assistance to help them maintain their property. He also urged the formation of peasant cooperatives. These developments in Germany paralleled ones in France. In September 1892 the Parti ouvrier français adopted an agrarian program at Marseilles. In September 1894 the party, meeting in Nantes, augmented the Marseilles program with a promise of defending peasant agriculture. Industry, where the workers had lost their means of production to capital, was contrasted to agriculture, where the peasants still owned their land. The Nantes document called for peasant protection. 6. B. The Frankfurt Party Congress. At the Frankfurt Party Congress in October 1894, conflict over the agrarian question began with Bebel fighting the Bavarian Social Democrats over their voting for a provincial budget. Hence alongside the primarily theoretical question of whether peasant production was economically hopeless there arose the equally important tactical question of whether the SPD should collaborate with the existing government. The agrarian issue was as much one of state socialism as of economic evolution. However, despite the Social Democratic aversion to state socialism, the Party Congress would not censure the Bavarians, which in effect meant their victory and Bebel's defeat. 1. Then Skonlank and Vollmer introduced their resolution on agrarian agitation. Skonlank portrayed two struggles occurring in the countryside, that between old-fashioned and modern forms of production and that of the great landholders against the peasants, workers, and tenants. He thought that the SPD could most easily win the rural proletariat, but he was also optimistic about the small peasants and possibly still others. At least the agitation might quiet fear of social democracy. He warned, "We must prevent the nail-driving shoes of the peasants and the peasant sons from being turned against us, we must neutralize them, pacify them." To do so Skonlank wanted to add agrarian material to the Erfurt program. He criticized earlier rural agitation for being schematic. Vollmer advised that the urban social democrat first burn all his old agitation material and before anything else think himself into the rural relations of production, into the whole way the peasant thinks and feels. Supposedly, Engels had endorsed the Nantes program. In Vollmer's opinion, finding in industry a model for agrarian development was a traditional schema. Small-scale agricultural production might survive for a long time. 2. The resolution which Skonlank and Vollmer submitted recognized a need for careful study of agrarian conditions and for appropriate agitation material. It called for an agrarian commission to bring a proposal to the next party congress. The resolution's controversial point was as follows. The agrarian question as a necessary element of the social question will be solved once and for all only when the land and tools are returned to the producers who today as wage workers or small peasants till the soil in the service of capital. As in the Nance supplement, this ambiguous formulation permitted the promise of artificially maintaining peasant agriculture. The resolution also said, peasant protection will save the peasant from disadvantages as taxpayer, debtor, and landlord which meant helping preserve peasant ownership under the present government. Though Babel opposed these ideas, he did not speak against the resolution, and it passed overwhelmingly. Point 3. See reactions to the Frankfurt Party Congress. After the October 1894 Paris Congress, the Frankfurter Zeitung referred to the SPD as merely a radical reform party. Nonetheless, there occurred little public social democratic criticism of the agrarian resolution. Vorwärts criticized it only mildly. Point 4. Privately, Kautsky was displeased with Vollmer's victory for state socialism. He even wished that Vollmer would secede from the party to lead a new movement composed of non-revolutionary groups dissatisfied with the Reich. Kautsky contemplated an article on peasant agitation including mention of Vollmer, but he felt it difficult to act alone. The ridiculing of earlier rural agitation upset Bernstein. He expected that Engels would rebut Vollmer's citing him, and Bernstein proposed an article of his own, on the First International's land policy. Point 5. Then sometime in early November 1894, Engels wrote Babel about Frankfurt. Though we lack Engels's letter to Babel, we can surmise its contents from one to Zarga on November 10. Engels worried that on the continent success leads to the desire for more success, and peasant catching in the literal sense is becoming fashionable. At Nantes, Social Democrats had decided to protect the small holdings. Engels observed, "We cannot go along with this, because it is first stupid and second impossible." Vollmer had sacrificed the interests of the domestic servants, which meant abandoning the whole principle. On November 12 Engels wrote Vorwärts to protest Vollmer's citing him. There is nothing in principle against correctly selected measures intended to make the small peasants' unavoidable decline less painful, but if one goes further, if one wishes to maintain the small peasants indefinitely, then in my opinion one is attempting the economically impossible, is surrendering principle, is becoming reactionary. Point 6. On November 10 Babel complained to Engels about the Frankfurt resolution. He had been so disappointed that he had considered resigning. Babel agreed that something had to be done about Vollmer. So at a Berlin assembly on November 14, Babel denounced the Frankfurt Party Congress in general and Vollmer in particular. Babel shared his distress about a rising number of petite bourgeois in the party, a weakening of the class struggle, and a spreading of bourgeois reformism. He blamed the South Germans especially, for he judged them the ones most ready to relinquish the class struggle and the party's proletarian character. The newspaper report of his speech included his suggestions for an agrarian program acceptable to him, one emphasizing the rural proletariat and the social control of land. Point 7. Not surprisingly, given the widespread acceptance of the Frankfurt resolution, the assembled comrades were stunned. Eventually, Arthur Stadthagen spoke, basically agreeing with Babel but not accepting entirely his proposed resolution, which warned of unclarity in the party and condemned the Frankfurt decision on the provincial budget issue. Richard Fischer was troubled by the personal tone of Babel's remarks. George Ledbuer thought that in the Erfurt program commentary even Kautsky had foreseen peasant agriculture continuing under socialism. Still, Babel's resolution was finally approved, igniting one of the most bitter internecine conflagrations in the SPD's history. Point 8. In Bavaria, Karl Grillenberger and Vollmer attacked Babel strongly. Much of the SPD press favored Vollmer, the Hanover Volkswille even proposing Babel's expulsion. But most importantly, in effect Liebknecht sided with the Bavarians. He professed neutrality, but in light of Vorwärts's general approval of the Frankfurt Congress, his refusal to criticize the Bavarians meant implicit sanction of them. In a letter to Grillenberger he referred to Bebel's stupidity and lack of discipline and added, that I do not agree with him, everyone can read in Vorwärtsen and between the lines. However, Liebknecht also sought to keep the controversy from getting out of hand. On November 16 he requested Engels's help to calm Bebel down. 9. On November 21 and 24 Kautsky wrote Adler to voice dismay with Liebknecht. Bebel asserted to Kautsky that Liebknecht was motivated by jealousy and that there raged an intense personal conflict between the two leaders. Bebel said, "You have no idea what fights have occurred with the old man behind the scenes. Twice our relationship hung in the balance, along with the conflict Vollmer Bebel, if I may pinpoint it, so there was another conflict, Liebknecht Bebel." Then Engels intervened a second time, in a November 24 letter to Liebknecht on the importance of the issues Bebel had raised. On November 29 Liebknecht publicized in Vorwärts that he supported Bebel on the substantive matters of the provincial budgets and the agrarian question. 10. Bebel was rescued by the concurrence of several events, Engels's personal correspondence with leaders like Liebknecht, the other Vorwärts editors refusing to cooperate further in helping the Bavarians, the Reichstag delegations taking up the matter, Vollmer's illness, and the Reich governments introducing new legislation threatening the party. Bernstein sent his article on the First International, and Kautsky analyzed the conflict for the Vienna Arbeiterzeitung, taking a stand in favor of Bebel while expecting the article to be reprinted in Germany. 11. Kautsky also replied to Ledbuer's mistaken recollection about Kautsky's views on the survival of peasant agriculture in socialism. According to Kautsky, the materialist understanding taught that socialism was ultimately determined by the mode of production. Thus the socialization of the means of production is not in all circumstances possible and necessary, rather only where capitalist large-scale production has already reached a certain advanced evolution. The socialist mode of production is impossible to carry out where small peasant production is not yet economically surpassed. So in his commentary on the Erfurt program, he had reasoned that it would be senseless to expropriate the remaining small producers since the goal of socialism was to provide the workers with their necessary means of production. Kautsky wrote, "It is this passage which the friends of the new tactic love to call upon. But only those who do not understand how to differentiate between a specific form of property and a specific manner of production and who pull this passage out of context can conclude from it that I advocate keeping small-scale production in the socialist society because I explain that the violent removal of small-scale property is not absolutely necessary." His real point had been something else. When the proletariat conquers political power, there will still exist alongside the large firms, which will be expropriated immediately, the remnants of peasant and handicraft forms of production. From an economic standpoint it would be pointless to abolish small-scale ownership so long as small-scale production could continue. And these remnants may not in the socialist society but rather, as I explicitly underscore, during the transition stage to it continue to exist for a time. 12. From Kautsky's perspective, Ledbuer had failed to allow for the dictatorship of the proletariat, a transition phase when a worker government would rule in a mixed economy with both privately owned and socialized enterprises. Kautsky expressed his conviction that under proletarian rule the promise of collective agriculture would win the peasants away from their individual plots faster than capitalist expropriation had driven them away. He protested that throughout his commentary he had emphasized the demise of small-scale production, that he had mentioned the misery caused by its continuation, that he had called peasant protection utopian, and that he had stressed that only those peasants who already saw themselves as proletarians could be convinced of socialism, the others remaining among the worst enemies of social democracy. Kautsky repudiated an appeal to peasants employing wage labor. To begin with, our task in the countryside is the same as in the city, in the class struggle to support the proletarians through organization, through education about methods and ways and about the goals of the struggle. We cannot do this without turning the exploiters against us. We cannot win friends in the countryside without also making enemies, all the more bitter enemies the more effective the more successful our agitation is. Admittedly, the policy would not bring immediate popularity in rural areas. Kautsky continued. Whoever seeks only momentary successes may accordingly find the purely proletarian nature of agitation in the countryside very impractical. In any case, it is more convenient to stick our program in our pocket and abandon the wage workers of the middle and large peasants, demanding for these taxpayers, debtors, and landlords peasant protection and state aid. And this requires, by the way, a thorough revolution of our program and tactic. But then, do we remain the party of the proletarian class struggle? Kautsky wondered why Social Democrats were questioning a course of action that had gone so well in the last few years. His answer: the great difficulty for our party today is not the excessive slowness but rather the quickness of its growth. Since 1890 new elements have streamed to us in such numbers that the number of old comrades is not sufficient to instruct and educate the newcomers, especially since the practical tasks have grown enormously and absorbed the schooled members. We suffer from an insufficiency not of followers but rather of clear thinking, thoroughly trained party comrades. Point 13. In this way Kautsky addressed Babel's concern about the quality of new party members. When Ledbour continued the debate in a personal manner, Kautsky submitted a response to Vorwärts which Liebknecht turned down. On December 10 Kautsky appealed the decision to the party executive committee, threatening to leave the SPD unless Vorwärts print at least a modified statement from him. The day before, he had shared with Babel his opinion that Liebknecht's importance had been declining since Marx's death. L has never been a consistent, well-trained Marxist in the sense that he consciously worked according to the Marxist method. He has always been an eclectic who has taken his ideas and arguments from wherever they were easiest to fetch. Kautsky added: the worst is that his method of making everything conform to a schema and of avoiding each difficulty is gaining followers. This method meets the needs of the party intelligentsia who have no time for serious study. And so, along with Vorwärts, the party press and the entire party literature becomes shallow. For Kautsky, the battle to defend Babel had become a struggle against Liebknecht. Point 14. D. Engels's The Peasant Question. Important support for Babel came from Engels's Nuizite article The Peasant Question in France and Germany, published during the first week of December 1894. Engels postulated that to conquer political power the Social Democratic Party needed help from the rural population. Of the peasants, the first in question were those hiring no labor and differing from wage workers by owning their means of production. Engels believed that because of competition the small peasant was sinking into poverty, that he was a prospective proletarian, that he was hence a natural ally. Engels praised the Marseilles program for offering some aid to the peasants, while not promising them economic security. The Nantes supplement was mistaken to do so, he thought. It was particularly wrong for proposing relief to landowners exploiting wage labor. Yes, the French correctly affirmed that socialists had no interest in hurrying the demise of small-scale production and that the socialist government would not expropriate the small peasants. But there was no doubt that large-scale production would supersede small. Engels insisted: it is the duty of our party to clarify to the peasants again and again the absolute hopelessness of their situation so long as capitalism dominates, the absolute impossibility of maintaining their property in scattered parcels of land, the absolute certainty that large-scale capitalist production will surpass their powerless decrepit small-scale production like a locomotive surpasses a wheelbarrow. If we do so, then we are acting in the sense of inevitable economic development, and it is this which will open the minds of the small peasants to our words. Engels granted that from time to time a social democratic party might cooperate with groups wishing to preserve the small holding, for example, cooperate in common actions against feudal interests. But the party had no use for peasant members demanding preservation of their outmoded form of production. The attempt to preserve it would only prove futile eventually and might also prolong the peasants' misery. Point 1. While they stipulated the demise of small-scale production, the Social Democrats could make certain promises to the peasants, Engels thought. Once the socialists had conquered political power, the government could encourage and assist the peasants to join cooperative farms. Engels believed that on such cooperatives they could work to save their homes and lands. The Social Democratic government could help each small peasant take this step. Engels wrote: We will do everything possible to make his lot more bearable, to make his transition to the cooperative easier, should he decide to do this, yes, and even to make possible more time on his parcel of land to think, should he not yet be ready to make the decision. We will do so not only because we consider the small peasant who has no employees as virtually belonging to us already, but also in the direct interest of the party. The larger the number of peasants whom we save from the real fall into the proletariat, whom we already win as peasants, the faster and easier the social transformation will be. It cannot help us if we must wait with the transformation until capitalist production has developed to its last consequences everywhere, until the last small craftsman and the last small peasant have fallen victim to the large capitalist enterprise. Point 2. Engels's recommendations apply to an economic system with individual peasants competing against capitalist farms. So one might plausibly infer that his proposals for government aid to peasant cooperatives and individuals apply to the then current state. But would Engels have endorsed a reformist, state socialist program? Almost certainly not. Marxism as it was understood by Kautsky and Bernstein in the mid-1890s allowed that proletarian rule could continue for some time with a mixed economy, the transition to socialism occurring only gradually. Engels did write that social democrats should not wait for capitalism to destroy every small producer. He did reason that it would be better to win over the peasants by generous concessions in defiance of free market economic principles, but here Engels was discussing the social revolution from capitalism into socialism, that is, the social transformation occurring after a political revolution had brought the proletariat to power. Having treated the small peasants at length, Engels finished quickly with the middle and large peasants and landed aristocracy. The socialist government would probably not expropriate the large peasants. But they would lose their supply of cheap labor. The great estates would be socialized, possibly with compensation. Promising the Junkers land to the East Elbian rural proletariat would help win it to the SPD and thus undermine Junker power. Point 3. E. The Agrarian Commission. In his Berlin Philippic against Vollmer, Bebel claimed that at Frankfurt he had not desired the formation of the Agrarian Commission. He preferred a special party congress to deal with the agrarian question. Bebel's apprehension was understandable since the commission was weighted heavily in Vollmer's favor, and Bebel's fears were confirmed when the commission drafted an agrarian program leaning toward the South German position. Chaired by Liebknecht and including Bebel, Vollmer, Schonlank, Katzenstein, David, Max Schippel, Max Quark, George Bassler, and others, the commission assembled on February 10 and 11, 1895, at the Reichstag building in Berlin. After a heated debate between Bebel and Vollmer, it formed three regional groups representing southern, middle, and northern Germany, thus emphasizing the small peasants at the expense of the East Elbian rural proletariat. The three subcommittees met separately during the late winter and spring and then rejoined in late June, again at the Reichstag building. The commission took the draft program of the Middle Germany group and amended it point by point, often with conflicts between Bebel and David, Vollmer being absent because of illness. Point 4. The proposals covered 5 major areas: ending feudal privileges, securing for rural workers the rights of urban labor, extending publicly owned lands, to be farmed by the government or leased to cooperatives or to individuals when the latter was more efficient, demanding state assistance to landowners in the form of nationalized mortgages, nationalized insurance, and lowered interest rates, and establishing agricultural schools. The proposals were characterized by an attempt to help landholders, including the Junkers, at the expense of others. For example, paragraph 10 advocated abolishing taxes on land. The change would have immensely profited owners of large estates, while the lost revenues would presumably have been made up through higher indirect taxes. Paragraph 13 revived Lassalle's idea of government aid to production cooperatives. The proposals repeatedly appealed to the existing state. Bebel's preamble to the agrarian program advertised the new attitude by calling for reforms within the current political and social order. Point 5. When the Agrarian Commission's program appeared in mid-July 1895, it met vehement disapproval from the party rank and file. According to one modern study, Of 223 Social Democratic assemblies between July 21 and October 3, the agrarian program was voted on by 156. Of these, 138 opposed it, 12 declined to take a definite stand, 6 gave some support. Not one of the meetings fully endorsed it. Social Democrats maintained that the proposals violated socialist ideas, often citing Engels as the peasant question, the THIRD program, or Kautsky's 1892 commentary. The agrarian program's state socialist character offended many. Of the arguments used against the proposals, one of the most common was that they sacrificed the rural proletariat. While the outrage spread, some party leaders vacillated. Vollmer gave up and went on vacation. But Quark and David fought on point 6. Babel's actions may have contributed to this disapprobation. His preamble to the agrarian program crystallized its state socialist and reformist aura. His insistence that the proposals be embodied in the second part of the THIRD program, in contrast to the South German subcommittee which had wanted a separate statement, exposed the contradiction between the proposals and the first part of the THIRD program and thereby raised the question of revising the party's principles. For example, where the THIRD program Part 1 delineated forces leading toward the demise of small-scale production, the amended Part 2 would demand measures to preserve the peasants. Where Part 1 decried privilege, the new Part 2 would grant privileges to those in agriculture. Where Part 1 emphasized the class struggle of the proletariat, the agrarian proposals in Part 2 might have strengthened the state against the workers. Should the agrarian program have passed, then there would have existed a contradiction between the party's theory incorporated in the THIRD program Part 1 and the party's new practice embodied in Part 2. Babel definitely wanted at least some of the proposals defeated. He wrote Engels, "I hope that as you read our peasant program you did not fall from your chair in shock. You understand that it is a compromise. I hope that now thorough criticism will begin and that we throw various things out at the party congress." To make sure criticism did occur, Babel asked Kautsky, "And further do me a favor and find a critic who will scrutinize it carefully and really work it over. That Leek, myself, and other greats created it should not stop you from taking hold of it sharply. It is a necessity. Various things must come out, this is possible only when there is criticism from outside. Point 7. F. Kautsky and the Agrarian Program. Kautsky responded with the article series Our Newest Program. The Agrarian Commission could have simply gathered information, he contended, or it could have asked for clarification of principles. Instead, it proposed embodying in the THIRD program specific recommendations which contravene the party's revolutionary nature. Yes, Social Democrats promoted reforms to strengthen the proletariat in its class struggle. The practice was the essence of the THIRD program Part 2. But the Commission's proposal overlooked the purpose of such reforms, Kautsky charged. It dissolves fully the distinctiveness of our party. It points out not what separates us from Democrats and social reformers but rather what we have in common with them. And thereby it creates the impression that we were a kind of democratic reform party. When we demand political freedoms and rights, we do so, according to the agrarian program, not to create the ground on which the proletariat can organize and conquer the state but instead to democratize all public institutions, and when we demand social reforms, we do so not to prepare the proletariat for struggle but instead to improve the existing conditions. Was there not a contradiction in wanting democratic improvements within a very undemocratic state? Kautsky exclaimed. Just think, we are demanding democratization of all public institutions, for example the election of administrative boards by the people and thus a highly democratic republic, within the confines of the existing Prussian, Mecklenburg, etc., state constitutions. 1. For Kautsky as for Engels and Bernstein, achieving the reforms in the THIRD program Part 2 would constitute a democratic republic in Germany replacing the Junker monarchy, not reforming it. Kautsky attacked the state socialist tendencies in the agrarian program, for example paragraphs 12 and 13, recommending the extension of publicly owned land of which the arable was to be farmed by the government itself, leased to cooperatives, or rented out to individuals. To Kautsky, these and other paragraphs appealing to the present state violated party principles. The state was a tool of class domination by the capitalists and large landowners. Hence it was absurd to expect the state to end exploitation or to wish to strengthen it against the exploited. Kautsky explained. So long as the proletariat has not conquered the power of the state, it may demand of this only two kinds of things: first, arrangements which decrease state power vis-a-vis the lower classes but strengthen the influence of these on the state; second, institutions which can operate only to the benefit of the proletariat and never against it, institutions which to the extent they increase state power do so not to the disadvantage of the proletariat but instead to that of one of its exploiting and oppressing classes. To this category of demands, worker protection legislation belongs first of all. It increases the power of state not vis-a-vis the proletariat but instead vis-a-vis the factory owners. In contrast, having additional land be administered directly by the government supposedly reinforced it against the proletariat. Kautsky had earlier applauded municipal socialism in countries where the proletariat had some political influence. He repeated this view. In communities where the proletarians exercise a certain influence, the increase in many forms of communal property will certainly be an advantage. Above all, they will need to seek that as far as possible the community manages its essential tasks itself and takes all actual monopolies, gas and water supply, horse-drawn trams, etc. from private hands and turns them into its own property. According to Kautsky, the Agrarian Commission called for something very different. Instead of municipal socialism, the proposals amounted to a return to village communism. Instead of corresponding to the modern form of production, they tried to preserve a dying one. Allegedly, village communism hindered social development, and it provided a foundation for despotism, as in Russia. Point 2. Kautsky disliked the demand for production cooperatives supported by the present state. He protested. This problem occupied our party for decades, until finally at Erfurt it decided with general agreement to drop the demands still found in the Gotha program for establishing production cooperatives with the help of the existing state. Today the demand suddenly reappears in the program of the Agrarian Commission. Kautsky denied hearing good arguments for the demand. He feared that state-supported cooperatives would increase the government's power over the laborers, that in the countryside the cooperatives would create a conservative worker aristocracy, that their failure in the face of agricultural imports and business crises would discredit socialism. If cooperatives should not lease publicly owned land, renting it to individual peasants instead of to capitalist farms would often be economically reactionary, Kautsky warned, preserving the least efficient form of agriculture and the worst living conditions. Point 3. Kautsky argued that the fundamental mistake lay in demanding of the present political and social order measures appropriate to a revolutionary transition period when the old system had ended but the new was just beginning. To his way of thinking, it was crucial to limit most demands for actual socialization to this transition period of proletarian rule and to discover other reforms fitting the period before, a concern which soon became central to Bernstein. 2. Providing an example, Kautsky maintained that the proposed nationalization of mortgages would make the peasants more dependent on the state, and the state on the capitalists. In contrast, nationalization of mortgages in the future would tie the peasants more closely to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 4. In a speech in Frankfurt am Main where he had explained the Agrarian Commission's proposals, Quark had cited Engels as the peasant question as supposed evidence that Engels had wanted state support for the peasants under the present system of government. The allegation would appear to contradict Engels's belief that peasant agriculture was doomed. Kautsky claimed that there seemed to be a contradiction. For those who do not know to separate clearly two stages, that of the capitalist society and that of the transition to the socialist society. We will not get from the first to the second in one leap. Between the two lies the stage of the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat, when the latter has conquered political power but the new form of production is not yet fully developed and implemented. One may believe the stage shorter or longer, but it will certainly form a distinct social situation with special characteristics. And just as the capitalist form of production did not take effect in all areas and branches of production at the same time, the transition to the socialist form of production will also not occur everywhere with equal speed. It may take longest in agriculture, where the capitalist operation is less developed than in industry. Now Engels differentiated between these two stages and declared, in capitalist society there is absolutely nothing to be done for the peasants. And every promise which even merely creates the impression that we intend the lasting preservation of property in small allotments, as the agrarian program of the Commission does, is bad. In contrast, the peasants may well count on our help during the stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Kautsky stressed. Also for Engels the conquest of state power by the proletariat is the precondition for the nationalization of mortgage debts and for state support for agrarian cooperatives. Within the limits of the existing state and social order Engels wanted to hear nothing of these measures. 5. During the agrarian controversy, Kautsky deepened his understanding of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of its character and place in history. Kautsky determined that the Agrarian Commission had failed because it had received an impossible assignment. A social democratic agrarian program for the capitalist form of production is an impossibility. It is condemned from the beginning to be self-contradictory. The more decisively it emphasizes the protection and strengthening of landed property, the more it contradicts the proletarian, revolutionary character of our movement. The more it seeks to avoid this, the more petty, timid, and ineffective its demands must become. Many of the Commission's ideas had been realized in other countries without particularly helping the peasants, Kautsky alleged. He found other proposals economically backward, the rest appropriate only to the future transition to socialism under a social democratic government. 6. Kautsky insisted that his position still allowed social democrats to agitate in the countryside. Besides offering to those peasants who understood their economic plight the hope of future cooperative production, social democrats could offer to the others at least protection as citizens and consumers. The THIRD program Part 2 applied to the peasants as well as to the rural workers. Kautsky admitted that the THIRD program would not win many peasants to socialism, but he maintained that two demographic facts made the circumstance less serious than before. First, that portion of the German population engaged in agriculture had declined. Much as Engels had argued in his 1895 introduction, Kautsky said that conditions had changed radically in the last 47 years. According to Kautsky, the peasants were not as significant for the revolutionary process as they had been in 1848. Second, among the landowners the largest group numerically were those small peasants forced to seek outside employment. These could be won by appealing to their interests as wage laborers. Organizing the small peasants and the rural proletariat required no new program. 7. Did Kautsky, then, propose an agrarian program for the SPD? No, if by an agrarian program one understands Vollmer's approach, which would support peasant property under the current political system. Yes, if by an agrarian program one understands Engels's policy of offering the peasants immediate protection as citizens, consumers, and workers and also offering them the prospect under the dictatorship of the proletariat of a transition to cooperative production and even of some direct assistance to individuals. For Kautsky, the THIRD program already contained Engels's agrarian program, the truly Marxist one. Of central importance for this agrarian doctrine was the assumption that small-scale production was economically lost, that it was folly to try to preserve the peasants against large-scale competitors. Edward David denied this assumption, arguing that the experience of industry had not been repeated in agriculture. In an article for Neue Zeit, David illustrated differences between the two kinds of production by using an ideal case of large and small farms differing in size but not in the quality of land, intelligence of the owners, amount of debt, convenience of location, etc. Under these uniform conditions, he claimed, the large-scale agricultural enterprise would not hold the same advantage over the peasant farm that the industrial enterprise had over the craftsman's shop. David observed that agriculture still depended on animal power and that even large estates used hand tools. In agriculture, raw materials could be purchased in small quantities, or obtained in large quantity through cooperatives, or produced on the peasant farm. Products could be sold locally in small units. Peasants remained relatively free of market competition. In general, David believed, the advantages of large-scale production applied less to agriculture because the latter was still dominated by nature. In being self-employed, the peasant even enjoyed an advantage, for conditions in agriculture made supervising wage labor difficult. David concluded that the small farm could compete with the large. 8. In his reply, The Competitiveness of the Small Enterprise in Agriculture, Kautsky first identified a direct challenge to the THIRD program. If Comrade David is right, then we must immediately begin reworking our party program, for this then proves to be completely falsely based. However, in Kautsky's opinion, David was wrong. The true comparison required was not between the outmoded estate and the peasant holding but between the latter and the modern capitalist farm. Kautsky remarked that the capitalist enterprise could apply technology and science to agriculture, acquiring advantages in respect to irrigation, drainage, better breeds, animal hygiene, etc., and that peasants came more and more into direct competition with such farms as taxes, the desire for consumer goods, and the need for tools demanded production for the market. To Kautsky, that peasants were turning to cooperatives showed that they were beginning to see the advantages of modern production. Small peasants could survive through outside employment. Indeed, many so-called farms were owned by proletarians trying to raise a little food to supplement their poor wages. Moving beyond the THIRD program and his 1892 commentary, Kautsky now reasoned that capitalism could actually contribute to small-scale production. So under certain conditions the number of dwarf operations grows under the capitalist form of production, with it and because of it, with the large operation, with the proletariat. The small operation draws its life force not from its own ability to compete but from the worker's wage. As in the THIRD program commentary, Kautsky mentioned that other peasants survived through overwork and self-sacrifice. 9. David replied that Kautsky had taken him too far, that he was not willing to predict that small farms could compete successfully against large but only to say that large-scale production did not possess as great an advantage in agriculture as in industry. He felt it unfair for Kautsky to introduce aspects like high indebtedness or lack of education and capital. These factors need not arise from the nature of small-scale production itself. David questioned specific arguments by Kautsky. Then he finished by attempting a reductio ad absurdum. Kautsky supposed that small farms would continue as peasants found outside employment. He also expected American grain imports to ruin large-scale agriculture, hence Kautsky implied a future of small farms replacing large-scale production, the exact opposite of the THIRD program. David recommended that Social Democrats study agrarian conditions before jumping to such radical conclusions. 10. Kautsky retorted that this use of his arguments was at best a humorous joke. Then he added an important, further observation: since the concentration of capital proceeded at different speeds in different branches of industry and agriculture, one should not conclude that the continued existence of small-scale production in some areas denied capital concentration overall. When capitalist production replaced craftsmen in textiles, mining, and iron, for example, many changed to trade or to some other branch of small-scale production instead of becoming wage laborers. Thus the development of large-scale industry does not necessarily mean a corresponding decrease in the number of small operations. Under certain conditions it can bring about a very considerable increase in this number in a series of branches of production. Similarly, the peasant who could no longer compete in grain might shift to milk, poultry, or fruit. 11. Thus Kautsky implicitly agreed that the model of capital development suggested in the THIRD program Part 1 should not be applied in a one-sided way. After all, the program described tendencies. Small-scale production might sometimes be the benefactor of capital expansion rather than its victim. In his Erfurt program articles and commentary, Kautsky had portrayed small-scale production as simply doomed, enduring it all only through personal sacrifice or because of special conditions. Then in his first article against David, Kautsky confessed that more opportunities for outside employment might contribute to the survival of peasant farms. Finally, Kautsky arrived at the insight that the unexpected resilience of small-scale production in some fields could be the result of capital development elsewhere. Debate had sharpened Kautsky's thinking, but his conclusion contradicted the Erfurt program Part 1 when read as an exact prediction or as a description of conditions already fulfilled. Instead of revising the Erfurt program, however, Kautsky sought how it might still apply if understood as an analytical tool, as identifying tendencies still being realized. When he had first read the agrarian program, Bernstein had also been surprised. He commented to Kautsky, "Something like this has not occurred for a long time. By the way, your answer to David was very good. Now I'll shoot next." Still, Bernstein did not join in the debate at this time. He wrote Kautsky that he felt insecure on the issue and that he needed time to study the facts. Bernstein cautioned Kautsky that in his articles he should have allowed more for the small holding continuing. That land could not be spatially concentrated made it least suitable for capitalism. Bernstein did not predict that the peasant farm would always survive, neither did he demand reforms to aid it especially, but he did weigh the possibility that it might last for a very long time, with important consequences for social democracy. Point 12. G. The Breslau Party Congress. Delegates to the Breslau Party Congress reassembled at 3:15 on the afternoon of October 8, 1895. Quark spoke as the first reporter on the agrarian proposals. To dispel suspicions of secrecy or haste, he detailed the procedure followed by the Commission. He then addressed the issue of whether the agrarian program was truly revolutionary or rather merely reformist by describing it as both. According to Quark, a necessary economic process led to the end of private property in exploitive capital and to the reuniting of laborers with their means of production. Social Democrats should further the process, but they could still improve current conditions in such a way as to prepare for future revolution. Quark believed that the struggle for reforms could introduce socialist ideas to the peasants, and he mentioned that the food supply was crucial to the workers. Quark disputed accusations of state socialism, the other key issue. The party already accepted the present governments performing various tasks for the sake of cultural progress, he pointed out. Engels had advocated public aid for the peasants, Quark alleged. The proposed reforms facilitating social progress also served the proletariat's interests as Kautsky wanted. Point 1. After Quark's speech, the presiding officer, Paul Singer, announced that a resolution had been submitted. It read as follows. The Party Congress resolves, the agrarian program draft presented by the Agrarian Commission is to be rejected, for the program offers to the peasantry the prospect of improving its circumstances, thus the strengthening of its private property, and contributes thereby to giving new life to its property fanaticism. The program declares the interests of agriculture in the present social order to be an interest of the proletariat, but the interests of agriculture, just like the interests of industry under the rule of private property in the means of production, are interests of those who possess the means of production, the exploiters of the proletariat. Further, the draft of the agrarian program gives to the exploiter state new means of power and thereby makes more difficult the class struggle of the proletariat. And finally, the draft assigns to the capitalist state tasks which can be carried out usefully only by a state in which the proletariat has conquered political power. The Congress recognizes that agriculture has its characteristic laws which are different from those of industry and which should be studied and observed if social democracy is to develop a growing effectiveness in the countryside. Accordingly, it commissions the Party Executive Committee, while paying attention to the suggestions already made by the Agrarian Commission, to entrust several qualified persons with the task of thoroughly studying the material available on German agricultural conditions and publishing the results of the study in a series of treatises titled Collection of Agrarian Policy Texts of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. The party executive committee receives authority to spend the money necessary to enable the comrades entrusted with this task to accomplish it. The proposal was called the Kautsky Resolution. Point 2. The second reporter, Max Schippel, ridiculed the commission members and their work. So the next morning Babel replied sharply to the personal attacks. Babel fumed that he and Schippel were finished. Babel warned that the agrarian issue was critical to German political life, that the SPD might divide over the question, that one dare not ignore it. The preamble to the agrarian program had been dropped, and Babel did not believe that the proposals themselves contradicted the Erfurt program. After all, did not the latter also call for reform within the present state and society? Here Babel overlooked that the Erfurt program Part 2 assumed a distinction between the existing state and the present economy. It implied achieving a new state, a democratic republic, while a mixed economy continued for a time. Babel denied that artificially preserving the lower property classes was the intent. The natural social process would not be altered. Babel doubted that the nationalization of mortgages would profit the capitalists in the way Kautsky suggested. If it would, then why had it not been done? Here Babel moved from the question of economic progress to the one of state socialism. He accused Kautsky of holding the most Manchesterite ideas. Social Democrats approved state railroads, Babel observed. Without specifying proletarian control of the government, he continued. On this issue we must break with an old prejudice. We must oppose the state-run operation where it becomes hostile to culture and limits development, as has occurred with the military and the police. In all other respects we can have nothing against state operations becoming more important in terms of number and extent and more workers becoming dependent on them. Babel also appealed to Engels's alleged endorsement of immediate aid to the peasants. Point 3. There next occurred one of the great moments in social democratic intellectual history. Karl Kautsky stepped forward to counter August Babel. Kautsky agreed that the party needed to seek clarity on the agrarian question. But the proposals did not help. But a program cannot create clarity where none exists. We undertook the matter backwards. First we posed the basic principles in Frankfurt. Today we only want to create a program, and then we wish to begin study of the agrarian question. The reverse, it seems, would have been better. His resolution was to provide opportunity to research the issue first. Kautsky explained that he had once said that the proletarian cause was the cause of progress. Now Quark reversed this to say that supporting progress helped the proletariat. Kautsky contended that the reversal was inaccurate. It overlooked the central purpose of truly social democratic reform efforts preparing the workers for the conquest of political power. Point 4. Kautsky thought that the first rural group the SPD should approach were the laborers with little or no land. Attracting the peasants would be more difficult because of their attachment to private property, but there were fewer of them. In respect to thinking about peasants and craftsmen in the same way, Kautsky said that he stood on Engels's position. Kautsky insisted that the party should tell the peasants the truth, that the mode of production caused their desperate condition and hence that their only hope was socialism. The party had grown strong by forthrightly speaking the truth, he claimed. In contrast, if we went to the peasants with the agrarian program, we would cut into our own flesh. First we explain to them the first part of the Erfurt program, we say their situation is hopeless, there is no way to help them, and then we say we want to help them with the agrarian program. Here Kautsky recognized the danger of building a contradiction of theory and practice into the Erfurt program. As he had done earlier, Kautsky distinguished between worker protection and peasant protection. Social Democrats would not have the state intervene in the natural processes of the capitalist economy, neither to guard workers from sub-minimum wages and unemployment nor to maintain peasants on their land. Small-scale agricultural production ruined people, Kautsky believed. Instead of trying to preserve it, one should seek reforms to enhance the peasants' or laborers' personal life. Demands for this purpose were already available in the Erfurt program. Kautsky countered Quark's interpretation of Engels. He challenged Babel's support for government enterprises. He cautioned, Babel's remarks show what a steep slope we have come upon. If we must act positively in the agrarian question, then the only thing left for us is state socialism. I am not criticizing the Commission for having had the courage to attempt to solve a problem which is unsolvable. We must not condemn the Commission, but we must not follow it either. 5. On the following morning, leaders spoke for or against the agrarian program. David disputed specific points made by Schiphol or Kautsky. Zetkin echoed Kautsky's views on the difference between worker protection and peasant protection. Social Democrats sought to strengthen the proletariat for the class struggle, she declared. They did not try to guarantee the laborer's income. Zetkin judged that many of the proposed reforms would be appropriate under a revolutionary government, but that at present they would lead to state socialism. She believed that government employees were more tightly controlled than those in private firms, and that nationalization of mortgages would reinforce the capitalist state, made worse by a large bureaucracy and by militarism. Zetkin finished by expressing concern about the rise of reformism in the party. 6. Liebknecht responded by claiming to agree with Zetkin on theory, while himself still supporting the agrarian proposals. In his opinion, every member of the Commission agreed with the theory of Zetkin and Kautsky. Liebknecht thought that large-scale capitalist production would replace small. But that which occupies us at all congresses and everywhere takes our time, that is the practical questions, he insisted. 7. Where other defenders of the agrarian program like Babel, David, and Quark had argued that it was compatible with the party's theory, Liebknecht's remark suggested further that the proposals could not violate theory because they concerned only practice, a different matter. When the delegates gathered that afternoon, speaking time was limited to 10 minutes. Schonlank protested, but then made perhaps the most significant speech of all. It is characteristic, and for me it was self-evident, that through such differences of opinion a division into two camps must occur. For the psychologist, for the historian, it is indeed very instructive to see how these groups have formed and what kind of people stand on the one side or the other. It is a symptom of the reconstruction of concepts in the party, and only those who do not wish to see will believe that things can continue on the old beaten path. The party's way of seeing things is caught up in reconstruction. We have stopped being a party merely of the industrial proletariat. Social democracy is the party of all those oppressed like the proletariat, all those who suffer, but the policies it wishes to carry out remain industrial worker policies. Laughter is no refutation. Facts prove. The revision of our perceptions proceeds without stopping, and it is again indicative of the fact that dogmatism in the party has already become so strong. Class consciousness cannot be denied of large groups of the rural proletariat. You will realize that we will now have to deal in a very powerful way with the agrarian question, with new concepts, with new goals. Agriculture does not allow itself to be handled according to the old schemas, which until now have so often assumed the place of research and knowledge. Party fanaticism and dogmatism are much worse than the property fanaticism of the small peasants. Moreover, party dogmatism is in no way the result of the materialist conception of history. Marx and Engels would say thanks for nothing to their views being treated dogmatically, as has occurred. Engels has just said in a recently published letter that precisely the Marxists have often falsely understood Marx. In accord with changed conditions, we must also change our tactic. That section of the party which will not hear of innovations is conservative, the other section is revolutionary. Today you laugh, in a few years perhaps you will already be sad. 8. Schonlank had explicitly mentioned both a revision of the party's concepts and also the formation of two factions in the party. Some scholars have plausibly understood the agrarian question as one origin of revisionism in the SPD. 9. However, Schonlank's speech may have another significance. Schonlank stipulated that his comment on the revision of concepts applied only to the agrarian question and to revolution in the correct sense of the word, not to the party's principles. Moreover, he argued that it was the revolutionaries who would seek new ideas, and he wanted the correct use of Marx, in place of a dogmatic interpretation of him. 10. So another question raised in Schonlank's speech was that of how one should understand and apply Marxism, creatively, as a method to analyze actual material conditions. Or rather dogmatically, as a prediction of how society would necessarily change. Significantly in this respect, supporters of the agrarian program like Quark, Babel, Liebknecht, and Vollmer assumed a necessary economic evolution ending small-scale production. It was Kautsky who allowed for counter-tendencies in the historical process. 11. On October 11, after 2.5 days of debate, the Breslau Congress voted. The Kautsky resolution was amended to remove reference to the peasants' alleged property fanaticism, then it was passed 158 to 63. Even among the 63 nays there were those who opposed the agrarian proposals but who disliked the Kautsky resolution too. For Kautsky the decision was a substantial victory, for Babel, Liebknecht, and the Commission, a major defeat. 12. H. The agrarian question after Breslau. Following the Breslau Party Congress, Social Democrats could not agree whether the Kautsky resolution merely rejected the specific agrarian program presented or rather blocked developing any agrarian program at all. Babel had concluded his key speech warning that the Kautsky resolution would stop work on the issue. In a letter to Adler shortly after the Congress, Babel denied the opinion that Kautsky's resolution called for further study leading to new proposals. Babel wrote that the social democratic position in the countryside and in the provincial diets would be hurt and that there would be no guidelines with which to set limits on the Bavarians. 1. This interpretation of the resolution probably troubled Kautsky. On the one hand, he had favored an agrarian program like the one of Engels, he had not meant to ignore the peasants. On the other hand, Kautsky was dissatisfied with his resolution. He apparently confessed to Bernstein that it was not entirely what he had intended. 2. Hence Kautsky tried again to publicize his views, this time in a Neue-Zeit article the week after the party congress. He repeated that the Erfurt program allowed for immediate assistance to the peasants and insisted that his resolution did not prevent it. The resolution does not make impossible practical action for the peasantry in general, rather, only a certain kind of it is rejected, acting in the direction of protecting the peasant form of production, that is, the peasant private property in land. With this rejection a practical reform effort for the agricultural population is as little excluded as practical reform work for the industrial population is excluded by the rejection of protection for craftsmen. We cannot and may not hinder the proletarization of the peasantry, but we can well act toward its happening in the least brutal ways possible. To this activity Engels has already referred in the article so often quoted at the Party Congress. For Kautsky there was a difference between reforms to preserve the peasants' form of production and reforms to improve their condition of life in certain respects, accomplishing the latter might even threaten the former. For example, lengthening the school day might raise the quality of life for the peasants' children while imperiling the farm's economic existence. In contrast, a peasant's losing his land and becoming a factory worker could eventually mean a rise in his standard of living. 3. Similarly, socialists could support certain forms of nationalization, but not others. Kautsky explained. What all state socialists have in common and what separates them from social democracy is the fact that they already expect from the present state the carrying out of measures which are intended to transform the capitalist form of production, to give it a more or less socialist character. Social democracy in contrast declares it to be utopian under the present state and through it to wish to transform the capitalist form of production. From the social democratic standpoint this is also not at all necessary. For the ruling form of production itself is that which yields the preconditions of the socialist society, on the one hand large-scale production, and on the other hand the proletariat. In contrast, those groups must tend toward state socialism which well recognize the correctness of the socialist critique but which do not wish to hear of the conquest of political power by the proletariat, but likewise also those groups for whom the economic and political development proceeds too slowly and who wish to force it. They wish to bring about socialist institutions already under a capitalist state and with the help of the latter. Kautsky affirmed that his resolution at Breslau condemned state socialism. But it does not say at all that every nationalization of economic institutions and functions in the present state is taboo. there is a group of such institutions and functions whose nationalization is necessary already in the capitalist state, not as a means to transform the existing form of production but as a means to meet its own needs. Such acts of nationalization e.g., of the railroads and the large central banks signify neither an attempt to check the economic development nor an attempt to jump a stage of it and through artificial means to create organizational forms belonging to a new society before its preconditions are fully developed. Point 4. In the Marxism of Kautsky and Bernstein, social change was a determined process in which stages of development could not be skipped. Almost ironically, the SPD could promote acts of nationalization which furthered capitalism but must oppose nationalization as a way of achieving socialism before the proletariat had taken political power and capitalism was adequately advanced. In letters in October 1895, Bernstein approved Kautsky's Neue Zeit commentary on his Breslau resolution. After suggesting that the SPD was too focused on parliamentary work, Bernstein contended, "For practical purposes we are really just a radical party i.e., we do no more than what on the other side bourgeois radical parties do. It is also impossible any other way, only we most often hide it from ourselves and use a language which is out of proportion to our actions and to our power." According to Bernstein, because of its language the party had overlooked the key issue. Given their present limited circumstances, Social Democrats could not win the peasants as party members, but the SPD would need them as allies. Instead, the agrarians wanted state socialism, and it was good that Kautsky defeated them. Bebel's whole approach had been wrong, Bernstein thought. It was illogical to propose aid for the peasants and then to claim that they were vanishing. Bebel should have tried to justify peasant aid not theoretically, but opportunistically. Moreover, Bernstein doubted that the peasants as a class were disappearing so quickly. He reminded Kautsky that Engels had said that capitalism affected agriculture last of all. 5. Bernstein commented that Schonlank's speech at Breslau included several good points he would have wanted to raise himself, had he been there. However, there were parts of the speech Bernstein did not like, so it is difficult to discover just which ideas he approved or how he understood them. 6. Did he condemn dogmatic Marxists opposed to the agrarian proposals, because he preferred a program of piecemeal social and economic reforms in cooperation with the existing state? Or rather, did Bernstein merely agree with Schonlank that one should carefully use historical materialism to analyze facts instead of turning Marxism into a schema of the way history would occur? In struggling with these alternatives, one might ask whether Bernstein would have written Kautsky favorably about Schonlank's speech against dogmatism had he judged Kautsky himself to be the guilty party. On the other hand, the supporters of the agrarian program interpreted Marx in a manner allowing them to make predictions. The agrarian question did contribute to Bernstein's intellectual development in the mid-1890s. It challenged him to use historical materialism in a creative fashion to discover why the peasantry was surviving and to examine the implications of this phenomenon for social democracy. Bernstein would need to ask what might happen if the SPD took political power while the peasants were still numerous, what it should do during the therefore long transition from capitalism into socialism, and what steps it should take to prepare for the future transformation even now as the workers gained political influence. Persecution. The Breslau Party Congress took place amidst increased oppression. The end of the anti-socialist laws 5 years before had not signaled toleration. The government searched for ways to continue fighting the SPD, and some officials thought that it could be done as well without the anti-socialist laws. Emperor Wilhelm II proposed the new course of assistance for the laborers to win them away from the SPD, and reforms were weighed in respect to how much they would damage the party. Then, after the Social Democrats showed yet greater strength in the 1893 Reichstag elections, the government intensified repression. Measures contemplated included both a coup d'état and ending the present Reichstag suffrage. The so-called Revolution Bill was introduced, intended to reinforce the criminal and military codes and laws on the press in order to punish more easily those supposedly threatening the state or disparaging religion, the monarchy, the family, or property. When Chancellor Caprivi disagreed with such proposals and with higher food tariffs, he was replaced by Hohenlohe Schillings 1.7. Introduced into the Reichstag on December 6, 1894, the Revolution Bill met widespread protest. The bill threatened the freedom of expression of many Germans, not just socialists, and it was eventually defeated on May 11, 1895.8. Still, other repressive acts proceeded, based on alleged disparagement of the emperor. At the opening of the Reichstag in December 1894, Liebknecht had accidentally remained in the chamber during the cheer for the emperor, instead of leaving as was the social democratic custom. Liebknecht stayed seated and was accordingly threatened with prosecution for lèse-majesté. 9 A year later he was convicted on a similar charge, because of events transpiring in the late summer of 1895. At that time Social Democrats opposed the national observances marking the 25th anniversary of the victory at Sedan in the Franco-Prussian War. A socialist leaflet protested the expense for celebrating a battle in which thousands died and a war fought not in self-defense but for foreign conquest. It criticized the German Reich that arose from the war. Upon the anniversary of Sedan, in September 1895, Wilhelm II referred to the Social Democrats as a gang of people unworthy to bear the name Germans and as a high treasonous band. Then the government launched a campaign of prosecutions of Social Democrats for lèse-majesté. Perhaps half the Vorwärts staff went to jail. In mid-September Babel wrote Adler, "We are sitting on a powder keg. I do not think that the current shouting will be followed by any serious results, but it is a symptom of the situation. The hatred is climbing and the fear, and it needs only some push, which we ourselves certainly do not have to give, and we are facing a catastrophe. Then everything is in question." Again Babel visualized his imminent political Kladderadatsk. Singer warned Adler not to attend the Breslau Party Congress for fear of his being arrested. 10. In his opening speech to the Party Congress, Liebknecht replied to the recent persecution. Under the protection of the state power one insults social democracy, under the protection of the state power one throws the party the gauntlet to fight for life or death. All right. As for the insults to our party, we stand too high for them to reach us. Liebknecht was found guilty of lèse-majesté not because he had actually accused the emperor of something wrong but, according to Vorwärts, because someone present might have misunderstood him that way. Vorwärts cited the opinion of the Frankfurter Zeitung. If this form of interpretation of the lèse-majesté paragraph and the provisions for punishment of insults finds any further development, if it should even become the rule, then the end is not in sight, then no one is actually protected any more from such lawsuits. 11. Then on Monday, November 25, police raided the offices of Vorwärts, the offices of the SPD Executive Committee, and homes of Social Democratic leaders apparently to search for evidence that the party violated paragraphs 8 and 16 of the Prussian law on organizations. A legal process was brought against the Executive Committee and others, but they were eventually found innocent. Vorwärts alleged that the organizational structure of many bourgeois groups in North Germany violated the 1850 ordinance. The newspaper claimed that the SPD, more than any other party, had tried to fulfill the law. 12. Dozens of social democratic writers, editors, and others were sent to jail. Vorwärts regularly published a register of processes for lèse-majesté, along with detailed reports on the exceptional cases. The Interior Ministry instructed the Berlin police to gather information on foreign journalists of newspapers critical of the state, information on morals, political activities, things which might justify deportation. 13 In a period of such persecution, proposals for reformism and state socialism i.e., for achieving socialist goals through cooperation with the existing government may have seemed very out of place. Scholars have suggested several possible causes for revisionism. Among them are these 5, a desire to cooperate with the government on reform work after the new course in 1890, a wish to expand the social democratic movement beyond the industrial proletariat, the observation that conditions in agriculture did not fit Marx's prediction of capital concentration, a similarly unexpected rise in the proletariat's standard of living, and Engels's death allowing Bernstein to attack the ideas of his mentor. We have just seen that the new course was succeeded later by renewed oppression. Nonetheless, Kautsky like Bernstein allowed for certain kinds of state enterprises. We have also seen that Kautsky followed Engels in endorsing reforms for the peasants as citizens and consumers in the present and even as landowners under a dictatorship of the proletariat. Bernstein proposed considering merely an alliance with the peasants. We have further seen how the supporters of the agrarian program predicted a necessary decline in the number of small holdings, while Kautsky and possibly Bernstein supposed that one could pursue an authentically Marxist study of why small-scale agricultural production endured. Finally, we have seen that Kautsky like Bernstein denied that Marxism required the necessary impoverishment of the proletariat. Peasants might improve their lot by becoming wage laborers. Next we shall see how following Engels's death Bernstein at first sought to defend his deceased friend's ideas, to defend them against Lenin's admirers in England. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 3, British Politics. A. Engels, Liebknecht, and the SDF, 1881 to 1895. By October 1888 Bernstein had arrived in London, and by the spring of 1889 he was under attack from the Social Democratic Federation. That this animosity arose so quickly should not surprise us. Bernstein was a close follower of Engels, and Engels had long criticized the SDF. In his opinion many things were wrong with the group, ironically, for many people the representative of Marxism in Great Britain. When Henry Mayer's Hindman launched the Democratic Federation in 1881, the Liberal Party still possessed a strong radical wing which the trade unions would not abandon. The Democratic Federation, like other British socialist groups during the 1880s, lacked mass support from the workers. It was more an association of middle-class politicians and intellectuals. 1. This condition posed a serious problem. Engels, Bernstein, and Kautsky understood Marxism as the theory of the proletariat's self-emancipation. To be a Marxist meant to join with and to guide the labor movement in its various manifestations: trade unions, cooperatives, and eventually an independent political party. But Hindman wanted a new party immediately, so he needed to understand socialism in a different way. In effect, he questioned the proletariat's leading role in its emancipation, and in the eyes of Engels, Bernstein, and Kautsky turned Marxism into a sectarian creed. Hindman's thought alternated between revolution as violent uprising and revolution as nonviolent evolution. He warned the ruling classes and government of rebellion if reforms for the workers were not forthcoming. He favored state socialism and held ideas similar to the Lassallean's iron law of wages and one reactionary mass. He sternly opposed the Liberal Party and had little regard for the trade unions. 2. Thus, Hindman's understanding of the proletariat's formation in capitalism and of its role in a democratic republic and in the arrival of socialism differed from that of mature Marxism. From the perspective of Kautsky and Bernstein, Hindman was utopian in a different sense, in his arbitrary picture of how history would progress towards socialism. In the 1880s Engels countered notions found in the SDF. In 1881 he argued in a British Labour newspaper that in England democracy implied proletarian rule, and that to prepare for rule the proletariat should seek to elect workers to Parliament. In the mid-1880s Hindman was involved with a demonstration of unemployed which became violent. Engels thought that it posed an affront to the real proletariat. In 1886 in his foreword to the English edition of Capital, Engels shared Marx's belief that in England a peaceful transition to proletarian rule was possible, though the new government might then be threatened with overthrow. 3. However, as serious as was the difference between Engels and Hindman over theory, their personal hostility may have been greater. It appears that a number of socialists had difficulty working with Hindman. In 1911 George Bernard Shaw recalled, "Hindman has charming manners and is the worst leader that ever drove his followers into every other camp, even into the cabinet, to escape from his leadership." Engels reacted negatively to Hindman's perceived haughtiness, reporting to Bernstein on October 27, 1882, about the many little Democrats in London. Engels continued. Their newest central head or head chief is a lawyer Hindman, a strong Democratic place hunter and parliament candidate defeated in the last elections. All these little people have no one behind them except each other. They break up into all kinds of sects and into the non-sectarian general democratic giddiness. The important thing is to show the world how important one is. Goodwill is richly present in most of them, but also goodwill to play a role. It did not help matters that Engels believed that Hindman had failed to cite Marx properly in an 1881 publication. Point 4. Hence Engels may have taken some pleasure in the double debacle which befell the SDF in 1884 and 1885. First Edward Aveling, Ernest Balfour Bax, and William Morris seceded to form the Socialist League. Engels wrote to Bernstein, "One will finally operate modestly, proportional to one's strength, and no longer behave as if the English proletariat must immediately fall in when a few intellectuals turn to socialism and blow roll call." For the new group Engels recommended a program including involvement with elections, trade unions, and cooperatives. However, the Socialist League took a different course. It eventually became anarchistic and dismissed labor reforms. Point 5. Then in 1885 another group departed after the SDF had taken money from the conservatives to run candidates against the liberals. Engels condemned this Tory gold scandal in a letter to Bernstein on December 7, 1885. H knew that taking money from the Tories meant nothing else than totally ruining the socialists morally in the eyes of the single class from which they can recruit, namely the great masses of radical workers. Point 6. Engels desired that the SDF dissolve even more before the workers in England wanted an authentic social democratic party. The preconditions for this turn of events emerged around the year 1886 when Joseph Chamberlain abandoned the Liberals, leaving some of his former followers to seek a new, alternative direction. About the same time, London's unskilled labourers were being organised, leading to the formation of the new unions and to the dock strike, the gas workers' strike, and May Day 1890. In the dock strike, Engels saw the rebirth of the British labour movement. He endorsed the new unions in his foreword to the 1891 English edition of The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844. A workers' party independent of the Liberals emerged in 1888 in the Scottish Labour Party of James Keir Hardie. Formation of the Independent Labour Party followed in 1893. Significantly, Edward Bernstein attended its founding convention. Point 7. Leaders of the SDF took Liebknecht's struggle in Germany as an inspiration for their own in Great Britain. Liebknecht repeatedly sided with the SDF, sometimes against Engels and Bernstein. One example concerned the 1889 Paris Congress of the Second International. In February of that year, Babel and Liebknecht were forced to choose between supporting the International Labour Congress called by the French Marxists or seeking to combine that meeting with the one called by the French Possibilists. Engels favoured the former Congress, Hindman, the latter one. In March 1889 Bernstein replied to an article in Justice with a brochure which criticized the SDF and the Possibilists and which countered accusations of intrigue on the part of Engels and the SPD leaders. Because Liebknecht sought to have one Congress, on April 4 Engels wrote him that he did not understand the situation in England and that Bernstein did so much better. Finally, Liebknecht acquiesced and backed the French Marxists. Both congresses took place that summer, Hindman attending the one while the SPD participated in the other. Point 8. The deep enmity between Engels and Bernstein on the one side and Hindman and the SDF on the other continued into the next decade. In June 1892, just before the parliamentary elections, Engels tallied Hindman's troubles for Babel. Justice was losing money, the SDF failed to grow as fast as the socialist movement in general, and it could not compete with the Fabians. Engels did not want Hindman's friendship. Engels doubted that Hindman had any chance of electoral victory. On August 12, 1892, Engels wrote Kautsky, "The SDF is really just a pure sect. They have ossified Marxism into a dogma, and since they push away every workers' movement which is not orthodox Marxist, that is, since they carry out precisely the opposite of the policy recommended in the manifesto, they make it impossible for them to become anything other than a Section 9. Still, Liebknecht continued to recognize the SDF as the Marxist party in Great Britain, repeating its interpretation of politics there, which was also his own. Writing to Babel on July 3, 1892, Engels called Vorwärts's reports on the elections colossal stupidity. The England of Vorwärts exists only in the fantasy of the writer. The opinion that the Tories today are better for the workers than the Liberals is the opposite of the reality. On the contrary, all the Manchester prejudices of the Liberals of 1850 are creeds only with the Tories today, while the Liberals know very well that for them it is a matter of getting the workers' vote if they want to continue as a party. The Tories are no longer merely the fashion of the great landlords as until 1850, the sons of the Cobdens, Brights, and the great bourgeois and anti-com law people all went over to the Tory camp between 1855 and 1870, and Liberals have their strength now in the non-state church lower and middle bourgeois. 10. To this way of thinking, it was wrong for Vorwärts to interpret the elections as if they were occurring between the liberal and conservative parties of Germany or as if British conditions had remained unchanged for 40 years. Far from being the party of the capitalists, the Liberals now represented the lower middle classes, laborers, and religious nonconformists, sometimes with socialist ideas. Keir Hardie's victory in 1892 particularly pleased Engels. On July 7 he wrote Babel. Wonderful irony of world history, each of the two old parties must appeal to the workers, make concessions to the workers, in order to remain at the helm or to get at it, and in this each feels that precisely in doing this it is helping its successor into the saddle. And yet they cannot do otherwise. What is our little humor compared to the colossal humor which breaks through in the historical development? 11. Engels could enjoy the humorous way in which the historical process advanced socialism in England through the existing parties and labor organizations, and almost despite anyone's plan, because for him Marxism was the analysis and affirmation of this historical evolution. Later in July Engels complained to Bernstein about Liebknecht's handling of the elections. Engels predicted that Gladstone would need to reform the suffrage, increasing the number of worker votes. Thus an excellent situation for us. Bernstein also thought that the Liberal Party no longer represented capital as it had before, and that it would have to make reforms in the interest of the workers. He believed that the SDF, like Liebknecht, was hopelessly out of date in its assessment of both liberal and conservative parties. In 1895 Bernstein wrote Engels, "It is really remarkable how much the local socialists foster utopianism on the one hand and live with antiquated views on the other." Last Wednesday a member of the SDF characterized the two great bourgeois parties exactly as it was customary 60 years ago, capital and land. 12. In the midst of the deep antagonism between Engels and the SDF, Ernest Balfour Bax played a complicated role. In 1875 at the age of 21, Bax traveled to Germany, where he studied music and philosophy and was attracted by the ideas of Eduard von Hartmann. In 1879 Bax read Capital. In 1881 he published an article on Marx which won Marx's praise, though not his complete endorsement. In the 1880s Bax was recognized in England as an authority on socialism. In 1884 he resigned from the SDF, having become a member in 1882. Engels could appreciate Bax's intellectual effort while still questioning his political judgment. In February 1886 Engels warned Laurent Lafargue. For practical agitation poor Bax is most dangerous, being utterly inexperienced, throws ideas of the study, quite raw they are, into the meeting room, has the feeling that something must be done to set the ball rolling, and does not know what. In an April letter to Zarga, Engels described Bax as a hunter of philosophical paradoxes, and in August 1886 Engels told Babel that Bax had concocted in a philosophical manner his own private socialist theory, which he holds to be the true Marxism, and caused much damage with it. 13. In 1888 Bax rejoined the SDF, soon becoming one of Hindman's co-workers and a contributor to Justice. Still he continued to visit Engels. He sought to reconcile the two leaders, and while attempting it made life immensely more difficult for Bernstein and Kautsky. According to Bernstein, Bax allied with Louise Freiberger and her husband and then allowed them to use him against her former husband Kautsky, against Eleanor Marx, and against Bernstein, the good friend of both. Bernstein detested the alleged intrigue and resented Bax's alleged plagiarizing of various German writings, especially Kautsky's. In his memoirs, Bernstein sketched what he took to be the theory of Bax. Rather than being a Marxist, Bax was in the French radical tradition. 14. B. The Fabian Essays, 1889. Just as Bernstein encountered opponents in London, he also discovered allies. Soon after arriving in 1888, he began frequenting the British Museum, where he found George Bernard Shaw. That autumn Bernstein attended a series of lectures chaired by Shaw, lectures which Shaw edited and published the following year as the Fabian Essays in Socialism. Here lay a gold mine of arguments against opinions present in the SDF, for the Fabians had developed their theory from 1884 onward in opposition to Hindman. 1 While neither approving all Fabian thought nor needing to endorse the strategy of permeation, Bernstein could still appreciate those particular ideas closest to the views of Kautsky and himself and most opposed to the SDF. 1. The social revolution. The two Marxists postulated that beneath all social and political change, including the class struggle, there occurred an economic evolution from individual labor to increasingly socialized production. Like other changes, the transition to socialism resulted from this historical process. Hence the transformation could not be accomplished through political revolution alone, no matter how violent. The Fabians could concur. Hubert Bland wrote, "All sociologists, I think, all socialists I am sure, are agreed that until the economic moment has arrived, although the hungry or the ignorant may kick up a dust in Whitechapel and make a bloody puddle in Trafalgar Square, the social revolution is impossible. For the same reason, socialism was inevitable. Even without socialist politicians, socialist practices would be instigated, often by people antagonistic to socialism in principle. 2. Kautsky and Bernstein allowed that the exact point of transition from capitalism to socialism might pass unnoticed. Since they pictured the change to rest on economic growth involving the accumulation of forces of production, they foresaw the alteration occurring gradually. Kautsky would concede during the agrarian controversy that various branches of industry and agriculture approached socialization at different speeds. Sudden imposition of the new order was implausible without a prior utopian scheme to realize. The Fabians could agree. Perhaps Shaw stated their position most eloquently. The experienced social democrat converts his too ardent follower by first admitting that if the change could be made catastrophically it would be well worth making, and then proceeding to point out that as it would involve a readjustment of productive industry to meet the demand created by an entirely new distribution of purchasing power, it would also involve, in the application of labor and industrial machinery, alterations which no afternoon's work could effect. You cannot convince any man that it is impossible to tear down a government in a day, but everybody is convinced already that you cannot convert first and third class carriages into second class, rookeries and palaces into comfortable dwellings, and jewelers and dressmakers into bakers and builders, by merely singing the Marseillaise. More pointedly, he continued, demolishing a Bastille with 7 prisoners in it is one thing, demolishing one with 14 million prisoners is quite another. This emphasis on the gradual, piecemeal building up of socialism out of capitalism has been identified as the essence of Fabianism. However, it also characterized the mature Marxist understanding of social revolution. 3. 2. Scientific analysis, not utopian speculation. Kautsky and Bernstein believed that an underlying economic evolution ultimately determined social and political alterations, and they charged the social democratic theorist with elucidating the fundamental changes already occurring. They repudiated the image of the socialist as one envisioning an ideal order to be imposed suddenly on society. 4. The Fabians likewise rejected such utopian speculation in favor of scholarly observation. Annie Besant maintained, There are two ways in which a scheme for a future organization of industry may be constructed. Of these, by far the easier and less useful is the sketching of utopia, an intellectual gymnastic in which a power of coherent and vivid imagination is the one desideratum. And she later continued. The second way is less attractive, less easy, but more useful. Starting from the present state of society, it seeks to discover the tendencies underlying it, to trace those tendencies to their natural outworking in institutions and so to forecast, not the far-off future, but the next social stage. It fixes its gaze on the vast changes wrought by evolution, not the petty variation made by catastrophes, on the revolutions which transform society, not the transient riots which merely upset thrones and behead kings. The two Marxists required that social democrats think carefully about their immediate demands, seeking reforms appropriate to the given stage of social development. Besant accepted the task and added that lacking a concrete plan of the future society would not pose a problem. The determined economic evolution made such a final goal useless. One needed no vision of socialism to know when to start the struggle or when to stop. She explained. Both difficulties are disposed of by the fact that we are not going to begin. There will never be a point at which a society crosses from individualism to socialism. The change is ever going forward, and our society is well on the way to socialism. All we can do is to consciously cooperate with the forces at work, and thus render the transition more rapid than it would otherwise be. 5. 3. Socialization of the means of production. For the Fabians, the transition to socialism would heavily involve the state. It would tax what the Fabians termed economic rent and use the revenue to extend public enterprises. Merely to tax and regulate private property could be disastrous, they feared. The government must socialize industry. Graham Wallas insisted. The progressive socialization of land and capital must proceed by direct transference of them to the community through taxation of rent and interest and public organization of labor with the capital so obtained, not solely by a series of restrictions upon their use in private exploitation. Shaw, too, considered the taxation of rent a step towards socialization. 6. Thus the Fabians endorsed one of the two aims of German Marxism, socialization of the means of production and exchange. Moreover, in some details their vision of the transition to socialism resembled the one of Kautsky and Bernstein. For example, the Fabians believed that socialization should begin with the rings and trusts. Companies of intermediate size would die out in competition with state-owned firms, successful small-scale production could continue in private hands. During the transition phase workers would still earn wages, and income would vary with each laborer's talent and industriousness. Like Kautsky, the Fabians thought that owners should be compensated for their socialized enterprises. Various levels of government, not just the central state, might own factories and land. 7. For the Democratic Republic. Even if the Fabians approved one Marxist aim, socialization, surely they rejected the other one, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Not necessarily, if one remembers what Kautsky in the mid-1890s was coming to understand by the phrase, the rule of the working class in a democratic republic with a mixed economy. 8. In the Fabian essays Shaw described an earlier difficulty in deciding what institution could assume economic rent. He recalled how in the past the Whigs had criticized the national government. But now one sought democratic reforms like entrance examinations and government responsibility. Shaw explained, thus the old bugbear of state imbecility did not terrify the socialist, it only made him a democrat. Shaw proceeded. Consequently, we have the distinctive term social democrat, indicating the man or woman who desires through democracy to gather the whole people into the state, so that the state may be trusted with the rent of the country, and finally with the land, the capital, and the organization of the national industry with all the sources of production in short, which are now abandoned to the cupidity of irresponsible private individuals. Kautsky opposed some government economic activities while condoning others. Similarly, Bland wrote, still it must not be forgotten that although socialism involves state control, state control does not imply socialism, at least in any modern meaning of the term. It is not so much to the thing the state does, as to the end for which it does it, that we must look before we can decide whether it is a socialist state or not. Socialism is the common holding of the means of production and exchange, and the holding of them for the equal benefit of all. In the Fabian vision, even the democratic state would have limits set upon it. For example, its economic functions would need to conform to the necessary historical process, and public control of the means of production would occur at different levels of government ranging from town boards to parliament. 9. 5. Political revolution. The Fabians believed that achieving a democratic republic in England required only further reform within the existing constitution, something possible through the suffrage. Bland dismissed violent political revolution. The physical force man, like the privileged Tory, has failed to take note of the flux of things, and to recognize the change brought about by the ballot. Under a larger franchise, the barricade is the last resort of a small and desperate minority, a frank confession of despair, a reduction to absurdity of the whole socialist case. Revolutionary heroics, natural and unblameable enough in exuberant puerility, are imbecile babblement in muscular adolescence, and in manhood would be criminal folly. Here one is reminded perhaps of Engels's warning about street fighting, of his advising English labourers to try to elect workers to Parliament, of his acknowledging that a peaceful transition to proletarian rule was possible in England, while allowing for the possibility of a counter-revolution. Kautsky and Bernstein also recognized the possibility of peaceful change in England, while remembering that Germany was far behind England on the road to becoming a democratic republic. 10. 6. Human consciousness in history. Just because they challenged the notion that socialism could be established through utopian dreaming followed by a violent act of human will, one should not think that the Fabians relegated human consciousness to a passive role in historical development. Like Kautsky and Bernstein, they struggled to comprehend the intricate interaction of material conditions with human purposes. For Sidney Webb, the human will was a product of its environment, yet could influence that environment. He argued that political change must sometimes precede social transformation, and then explained, it must by no means be supposed that these beginnings of social reorganization have been effected, or the proposals for their extension brought to the front, without the conscious efforts of individual reformers. The zeitgeist is potent, but it does not pass acts of parliament without legislators, or erect municipal libraries without town councillors. Though our decisions are molded by the circumstances of the time, and the environment, at least rough hues our ends, shape them as we will, yet each generation decides for itself. Like Kautsky, Sidney Olivier did not take a religious or natural law approach to ethics, but the Fabians recognized the power of morals. Olivier surmised that the socialist movement attracted people concerned about the instability of life in capitalist society, as was Kautsky. 11. 7. The proletariat struggle. The Fabian essays address the central question of the Erfurt program and the writings of Kautsky and Bernstein associated with it, the formation of the proletariat and its role in the coming revolution. In the Fabian essays, one supposed that capital development was decreasing the middle classes and reducing society to a small number of possessors facing a large number of workers. The proletariat would bring about the socialist revolution. In Oliver's opinion, with us the class whose freedom is incessantly threatened by the operation of private capitalism is the class which by its political position holds in its hand the key to the control of industrial form, that is to say, its members can modify, as soon as they elect to, the laws of property and inheritance in the state of Britain. They can, as soon as they see clearly what is needed, supersede institutions now immoral because useless and mischievous by institutions which shall re-establish the elementary conditions of social existence and the possibility of the corresponding morality, namely, the opportunity for each individual to earn his living and the compulsion upon him to do so. 12. According to the Fabians, the political conflict in Great Britain did not parallel the economic class struggle between labor and capital. Bland complained, the truth is borne in upon us that the pace of political progress has no proper relation to the rate at which we are traveling towards socialism in the spheres of thought and industry. Webb intended to circumvent the problem by permeating the Liberal Party with socialist ideas. However, Bland opposed permeation. He feared that the Liberals would simply absorb the Socialists, only to expel them later. He looked forward to a true socialist party deliberately pursuing socialization of the means of production. Then the House of Commons would begin to resemble the divisions in society. 13. In the Fabian essays, William Clark denied that either the economic process or the political conditions had advanced far enough in Great Britain to allow the transition to socialism. However, in general the Fabians could agree that, with increasing labor influence on both major political parties, reforms could be enacted to complete the democratic system, to socialize those means of production ready for it, and to strengthen the proletariat for its future role. Again, the Fabians could accept views held by Kautsky as well as by Bernstein. 14. See the Fabians and German Marxism. Whence did these similarities between mature Marxism and certain aspects of Fabian thought arise? Did Bernstein simply abandon Marxism for Fabianism? He denied it. And what of Kautsky? Or did some Fabians develop Marxist ideas in the same direction as Bernstein and Kautsky? Fabians preferred to see in their efforts a repudiation of Marxism. 15. Perhaps there is a third possibility. The theory of socialism expressed in the Fabian essays appears particularly to resemble the Marxism of Kautsky and Bernstein on those points where the Fabians rejected an approach to socialism supposedly found in the SDF, failing to study the details of economic evolution and their implications for historical change, overlooking problems of a transition to socialism, endorsing violence in social revolution even in England. The Fabians and the two continental Marxists were dissatisfied with this kind of thinking. Earlier, Marx and Engels had criticized socialists who called for immediate proletarian revolution without regard for the necessary political and material conditions. Later, Marxists disputed the Lassallean's one reactionary mass and iron law of wages. Perhaps specific ideas in the Fabian essays resembled certain ones of Marx, Engels, Kautsky, or Bernstein because both these four and the Fabians sometimes fought similar doctrines. 16. However, Engels disliked the Fabians, which on the face of it would weigh against the suggestion that important parallels existed between Fabian and mature Marxist thought. Engels could oppose the Fabians' approach to socialism while still admitting that they did well on particular issues. In March 1895, for example, he wrote to Laura Lafargue, Sidney Webb and the Fabians, muffs though they be as socialists, are really doing very good work municipally and fighting energetically and cleverly for an autonomous London. Engels resented the Fabians' upper-class orientation and their independence of the workers' movement. In early 1893 he complained to Zarga. Here in London the Fabians are a gang of place seekers who have enough understanding to see the inevitability of the social revolution but who cannot trust the raw proletariat alone with this giant task and accordingly have the kindness to place themselves in the lead. Fear of the revolution is their basic principle. 17. In 1891 Bernstein also expressed a mixed view of the Fabians, questioning their theory and their tactics while applauding specific research. In 1892 in a letter to Babel, Engels mentioned Bernstein's comical respect for the Fabians, and Babel replied, "It is really humorous how Ada hangs on the Fabians." One should note, however, that Engels's comment was prompted by Kautsky's rejecting part of an article concerning the Fabians and the SDF, that Engels found Bernstein's respect for the Fabians merely comical, and that Engels expected Bernstein's regard for them to diminish if ignored. Engels did not necessarily think that Bernstein was abandoning Marxism. Then in late 1893 the Fabians underwent an apparent shift in strategy, they decided to support independent Labour candidates for Parliament and appeared to break with the Liberal Party. Their assuming the new direction perhaps seemed to Bernstein to address one of Engels's objections to the Fabians, their close association with the Liberal Party and lack of ties to the working class. 18. Perhaps it was not a choice of either, or. Bernstein could sincerely believe that he was a Marxist while also using certain Fabian ideas if these particular ideas were found in Marxism, too. Bernstein did not need to reject Marxism in order to use specific Fabian arguments against the SDF, because arguments like these had also been made by Kautsky, Engels, and even Marx himself. Bernstein could concur with other Fabian insights when a Marxist analysis of English conditions reached similar results. And he could use still other Fabian ideas which did not contradict Marxism. Point 19. D. The parliamentary elections of 1895. Just before Engels's death in August 1895, Bernstein had become embroiled with the SDF in a bitter discussion of electoral politics in Great Britain. In mid-July, Justice reported that some liberals claimed to favor socialism but still campaigned against SDF candidates. The newspaper complained. The majority of the workers who vote liberal are not liberals at all. They believe in socialism, but they think it possible to get something in this direction out of the liberals, while they regard our candidatures as hopeless. For this and other reasons, we have to go on victory or defeat until we have completely smashed the Liberal Party. For justice, there was little difference between Liberal and Tory since both favored the monopoly of the means of production. Our object is to destroy that monopoly. Nay, more, we say that that monopoly is breaking down. We see that the forces which have developed that monopoly, and those it has engendered, are, by constantly adding to the pile of unconsumed wealth and to the means of producing wealth, as well as by the steady concentration of capital, rapidly developing a crisis in which the capitalist system will be engulfed. It is for us to help on this development by every means in our power, and as far as possible remove the obstacles which stand in its way. It is scarcely possible that the revolution will stand still while we are creating a parliamentary majority, nor is it reasonable to suppose that the economic development will await the moment when Social Democrats will control political power. Point 1. Here was a program of intense if simplified class struggle, of an imminent economic collapse which was to be encouraged, and of a non-parliamentary conquest of political power. It somewhat resembled Babel's Kladderadatsk, but emphasized economic necessity while ignoring differences between Germany and Great Britain. It contrasted sharply with Kautsky and Bernstein's vision of socialism evolving naturally out of capitalism after the establishment of a democratic republic with a proletarian majority government. Point 2. While an unusually severe business crisis, the Junkers, or a war against the Franco-Russian alliance might precipitate a catastrophe in Germany, Bernstein thought it silly to hope for one in England. He wrote Kautsky, the laughable exaggerations of the Social Democratic Federation explain why many workers do not vote socialist. In an article on the fall of the Rosebery government, Bernstein sought to correct the SDF's picture of the British political situation. First, the Rosebery government represented the Liberal Party British bourgeois Democrats and not the Socialists, so he felt it was wrong to condemn the government for not fulfilling a socialist agenda. Second, Bernstein believed that with the existing electoral system, the Liberals' loss of votes to the Socialists helped only the Conservatives. By attacking John Burns, the SDF had virtually guaranteed his defeat. Bernstein claimed that the sectarianism of the SDF had led to the birth of the ILP. Now, third, the ILP's policy of attacking the Liberals especially had led to a rebirth of the Labour Electoral Association of the TUC. Bernstein explained that its legislative program consisted of demands not unlike those of the socialist parties, but that the association asked laborers to vote for the candidate whose program was closest to the one of the association, which often meant a liberal. Bernstein described the association's recent conference as not really an expression of reaction against socialism as much more one against the momentary tactic of the socialist parties in England or the manner in which it is presented by representatives of these. And so long as we have no large united socialist party in England which in itself offers the protection of independence from the human weakness of individual prominent personalities, the balancing weight of this organization cannot hurt. Point 3. In Bernstein's analysis, the British proletariat did not express its desire for socialism by supporting candidates of socialist parties because of the latter's tactlessness. Instead, workers would often vote Liberal on pro-socialist grounds. In mid-July the Liberal Party suffered a major defeat, much to the joy of the SDF. Justice celebrated increased SDF votes and then continued. On the other hand, we have overwhelming cause for exultation in that this election has effected the practical extinction of the Liberal Party. That organized hypocrisy, which for so long has numbed and paralyzed the revolutionary movement, has been smashed, destroyed, and pulverized. In London and the provinces, north, south, east and west, from Dan to Beersheba, the party of fads and frauds, of prigs and plutocrats, has been smitten hip and thigh. Supposedly, the liberal defeat cleared the way for the revolutionary confrontation of the two classes. At last, after years of weary working and waiting, the buffer party has been smashed, and we have got all our enemies in front, for the SDF held a formalistic view of class struggle, of society divided into two antagonistic camps with the united workers in one political movement, the united capitalists in the other. Bernstein criticized this formalistic view. Over a period of several months his argument against the SDF consisted of three premises and a conclusion. The character of class conflict might vary from country to country, since politics and other cultural phenomena in the superstructures differed for different social-economic bases. Specific political situations in Germany and Britain prevented the political contests in the two nations from mirroring the respective social-economic struggles. In neither country had the historical evolution arrived at two unified groups of proletariat and capital fighting each another. Hence it was foolish to apply the German political model even to politics in Britain, much less to economic or social development. Bernstein could see his attack on the SDF schema as Marxist. He was merely applying Engels's understanding of the relationship between basis and superstructure. 5. Writing in mid-July 1895, before all the election returns were in, Bernstein observed that British workers had appeared to vote against their own interests, even helping elect candidates opposed to extension of the franchise or the factory laws. Such behavior must seem strange to many continental social democrats. Bernstein remarked, "We see in the industrial proletariat the spiritual carrier of social progress, the revolutionary class by occupation and nature, and in the country where this class is the strongest and most developed, it appears to prove itself not a revolutionary, rather a conservative if not even a reactionary force. Is our theory false?" 6. Not necessarily, as Bernstein would go on to explain. When conditions varied greatly from country to country, one theory need not reach identical results. Bernstein argued that in Germany the proletariat still confronted a semi-feudal, bureaucratic police state obeyed by a bourgeoisie which sought compensation in profits for its lack of political influence. Social Democrats had to fight for liberal democratic reforms. Bernstein wrote, "We overcame most of the childhood illnesses very early and became a great political party almost before the historical preconditions for a strong independent action by the proletariat were completely fulfilled. It shall not be discussed here how this is reflected in the relationship that often exists between our talk and our actions, but it should be remembered that we often enough, and correctly, carry out political tasks which should basically be matters for bourgeois parties. We realize that with the power we took from them we also received their duties in part. 7. A few weeks later this insight was reflected in Bernstein's comment to Kautsky that at present the SPD could be only a radical reform party in practice, and that speeches calling for government economic aid to the peasants were incommensurate with the party's situation. 8. An apparent contradiction between the long-term goal of socialism and the immediate demand for bourgeois reforms was unavoidable in Germany without a democratic republic. Bernstein had become convinced that in the struggle for liberalism and democracy in Germany important economic conflicts among the laborers, within the bourgeoisie, and between the bourgeoisie and Junkers were artificially covered over. The appearance of a two-class polarization arose from Germany's reactionary political constitution, not from an advanced stage of social economic development. Thus Germany's rigid form of political struggle did not provide an adequate model of class conflict, if not even for Germany, so much less so for Great Britain. Bernstein wrote, "Now if this formalistic understanding leads even in Germany to very slanted judgments of things, which would necessarily become disastrous if for the most part the healthy instinct of the party did not find the right way when it comes to action, It becomes absolutely untenable in countries where the preconditions for a hothouse development of things are absent. We perceive the class struggle as occurring continuously in the same direction among groups which more or less correspond to each other economically and politically. Accordingly, the political and economic class struggles correspond. Things appear differently to the English worker. Groups which still play a fairly important role in Germany do not exist for him, those which do exist stand to each other and to him politically in changing party alignments. The economic conflicts are reflected politically in a much weaker form, a much more obscured form than in Germany. The economic struggle and the political struggle appear sometimes to fit together as little as family conflicts and political party attachments. 9. In an analysis like Bernstein's, the advanced stage of social economic development in Great Britain did not manifest itself in a two-party political conflict because of the workers' immaturity and because of inadequate leadership among socialists. In Germany, because of the reactionary nature of the Junker monarchy, the comparatively earlier stage of development did not produce a strong group of progressive political parties compromising with one another and seeking liberal democratic reforms. In both countries, local, particular, political constitutional aspects of the superstructure modified the class struggle in the social economic basis. From Bernstein's perspective, only a fool would use the German model to interpret British politics to assume that in Great Britain a specifically social democratic party could represent a united proletariat as the SPD appeared to do in Germany, to argue that the British Liberal Party was as conservative as the liberal parties in Germany, or to believe that the Liberal Party represented the interests of capital as did its German counterparts. Yet, to Bernstein, such foolishness was what the SDF was doing. Moreover, the German model failed even for Germany to the extent it retained Lassaline elements like one reactionary mass. A mature Marxist analysis advised a policy like the SPD leaders' actual practice of cooperation. In his mid-July article, Bernstein commented that often British workers voted for their own immediate economic interests, which made the political situation even more complicated. In the absence of a political pressure artificially unifying the movement, laborers in various industries and localities carried on the class struggle in varying ways, sometimes even against other workers' organizations, he observed. There was no simple class struggle of proletariat against capital on the national level. 10. In late July, Bernstein criticized the ILP. It would have been all right for the party to campaign to win, he agreed. But instead, it targeted the liberals, immensely benefiting the conservatives while gaining nothing itself. Following the slogan of "Smash the Liberals," in districts without an independent Labour candidate, socialists even voted for the Tory. Bernstein believed that the policy was not necessary and that with modest cooperation the ILP could have secured a number of seats. He judged that the ILP tactic helped give the Tories more power than they had enjoyed that century. Besides unjustifiably accusing the Liberals of being the party of wealth, the socialist candidates even adopted conservative arguments. Bernstein concluded, when the psychologically understandable but factually little justified joy in the socialist camp over the damage caused the Liberals is past, it is hoped that one will there too move on to carrying out a revision of one's own policy. 11. When in late July the editors of Justice learned that a German socialist writer had in Vorwärts responded differently to the elections, they assumed that it was a foreigner unfamiliar with their situation in Great Britain. The Liberal Party there was unlike liberal parties on the continent, they claimed, in that it deceitfully promised socialism in order to thwart the social democratic movement. The Liberals would have succeeded still better except for the policy of attacking them. 12. Bernstein answered that he knew the English situation and that he asked what each party would do to strengthen the proletariat. I try to judge parties after their actual position and main composition and their measures according to their actual value for the final emancipation of the workers, he said. The Liberals depended on the Labour vote more than did the Conservatives. According to Bernstein, the SDF had misjudged the Tories, too. They were ever more the party of reaction, representing 9/10 of the nation's wealth. Bernstein expected that they would limit the London County Council, strengthen the private schools, and oppose worker influence. Moreover, helping defeat the liberals did not profit the socialists. Bernstein echoed Engels, "On the whole I think the elections have shown that the socialists have a better chance where they have not acted before as the door opener to the conservatives." Here Bernstein was not arguing in favor of the Liberal Party. Rather, he was questioning a tactic of assisting the Tories, a policy which he thought hurt the socialist movement in the workers' eyes. In a passage recalling Kautsky's warnings against utopian speculation replacing concrete demands, Bernstein perhaps implied that the socialist parties had focused too much on future goals to the neglect of present interests. Justice retorted, "We regret that Bernstein does not see that the view he takes of our action is precisely that taken by the most dangerous and insidious of our enemies here. It is not, as he seems to suppose, a question of the liberals in office or out of office, but of so crippling their party as to prevent them from any further gulling the workers. Surely when all English socialists are entirely agreed upon a given policy it is rather surprising to experience adverse criticism from our German comrades, especially when that policy is bitterly resented by the parties who are ever ready to applaud any reverse our comrades anyway suffer." Point 13. Of course, Justice identified English socialists with socialist voters, not with socialist-minded trade unionists who voted for the liberals. In the following months Bernstein and the SDF published additional evidence to uphold their respective interpretations of British politics. To Justice, the Cardiff TUC in late August confirmed that the trade unions had turned against socialism. Justice complained that during the elections SDF candidates had stood for the goals of the unions, including nationalization of the means of production, that many SDF candidates had sided with the trade unions, but that union members still voted liberal. Then, via the TUC's parliamentary committee, the old unions pushed through a policy of proportional representation, thus greatly increasing their influence in TUC decisions, a policy of ending representation from local trades councils, and a policy of requiring delegates to be actively engaged in their trade, thus excluding Tom Mann, John Burns, and James Keir Hardie. Justice criticized the latter policy and also the motion to rescind previous resolutions in favor of nationalization. Point 14. In contrast, Bernstein described the TUC at Cardiff as understandable and to Social Democrats acceptable. Some opposition to the legal 8-hour workday surfaced, because the resolution in question did not include a clause allowing for voluntary exemption of certain trades, but the TUC showed solid progress on child labor, Bernstein decided. He argued that limiting delegates to only those practicing their trade made sense in a country which seemed to have so many political adventurers. Bernstein recognized that proportional representation bestowed great power on the executives of the largest unions, but to him the nature of the congresses justified it. He explained, "But at them it is mainly a matter of questions of direct execution, of resolutions for which the trade unions must be willing and ready to commit their entire power. And though the crushing of the smaller and more middle-sized by the large organizations is theoretically possible, it is little to be feared in practice, other than as a countermeasure against the attempt to impose on the large organizations a policy of which they do not want to hear." Where the SDF judged the TUC on its acceptance of a specific ideal, comprehensive nationalization of the means of production, here Bernstein asked what organization of the TUC would best strengthen the union movement and the working class. Bernstein reported that to the ILP and SDF the proportional representation and the other changes appeared anti-socialist, but he found this viewpoint exaggerated. He maintained, "What the representatives of the large trade unions are turning against is not socialism as theory or worldview but rather socialism as they meet it in practice, represented by the Socialist Party or party groups as a political factor." Significantly, Bernstein observed, the trade union leaders most favoring the new practice were opponents of the ILP, often from areas where the ILP's role in the recent parliamentary elections had been bitterly resented. Bernstein believed that the new policy enjoyed wide support. He told Kautsky on September 4, 1895. "It is the reaction of the workers' movement against socialist adventurism. If the Parl. Committee had not imposed the new statutes, on the Congress, the majority for them would probably have been even greater. In his article, Bernstein questioned the ILP. It cannot be denied that the unions as a whole are moving forward. When they suddenly stop and give a vote of no confidence to a party which specifically calls itself the Workers' Party, it is still worth the trouble to investigate if the mistake does not lie to a good extent on the side of the latter. Point 15. In unsigned reports to Vorwärts in November, Bernstein attempted to provide further evidence of how little the economic class struggle in Great Britain corresponded to the political one in Germany. In municipal elections, ILP attacks on the Liberals helped Conservatives win, while both Liberal and Tory candidates adopted the Socialists' proposals. Hence, for Bernstein, progress towards socialism was not reflected in the number of votes for a particular party. On November 10, Bernstein reported how far even a Conservative minister was willing to cooperate with Labour. A delegation had visited R.W. Hanbury, Secretary of the Treasury, to discuss a resolution that the government award contracts only to firms with suitable wages, working conditions, hours, etc. According to Bernstein, the Treasury Secretary fully approved the practice. As stated in the 1891 resolution, he asked the unions to report violations of the resolution, and he promised to act in the House of Commons against such infractions. The Secretary declared that good wages and working conditions should be achieved through well-organized trade unions. Point 16. E. Fabian arguments against the SDF. During a bleak period in the spring of 1895, Bernstein had confessed to Kautsky, "Our movement is going forward, but in its advance it develops aspects which really make one very pessimistic. Sometimes my pessimism goes so far, I begin to doubt myself." He also described his disappointment with the SDF. "In the winter I participated in a supper club of the bigwigs in the SDF, etc. But my enthusiasm for them did not increase. The vanity of the leaders is limitless, and of the others some are sectarians and others place hunters. The longer I am here the more I understand the Fabian Society and the old trade unions. With all their mistakes they are still to be forgiven on many issues." Point 1. It is hardly surprising that after his altercation with the SDF over the election tactics of the ILP, Bernstein would seek to inform his German readers about the Fabians and their view of British politics. 1. The speeches by Hindman and Shaw. In early October 1895 Bernstein juxtaposed the SDF's response to the July elections with that of Shaw. Bernstein recalled how British socialists had replied harshly when he had questioned their rejoicing in the parliamentary election returns. Still, Bernstein believed that their votes were in proportion neither to their efforts nor to the popularity of socialist ideas. They had not gained the former liberal voters. Thus at least the question should have been allowed, whether the tactic and program of the Social Democrats could not be improved after all. However, it is understandable that one does not happily admit something like this on the morning after the battle. In any event, Bernstein reported that Hindman was expected soon to announce a campaign for nationalization of the railroads and for public maintenance of school children. In this Bernstein perceived a shift in tactic. He explained, "The policy of the Federation was until now in essence strongly impossibilistic. Everything which did not lead to the Great Revolution expected sooner or later, but probably sooner, was handled only with gloves on, if I may so express myself. This was one of the major reasons why the Federation, despite the unceasing propaganda carried out with a zeal worthy of wonder, was unable to win a secure hold on the great mass of the population, why its work always seeped through its fingers again, it lost highly qualified people to other organizations, and in July it received barely a tenth of the independent socialist vote. As near or as far as the great, all-changing revolution may be, the Englishman wants to see practical measures, wants to know the how and where, wants to be convinced of the reality of the measures promised him or recommended to him before he joins a movement or gives it his vote. Thus in that the Federation is taking one or more concrete questions as special objects of agitation, it moves to an area much more sympathetic and understandable to the British national spirit, and it can count with reasonable likelihood on success, if it handles the matter correctly. I do not need to add that such agitation neither excludes continuing to advocate the general principles of socialism nor needs even temporarily impair it. Point 2. On the contrary, according to the Marxism of Kautsky and Bernstein, conditions in England called for precisely such concrete reforms. There need be no Kladderadatsk because the country had already had its bourgeois revolution. The way stood open for the proletariat's peaceful conquest of political power and for a gradual social revolution. In such circumstances a strategy of focusing on the collapse was conservative, to this way of thinking, for it impeded measures to complete the democratic republic, to strengthen the workers for rule, and to further the transition from individual to collective production. Now it appeared that the SDF would seriously advocate at least some reforms, without abandoning the imminent catastrophe. The question remained, however, whether its proposals were appropriate. Next Bernstein traced Shaw's career as music critic and dramatist and admitted that in his work satire had a major role. However, it must be added that despite a tendency to play with paradoxes, Mr. Shaw takes socialism very seriously and conscientiously. His mistake lies more in being too pessimistic than in, otherwise more common with literary figures, inclining to adventurism. Always available where it is a matter of strengthening socialism, of serious action, in the last elections he spoke, for example, in Battersea for John Burns as well as in West Ham for the latter's socialist opposite, Keir Hardie. He belonged to the first members of the Social Democratic Federation. He was then one of the first to realize that its doctrinaire form of agitation rather held the movement back than advanced it, and with others who thought the same he founded the Fabian Society, whose title already shows that it stands under the sign of opportunism. It is the ambition of the Fabians to be the Jesuits of the socialist movement, and it cannot be denied that in this capacity they have achieved a certain success. As examples, Bernstein mentioned their influence on the London County Council and their helping compose the Newcastle programme. Their slogan that one must try to permeate the Liberal Party with socialism, has brought them much criticism, and the way the slogan was followed made the society suspect as being only a kind of agent for the Liberals. But this opinion has proven itself totally unfounded, while on the other hand the hope which the Fabians placed in their policy of permeation likewise emerged as exaggerated. Bernstein emphasized the Fabians' break with the Liberal Party in 1893, and he quoted extensively from the November 1893 article by Webb and Shaw, "To your tents, O Israel," calling for independent labor representatives in Parliament irrespective of the fate of the Liberals. Point 3. Bernstein related that in a recent speech Shaw had rejected the contention that Liberal candidates had faced defeat because the Rosebery government had done too much for social reform. Still, according to Shaw, collectivism was a position which had to be taken carefully. Throwing around phrases was insufficient. Despite its rhetoric, the ILP had failed to win votes in proportion to the popularity of collectivism. Bernstein quoted Shaw, "Opinions are sufficient for the agitator, but they are inadequate for the administrator and legislator." Shaw judged the Liberal Party as little likely to prepare specific proposals as were the trade unions and the socialists being 50 years out of date in their political understanding. For this predicament Shaw proclaimed, "I raise the call for a realistic program of specific reform proposals based on appropriate study. I no longer turn to the working class, in whose political initiative I have lost faith. I turn to the coming generation of people's representatives, no matter of which party or class." 4. Bernstein contradicted Shaw's conclusion. Socialism need not be attached to a particular political party in Great Britain, but it did rest with the proletariat. Bernstein declared, "No matter how slow the pace of the movement, no matter how many disappointments it has already brought, there is still no reason to despair about this class." No doubt, Bernstein hoped that German Social Democrats would listen to Shaw's opinion of the ILP and SDF. Bernstein wrote, "If it is right what Shaw accuses the fighting socialists of, that in their political science they are 50 years behind, this alone explains why many workers, although they have accepted socialist teachings up to a certain point, still hesitate to throw themselves into the arms of the socialist parties." Engels had already reached this assessment, Bernstein revealed. Not long ago Friedrich Engels said the same thing as Shaw, only much more concisely, when he declared of the Social Democratic Federation that it turned the Marxist teachings into a sectarian dogma, and he too was of the opinion that the Independent Labour Party did not pay enough attention to the fact that to become the party of the workers it must first win their complete political trust. But he would have criticized Shaw's conclusion even more sharply. Indeed, their possibilism turns again into the highest impossibilism. The coming generation of parliamentarians, to whom Shaw appeals, would be unable to achieve anything without the assisting support of the working class. 5. For Bernstein, Shaw was correct when he repeated Engels's criticism of the British socialist parties. Bernstein opposed Shaw, however, when he turned against faith like Engels's in the proletariat as history's revolutionary force. To the afterword to the Webs. In October 1895 Bernstein also published an afterword to his wife's German translation of the History of Trade Unionism by Sidney and Beatrice Webb. He described the Webs as very empirical, seeking to present the facts of British labour history as they found them. However, far from contradicting Marxism, to him they verified its central tenet that basic economic forces shaped social and political movements. Bernstein stated, "For us then, who as adherents to the materialist conception of history believe to possess in it and in the teaching about class struggle contained in it the continuing economic thread required for the systematic exploration and treatment of these kinds of phenomena, it is accordingly all the more interesting to be able to establish that the authors by and large in their own way have provided an unintended test of the doctrine. Indeed, what is the until now established total outcome of their research? The fact that just as the rise of the trade unions is the result of specific economic developments, so also later their forms, their policies, and their ideology are in the last instance always again determined by the special relationships in the affected industries, their nature and level of development." By way of comparison, Bernstein mentioned how several years earlier in his article on the iron law of wages he had reasoned that trade unions would be more powerful in those industries where entry into the workforce was limited by strength or skill or where the workers had aid from factory legislation. He was convinced that the Webs now confirmed this conclusion. 6. Bernstein opposed an interpretation of class struggle which found in German politics a model not merely for British political development but even for economic and social evolution. In his opinion, the Webs' ideas corrected such a mistake. Bernstein wrote, "Today's theory of class struggle, as it is so often falsely understood, thus obtains a crucial rectification. Not only malicious adversaries but also those who follow it faithfully often connect it to the idea of a thoroughly steady and simultaneous change in industrial relations. A law about a tendency is always taken as if it declared to be completed fact that which it merely describes as the goal of a recognized direction of movement. We are in fact still far from that similarity of developmental stages, and even if it were reached, there would remain great differences in the nature of individual branches of industry, which to ignore would be a grave mistake with tragic consequences. 7. Marx had identified the tendency of capitalist society to divide into two homogeneous and hostile classes, proletariat and bourgeoisie. In Bernstein's thinking, the reactionary political situation in Germany, the Reichstag vote, and the continued popularity of Lassalegne's slogans led many to assume that this social economic tendency was virtually fulfilled. He found the assumption a mistake even for Germany. It was certainly wrong to conclude from the polarized nature of German politics that there remained only two homogeneous economic classes in Great Britain. Variations among industries produced conflicting interest groups within the proletariat and among the bourgeois. Kautsky had also warned against turning tendencies into completed facts. For example, his views on worker impoverishment and on the demise of small-scale production. 8. In his afterword Bernstein implied that the true Marxist was not the one uncritically using the German political struggle for a schema but rather the one studying trade union and political events to see exactly how they related to the underlying economic conditions. He said that Marx's theory truly provides us in its central teaching about class struggle with the key to understanding social phenomena, but it does not remove our responsibility to examine things in their special character and connections and in their multiple relationships. And this is true everywhere, even in the seemingly uncomplicated area of trade unions. Here too we have to be careful not to fool ourselves, that for instance we have said all that is necessary when we throw in the word class struggle. Used as a schema, the best theory can lead to obscuring reality as easily as the worst theory or the lack of any guiding criteria. Point 9. Bernstein's observation may bring to mind Marx's 1872 speech in Amsterdam. We know that one must recognize the institutions, morals, and traditions of various countries. Or one might consider Engels's warning to Mering about the complexity confronted when seeking to relate political and other phenomena to underlying economic facts. In a later polemic with an SDF member, Kautsky would return to this issue. For Kautsky and Bernstein, Marxism constituted a method of analysis, not a model. Point 10. In his afterword, Bernstein sought to correct what he perceived to be misconceptions of the trade union movement. He conceded that the interplay of interest groups sometimes hid basic class struggles. But class conflict continued nonetheless, and the unions formed an integral part of it. Bernstein wrote, "Of course there is no doubt that the trade unions are to a large degree the product and organ of the class struggle, even when they act peacefully and in essence their members are envisioning peaceful purposes. The facts revealed by the webs showed, according to Bernstein, that the truth lay between the extremes of claiming that trade unions alone could emancipate the workers or denying that the unions accomplished any good at all." Bernstein admitted that the trade unions were composed largely of a labor aristocracy, but he ascribed this characteristic to the entire workers' movement including the socialist parties. To him, the web's findings refuted the opinion that the more an economy advanced, the less opportunity there was for unions. Perhaps most significantly, Bernstein suggested that the unions would play an important role not only in preparing the proletariat for political rule but also in expediting the economic transition to socialism. One does not need to be a Manchesterite or anarchist or one opposed to appealing to or using the state in order to find it undesirable that the workers grow used to expecting all help and improvement from the state, from above. Whoever has not surrendered to faith in a future miracle, in the impression that in each moment of need effective organic institutions can be created out of thin air, will welcome trade unions not only as a training ground for far-reaching democratic self-government but also as an important lever for the economic changes social democracy desires to achieve. The thesis that the emancipation of the working class must be its own achievement has deeper significance than merely the workers seizing the power of the state. Point 11. Here Bernstein tacitly questioned both the SDF's Lassaline and non-Marxist dislike for trade unions in capitalist society and also its presumed assumption that socialism would be enacted overnight. Exclusive reliance on the state was dangerous, to Bernstein, for even the most powerful worker government would require assistance from other political, social, and economic institutions. Point 12. Bernstein remarked that the webs had failed to assess Marx correctly. Bernstein speculated that in their criticism of another socialist, they may have been influenced by their struggle against a sectarian utopianism. Then Bernstein concluded the afterword by repeating his critique of the SDF's sentiments about the Cardiff TUC. It was more against the tactic of certain socialist parties than against socialism itself that the unions had reacted. He wrote, "No matter how far-reaching the goals envisioned by its enthusiastic representatives, once the time to act arrives, the given conditions will determine the given means. Where the possibility arises to fight for step-by-step improvements, the trade unions will turn to this, and the better they are organized, the less they will feel inclined to jeopardize their organization in risky undertakings. In this sense it is correct to see in the strengthening of the unions a diversion from revolutionary undertakings. But if one sets aside the policeman's view of revolution, one with pitchforks, it is a great error to see in the movement begun in 1889 a weakening of the revolutionary movement of the working class. It turns out that the diversion into constitutional channels has strengthened the movement decisively. The road to the emancipation of the working class is a long and winding one. The crucial point is not how each step forward is taken, but that it is taken. Point 13. Thus Bernstein rejected the SDF's pitchfork revolution. While many in the SPD expected a Kladderadatsk in Germany, leaders did not insist that it must occur or be violent. Marx had denied that violent proletarian revolution was required in Great Britain. For England, Bernstein could believe that the constitutional channels were the more Marxist tactic. There the ongoing, piecemeal historical evolution, in which the unions and their demands provided a motive force, was more important than a utopian model about impoverishment, upheaval, and the leap into socialism. Bernstein increasingly emphasized the necessary historical movement towards socialism as the more certain and possibly shorter route, preferable in any case to speculating on some catastrophe preceding a hypothetical final goal. 14. 3. On cooperatives in Germany. In an essay on cooperatives, Bernstein addressed issues from his article on Shaw and the afterword to the Webs: the need for concrete and appropriate reforms to strengthen the proletariat for future rule, class conflict often being peaceful, the danger in slogans devoid of meaning, the incongruity of political and economic struggles. Now, however, Bernstein applied his observations to Germany. Bernstein noted the difficulty of relating final goals to immediate reforms for the period before proletarian rule. Bernstein granted, "It is difficult to think up an economic measure which can be carried out on the basis of bourgeois society that does not appear contradictory when measured against the goals and basic principles of social democracy." To him, the principle of class struggle did not overcome the problem. 15. Bernstein believed that the advancement of proletarian emancipation might involve acts which temporarily weakened the class struggle and that the class struggle could occur in different forms. The implication was that the consumer cooperative could be one of them. 16. Bernstein favored the cooperative movement in Great Britain, though not in Germany, where he found political and economic preconditions absent. Bernstein pointed out that Marx had at least partially endorsed cooperatives free of state or bourgeois influence, while the Lassalleans had opposed consumer cooperatives, on the one hand, and associated production cooperatives with state support, on the other. By mentioning that the SDF had opposed cooperatives, Bernstein implicitly categorized it as Lassallean and not Marxist. 17. Bernstein criticized using the Lassallean slogan of an iron law of wages to reject proletarian cooperatives. In general, in this article Bernstein warned against an over-reliance on Lassallean phrases. For example, Bernstein suggested that the Lassalleans' iron law and their associating cooperatives with state help had confused the cooperative issue. These were past mistakes which German social democracy had overcome. 18. Though urging caution in founding cooperatives in Germany, Bernstein confessed that he prized proletarian economic action in addition to political action. A one-sided emphasis on state assistance was another mistake the SPD had overcome, he thought. While recognizing the need to conquer political power, Social Democrats would not want to encourage a generation of workers to expect everything from the state. 19. Even while discussing the workers' movement in Germany, Bernstein considered the question of what conditions would be required for the successful transition from capitalism to socialism. He feared that dependence on the state could endanger proletarian rule. So, just after Hindman's call for public maintenance of school children, Bernstein was questioning the policy of encouraging workers to turn to the government. Along with the trade unions, Bernstein now saw an alternative in the cooperatives. 20. A month earlier, in a letter to Kautsky on September 16, 1895, Bernstein had criticized both Mering and Liebknecht for using an overly formalistic model of class struggle. Berestein was disappointed by Mering's belittling of the bourgeoisie and by his uncritical praise of the proletariat. When I read our press, it often appears to me as if our teaching about class struggle stands in danger of changing from a clarifying theory into an oversimplifying dogma, Bernstein warned. He said that one could expect more of Mering than of the active editor of a social democratic newspaper. Falling into a schema hurt Mering's essays. Bernstein deliberated. Perhaps I shall next send you an article about the class struggle in which I shall unload many things in this respect which I have long had on my chest. He would not mention Mering by name, however. 21. The proposed article may have been Bernstein's English party developments or his A Cooperative Project. He may have referred to concerns expressed in his afterword to the Webb study of British trade unionism. The three texts recommended both avoiding dogma and slogans to study actual conditions and also seeking appropriate actions to prepare the proletariat for future rule. In any case, Bernstein felt that Mering like Liebknecht misrepresented the doctrine of class struggle in a fashion similar to the SDF. For the translation of MacDonald. In avoiding slogans to study the actual character of the British class struggle and in identifying demands appropriate to a given stage of development, Bernstein found the Fabians closer to Marxism than was the SDF. So after hearing a speech by James Ramsay MacDonald at a private meeting of the Fabian Society on October 25, 1895, Bernstein asked Kautsky to publish it. In Bernstein's opinion, the Fabians have a good side. They do not get hung up on phrases but rather go to the bottom of the matter. Thus they approach much closer to the Marxist praxis, much closer than nearly all the local Marxists, from the idiot Hindman to the philosopher Bax and the poet Edward. Whenever Hindman proposed something practical, it was something which the radicals, even some conservatives, wanted but which the workers did not, Bernstein claimed. And he of all people is taken to be the authority in matters of Marxism. No wonder the latter is unpopular among solid people. I shall now try to pave the way for a better understanding of what Marx taught. Point 22. To Bernstein, the MacDonald speech illustrated the imperative to recognize that not only conditions but also ways of conceptualizing varied between countries. When detailed questions were involved, a solid analysis of political or social measures for one nation might contradict views popular elsewhere. Bernstein wrote, "All too often we are inclined to take such differences from our own criteria of judgment as proof of lower intelligence, when in fact in many cases they are the necessary product of the other conditions faced by the person making the judgment. In order to understand tactics differing from ours and belonging to socialists in another country, we must know personally the country's institutions and history and also the specific intellectual milieu these have brought forth." The speech by MacDonald can provide a sample of the latter, to the extent the socialist movement in the British Empire is concerned, even though various conclusions he draws differ considerably from the slogans current among the majority of the socialists in Great Britain. According to Bernstein, the Fabians had revolted against sectarianism in the British socialist movement, only themselves to fall into possibilism and nationalism. One would have to see whether the ILP would be the proper combination of the two extremes, but it was a step in the right direction. Following a short sketch of MacDonald's career, Bernstein reminded his German audience that Britain possessed political freedom and representative government, facts crucial for understanding the speech. Point 23. Bernstein opposed not only taking Germany as a norm for politics in Great Britain but also proposing reforms which sounded democratic but which were impracticable or ignored material conditions. In his speech, MacDonald addressed both concerns. For example, he criticized the Liberals' wish to introduce the run-off election or second ballot. He feared that it would weaken party discipline. He emphatically rejected using Germany as an example. The situation of German social democracy and its attitude toward the second ballot does not help us much in assessing the likely impact of this system of voting on the socialist movement in England. Our parliament is thoroughly different from the German Reichstag, our Liberal Party is thoroughly different from the German Liberals, and the political tasks before our socialists are thoroughly unlike those facing socialists in Germany. Point 24. With this point Bernstein could not have agreed more. In his analysis, the SPD still confronted tasks which formerly belonged to the bourgeoisie. In England these objectives were largely accomplished, new demands proportional to the proletariat's increasing political influence should be found. MacDonald recommended that English socialists concentrate on political education, on winning followers instead of trying to gain influence through some political artifice. He questioned proportional representation as impractical and specifically dismissed a German proposal to vote by party lists. According to MacDonald, a proportional system might deny local peculiarities. He asserted that the referendum had proven reactionary in Switzerland and that the initiative was no better. MacDonald rejected an impersonal democracy which judged a government good because its structure allowed good legislation to be a mechanical process. He labeled this idea, which he feared Social Democrats were accepting, not scientific socialism but unscientific radicalism. 25. Kautsky had advocated parliamentary government while questioning direct democracy. In a letter to his friend, Bernstein pointed out how MacDonald's views on the referendum resembled those of Kautsky. In this respect, MacDonald echoed their concern about the bourgeois democratic and utopian faith in the people which had preceded Marxism in the socialist movement. 26. MacDonald's organic model suggested to him that a complex society required a brain-i.e., statesman who could handle the affairs of each part of society in the interests of the whole, both elected political leaders and appointed administrators. According to MacDonald, the voter must be distinguished from the legislator. Elections should determine that capable persons held office. Administrative positions should not become directly political ones, he believed. But the state official should be in touch with public opinion and be prepared to give a clear report to the House of Commons. MacDonald ended with 3 complaints against the English socialists, complaints with which Bernstein could agree. I hope I have succeeded in explaining the importance of the second goal of my deliberations, the protest against the haste with which socialists first cry out in the name of progress various slogans which are really only the warning signals of a party in trouble, second subscribe to certain viewpoints which belong to respectable radicalism but which are irreconcilable with that system of ideas which has most enriched socialist thought, and third favor certain proposals for governmental reform fitting the pattern of constitutions in other countries whose conditions and public temperament are fundamentally different from those of England. 27. Not surprisingly, the SDF resented Bernstein's repeated attacks. Its leaders welcomed the publication in Vienna in January 1896 of lectures given by a Dr. Benno Karpeles. Justice recalled that the SDF had known that there was no chance of socialists winning in 1895, despite the liberal defeat. Now Karpeles predicted strong SDF progress. Socialism advanced slowly in Great Britain because the ruling classes talked of evolution in place of revolution and appeared to sympathize with social democratic ideas. Karpeles specifically credited the Fabian Society with dulling the class war. The editors of Justice prefaced this defense of their viewpoint with the following remarks. We have suffered so much throughout the history of the SDF, for 15 solid years, from gross and deliberate misrepresentation in Germany that we cordially welcome an honest endeavor on the part of a German resident in England to tell the truth about the English socialist movement since January 1881. Lately, many efforts have been made by our German comrades in this country to remove the cloud of prejudice which has been raised by one German writer in particular who, unfortunately for the whole international movement, has long held a semi-official position for the German Social Democratic Party on this side of the North Sea. 28. Thus by the beginning of 1896 Bernstein had inherited Engels's burden of opposing the SDF and its interpretation of Marxism. While battling David and the agrarians, Kautsky had deepened his understanding. In struggling with the SDF, Bernstein clarified his own thoughts on what Marx had meant, and on what he had not. On the one hand, it would appear that Marxism for Bernstein as for Kautsky was not utopian. It possessed a schema neither of class struggle and social evolution leading necessarily to economic crisis and violent revolution nor of a future order to be established overnight. A model of class struggle based on German political conditions might prove inadequate even for Germany, less adequate for other countries. Accordingly, mature Marxism was not a sectarian creed held by a particular party of intellectuals smart enough to comprehend a given schema. It was wrong to conclude that when other parties failed to hold the vision, they formed one reactionary mass. The Marxism of Kautsky and Bernstein did not advocate violent revolution to realize a utopian ideal or believe that the utopia could be imposed by the state, be that state the present government or a future dictatorship of the proletariat. A Marxist analysis did not conclude that Great Britain and Germany were ready to have the model imposed upon them. Tendencies which Marx had identified in capitalism were not completed facts. On the other hand, it seems that for Kautsky and Bernstein Marxism meant study of the necessary social evolution, driven by economic development and expressed in the class struggle of the proletariat. The historical process would lead to socialism, the achievement of the working class. Social democrats could cooperate with many parties or workers' movements furthering this evolution, cooperate in strengthening the proletariat for future rule or in fulfilling other preconditions for socialism. Great Britain did not require violent political revolution. Trade unions and independent cooperatives could assist the proletariat in its class struggle, help prepare the working class for future rule, and facilitate the coming of socialism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Finally, a truly Marxist analysis would seek to identify demands appropriate for a given stage of economic, social, and political development. Such reforms in Germany might include liberal democratic ones. With the new year, the battle against Liebknecht and the SDF would push Bernstein's thinking still further. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 4, The Political Crises of 1896. A. South Africa. The January 1, 1896, issue of Voorwaarts carried a report dated Pretoria, December 31. Approximately 800 armed men of the Chartered Company had invaded the Transvaal with 6 Maxim guns and other cannon, headed for Johannesburg. President Kruger had ordered that they be stopped and had called on the Boers to defend their homeland. Ominously, the report concluded that conflict seemed virtually inevitable. Later Voorwaarts added that the band was led by a Dr. Jameson but that both Cecil Rhodes and the British government denied responsibility. The Boers defeated Jameson and his men on January 2, and on January 3 Emperor Wilhelm II telegrammed President Kruger. I sincerely congratulate you that without needing to appeal for help from friendly powers you and your people were able through your own strength to re-establish the peace in the face of the armed hordes which had broken into your country as disturbers of the peace and were able to guard the independence of your country against foreign attack. 1. No doubt the thought furthest from the minds of both Jameson and Wilhelm II was the contribution they were making to the history of Marxist theory. Yet, Jameson's raid and Wilhelm II's Kruger telegram played significant roles in socialist intellectual history between Engels's death and the revisionist controversy. They were among several major political crises of 1896, the discussion of which produced sharp differences between Kautsky and Bernstein on the one hand and Liebknecht and the SDF on the other. The debates brought Kautsky, Bernstein, and Rosa Luxemburg to develop ideas which figured prominently in the altercation beginning in January 1898. Justice in England and Voorwaarts in Germany responded very similarly to the Jameson raid, as months later Liebknecht would tell leaders of the SDF. Justice claimed that the Boers had fled to the Transvaal in 1834 to escape British domination. It asserted that Englishmen from all parts of society praised their government's repudiation of Jameson while themselves condemning his allegedly piratical actions. The newspaper expressed admiration for the statesmanlike character of President Kruger. Later it impugned efforts to make Jameson into a patriotic hero. The leaders of Dr. Jim's band, as well as the cowardly crew at Johannesburg, appear to have been actuated by no higher motive than cupidity. They were engaged upon as rascally a piece of sordid plunder as even the annals of capitalist exploitation can boast. Voorwaarts was of much the same opinion as Justice concerning the alleged depravity of Jameson and his followers. Voorwaarts disputed Great Britain's claim to sovereignty over the Transvaal. The British had no real reason to be angry about the German Emperor's telegram, they were merely trying to pass blame. While it criticized the tactlessness of Wilhelm II in sending the message, the official organ of the SPD basically ratified its contents. 2. Bernstein interpreted events in South Africa in a way very different from that of Justice and Voorwaarts, not to mention Wilhelm II. He had followed developments there at least since the autumn of 1895. In the Nieuwsite article The New California on Speculation in South African Mining Stock, Bernstein expected a crash. However, he thought that the land of the Dutch farmers would survive, that the country would continue to attract English and other European settlers. Bernstein wrote, "Entrepreneurial spirit and energy which cannot find room for their activities in Europe and civilized states in other parts of the earth will seek it here. With this the course of development of conditions in those states may be temporarily slowed down somewhat, the collapse of the old system somewhat postponed. So what? It seems inevitable that the earth inhabitable by white people must everywhere first be occupied before bourgeois society is ready to be replaced. A social structure never perishes, says Karl Marx, before all the forces of production are developed for which it is advanced enough. 3. In this quotation lay a possible answer to the Zusammenbruch question. Bernstein could dismiss the imminent Kladderadatsk but retain the idea that capitalism must eventually end. Just before Christmas 1895, Bernstein replied to Kautsky that he would be happy to prepare another article on the Transvaal. Writing at the peak of the crisis, Bernstein warned against the anti-British phrases of the German patriotic press. Jameson and his men had fought bravely. Bernstein claimed that the Boers were not simple, innocent peasants defending their land. Rather, they had trekked to the Transvaal in 1834 when the British had abolished slavery in the Cape Colony. According to Bernstein, a German newspaper's description of the Boers as lovers of freedom was mere cant. In the Cape Colony, people wishing to discriminate against the blacks allied with the English capitalists, he alleged. The Boers' past migrations and their present backwards-looking policies represented, to Bernstein, a utopian attempt to preserve a semi-feudal way of life from modern commerce and industry. But the attempt would prove impossible, Bernstein believed. The Boers had accepted British investments in the Transvaal and had allowed Englishmen to settle in the cities, forming a growing commercial and industrial element. 4. According to Bernstein, there existed grounds for unrest. The Boers had kept the suffrage to themselves, and they had shifted taxes onto the foreigners, who sometimes suffered arbitrary local administration by the Boers. The English leaders of the aliens in Johannesburg had ruined their movement by giving the Boers excuse to crush them and then by calling on Jameson only to abandon him. They truly deserved their defeat, Bernstein thought. But he added, I sincerely doubt that the victory of the Boers deserves such rejoicing. It is certainly clear that the freedom they talk about is not the freedom which progressive Europe seeks. Eventually the Boers would have to surrender their semi-feudal way of life, Bernstein thought. He conceded that the Boers might wish to use Germany against Great Britain. However, he wrote, in lifestyle, customs, etc. the Boer is much closer to the Englishman than to the modern German. English institutions are much more appealing to him than are German ones. One exception is the question of treatment of the blacks. But when official Germany feels for the Boer on this point, for the German workers the family tie ends precisely here. And likewise if the celebration of the Boers' victory should be only the prelude for New England baiting, or worse. England may stand in the way of the appetites of German and French colony hunters, but it is the country in whose colonies greater freedom of movement and more thorough equality of rights exist for the foreigner than in the colonies of any other country. Bernstein believed that little could be more tragic than to risk Germany's real ties to England, to become enemies of the most advanced European people, in favor of a supposed blood relationship to a backwards peasant aristocracy. The idea is too monstrous seriously to give it room. 5. In an unsigned Vorwärts article that followed shortly, Bernstein sought to counter what to him were misconceptions of the English response both to the Jameson raid and to the German Emperor's message. The British government was not responsible for Jameson, Bernstein claimed. Most newspapers had condemned the raid until the Kruger telegram brought a major change, with much of the press now favoring Great Britain's approaching Russia. 6. To an extent, Bernstein's countering Vorwärts succeeded. It recognized German ties to Great Britain, agreed that the Kruger telegram challenged what the British perceived as their rights over the Transvaal, and condemned the German conservative press for virulently attacking England and thus generating British hostility toward Germany. Still, Vorwärts also carried statements alleging that the pro-English National Union movement in Johannesburg had been only for the capitalists, explaining the Kruger telegram as an answer to pleas for protection from Germans in South Africa, reporting that the British government was beginning to take responsibility for Jameson, and dismissing the right of Englishmen in the Transvaal to immediate citizenship there. 7. On January 30, Bernstein wrote Kautsky complaining of Voorwaarts's position on South Africa and on Germany's relationship to Great Britain in general. He reported that he had sent in 2 articles but that both were confiscated. Babel had explained that there were people whom Liebknecht could not circumvent, though he personally disagreed. Bernstein felt it sad that on this critical issue the party lacked strong leadership. He promised Kautsky another essay on South Africa, on what Bernstein found to be the most fateful occurrence for Germany since 1871. In his article, Bernstein criticized the German colonialist newspapers which spoke of England when they meant the South Africa Company. To oppose this obfuscation, he believed, required seeking clarity about the situation. According to Bernstein, Great Britain did have rights over the Transvaal, and to ignore them offended the British. Admittedly, many in Britain looked forward to a confederation of South African provinces including the Transvaal. However, opinion was divided over how to accomplish the union. The chauvinists said smash the Boers, the liberals hoped for a natural and voluntary process. Hence the liberal press sincerely denounced the Jameson raid. Bernstein defended the party. At any rate, one may not judge the liberals of today's England according to slogans of past ages or to continental examples, nor underestimate the strength of character of those elements which constitute the backbone of the Liberal Party, I mean the much derided Zwisender Nonconformisten. Often misled, this nonconformist conscience has repeatedly proven itself a force to which the most powerful statesmen had to give way. Bernstein said that it was the Nonconformist Peace Party that had brought Gladstone to grant a generous treaty to the Boers in 1881. Bernstein compared this peace movement in 1881 to that of the German Social Democrats against continuing the war in 1870–71. Because of their stance following Sedan, he thought, the Social Democrats became internationally known for desiring peace. 9. According to Bernstein, the German government's mistake in 1871 led to the alliance of France and Russia, from which both countries had benefited greatly. It appeared that Germany had supported the Sultan in resisting reforms on behalf of the Armenians. The only escape from the quandary which Bernstein could see, short of returning Alsace-Lorraine, would have been for Germany to ally with Great Britain. Bernstein knew conservatives there who had wanted it. Then the Kruger telegram occurred. Not just the Jameson gang was at stake, but several thousand English citizens in the Transvaal and England's whole official relationship to the Transvaal, which was called into question by Jameson's prank. At such a moment the above-mentioned telegram could not be understood other than the way the English did, especially considering the surrounding circumstances. Surely no one believes that the anti-English articles of the German colonial press have remained a secret to the English. Bernstein disagreed with 2 letters published in Voorwaarts January 28 from Germans in the Transvaal. Bernstein insisted that the suffrage agitation was not simply a device of Rhodes, that the problem had been debated for years, that in England aliens voted in local elections. He did not excuse the English leaders in Johannesburg, but neither did he approve the Germans there appealing to the Emperor for protection. Bernstein warned that international relations had entered a transition period during which hostility between Germany and Britain would help France and especially Russia. Germans must show they meant no harm to British interests. Social Democrats could best do so by criticizing those inciting hatred in Germany. They could leave to the English socialists the task of criticizing Jameson and Rhodes. Bernstein reminded his readers, today German social democracy is a major party, and with its size has grown its responsibility. 210. When Bernstein's article arrived in Stuttgart in early February, Kautsky found it excellent. In the Reichstag, Babel presented views similar to Bernstein's. 11. Bax and other SDF leaders disagreed with Bernstein, and through the late winter and spring of 1896, they published their alternative viewpoint. In an article on February 15, Bax agreed that socialists should first gainsay the jingoism of their own nationalists. Then he went much further than Bernstein. He denied that in foreign affairs the proletariat possessed any national interest. We may dismiss very shortly, from a socialist point of view, phrases such as one's own country, the supremacy of England, national prestige, England's place among the nations, etc., when used in this connection. They simply refer to the amount of profit which the capitalists of this country can retain in the channels leading to their own pockets, or can divert from the pockets of the capitalists of other countries into their own. This is the aim of the foreign policy of all governments, Tory, liberal, radical, or what not. The whole question of foreign relations at present simply turns on a dispute between the agents of rival profit-mongers, each anxious to secure for his own firm the lion's share of the world's surplus value, but all determined to stand together against the proletariat. Bax asserted that the duty of each socialist was to be an anti-patriot, opposed to national pretensions and bourgeois patriotism. Any other country but one's own is not such a bad motto after all for a socialist foreign policy, he wrote. Bax doubted that any one nation was leading the way to socialism. I maintain there is no one nationality at present existing so supereminently excellent as to have a right to claim by virtue of its national characteristics any prominent or definitive leadership in the transition from modern capitalist civilization to socialism. Bax finished by comparing Great Britain to Russia. Socialists would want to see Russia limited. But the extension of the area of British hypocrisy and cant, conjoined with the vulgarity and sordid methods of Anglo-Saxon aggressive commercialism and the type of character they engender, is an evil not many degrees less. 12. In March, Justice asked what British labourers had to be patriotic about. They should transform their hatred of the foreigner into hatred of the class enemy at home, it advised. Then in April, Justice mentioned arming African natives to resist European colonialism. What the native races want is a few adventurous and justice-loving Europeans of some military capacity and knowledge who will teach them how to handle a rifle and give them some lessons in drilling and the evolution of modern warfare and the boundless but useless bravery with which these poor wretches run on certain death in defense of land and liberty. The sickening tale of an action in which 150 natives are killed to one white man slightly wounded would then be put an end to. We are aware that in the long run the issue may possibly be the same, but the gain of time thus given would afford a chance at least for the invaded, and from a socialist point of view may make the difference of hastening the downfall of the capitalistic system whose prime and pressing necessity is now the opening up of new countries. 13. In an extended editorial in the May Day number of Justice, Bax further developed the point. Colonial expansion was to preserve capitalism, he claimed. Capitalism required new markets for its shoddy products and new supplies of cheap labor. The emigration associated with empire helped get rid of troublemakers. Hence, Bax reasoned, the native populations and the European proletariat had similar interests. The natives fought capitalism for the sake of a primitive communism, the proletariat fought for a post-capitalist one. Bax believed communism inevitable. But, he wrote, the result may be retarded, the present system of exploitation and wage slavery may be maintained for a generation or longer yet by the sweeping away of the independence of the savage and barbaric peoples of the earth and the opening up of their territories to European commerce and industry. 14. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels had said that cyclical business crises might be delayed by the opening of new markets, though a more severe crisis would follow. In the Anti-Düring and in his 1886 foreword to the English edition of Capital, Engels had mentioned crises and chronic business depression from increases in production outpacing the growth of the market. But should Social Democrats promote such crises by seeking to halt the expansion of capitalism? Bax maintained. It is clearly the interest of socialists and of the working class movement generally to make common cause with these primitive peoples, barbarian or savage, as we term them, who are resisting the invasion of their ancestral tribal lands and overturning of their old social customs and constitution by hordes of hired ruffians and buccaneers sent by European governments to clear the way for capitalism with Maxims and new pattern rifles. For example, Europeans might train the natives in the use of firearms. Bax proposed a resolution for the International Congress meeting that year in London to the effect that colonialism prolonged capitalism and that the European workers should ally with the native peoples. 15. In late May, Bernstein chose to reply to Bax in Vorwärts. In an unsigned article, Bernstein argued that the SPD had a responsibility to shape German public opinion on foreign policy, that merely criticizing past government actions no longer sufficed. Accordingly, Social Democrats must develop their own foreign policy, one which recognized true national interests. They dare not ignore nationalism. In Bernstein's opinion, Bax's recent proposal opposed colonialism without regard to national interests. The International Congress would probably reject the proposal. To Bernstein it appeared not well thought out to begin with. It is contradictory and utopian. It means going against the inevitable development of things, an undertaking which has been tried in the most varied forms for generations and has failed each time. If our federation were indeed capable of strengthening the resistance by the savages or barbarians, this would only bring about the opposite of what Bax desires. Instead of accelerating, it would delay the collapse of the capitalist era. As the native people sought to buy ammunition for their new weapons, Bernstein observed, they became more involved with the commercial system. 16. Apparently, Bernstein now believed that capitalism would expand until it reached a point of furthest development and Zusammenbruch unless superseded earlier by proletarian rule and a transition to socialism. The growth of capital produced the working class, the social wealth, and the other material preconditions needed for proletarian rule and socialization. Either way, delaying capital expansion delayed the end of capitalism. It was utopian to think that within a capitalist system and before the proletariat came to power, an essential quality of capital, its expansion, could be prohibited. 17. In Vorwärts, Bernstein wrote that Bax's proposal to stop capitalist expansion could be carried out by Social Democrats only when they held power to shape laws in the European countries. Until then they could join with other political parties to enact laws protecting native populations, but laws which forbid capitalist society its further extension Social Democrats will not be able to pass before they no longer have need to do so. Here one might recall Kautsky's distinction between laws protecting laborers and laws trying to preserve the peasant farm, or Bernstein's concern that the SPD make demands corresponding to the proletariat's actual strength. In their way of thinking, the advance of capital would end after the workers had conquered political power, but then capitalism would become socialism. There was no necessity of a catastrophe before the proletariat could take power or socialization could occur. Bernstein deemed Bax's proposal to be as mistaken as an earlier opposition to emigration for its spreading capitalism and delaying revolution. Each attempt to draw a Chinese wall around the capitalist world until the socialist revolution is completed must, especially today, remain fruitless, as this world has since grown larger and the means of transportation have been perfected. The Gordian knot will not be cut in this way. 18. For purposes of discussion, Bernstein liked the foreign policy described in a recent article by Jean Jaurès, who agreed that mere protest was insufficient. But Jaurès went on to state that while Social Democrats opposed the way in which colonialism presently occurred, they did not deny the right to have colonies to extend civilization, as he saw it. Much as Bernstein had done in his first article on South Africa, Jaurès appealed to the idea that capitalism must actualize its potential. He reasoned that if a more advanced democratic country refused to have colonies, this did not lessen the barbarity of colonialism, for less advanced nations would pursue it. Social democratic opposition to colonialism might unleash chauvinism. Jaurès proposed 3 guidelines. Socialists should see that colonialism did not lead to war. They could do so only if they carefully studied colonial policies in order to oppose the exaggerated claims of their own nation. They should always seek the good of the native populations. Socialists should not fear that a humanitarian appeal might cloak some vested national interest. Socialists should try to turn important economic matters into international concerns under common regulation. For example, the entire Nile River could be internationally supervised. 19. Bernstein admitted that much of what Jaurès said might seem too optimistic. Jaurès made his proposals for a democratic republic in which Social Democrats had great influence. Bernstein recognized, in a despotic country where the ruler's will is supreme law, Democrats will have to refuse support to many things against which, under different circumstances, they would not have been simply opposed. For Bernstein, the immediate question was not whether colonialism was ultimately right or wrong, but rather what socialists could do in accord with their principles for the sake of peace. 21 can see how the answer for him might vary dramatically between countries like France and Germany. As in the agrarian issue, some reforms allowed in a democratic republic were problematic under a reactionary monarchy. Kautsky approved Bernstein's reply to Bax. "You splendidly checked Bax in Voreux," Kautsky wrote. "The leading English socialists really are only adventurers and not politicians, except for Burns and a few Fabians." Bax's response, almost a month later, was indirect. On June 29 Bernstein asked Kautsky if he had read this reply. Bernstein concluded, that the higher culture has rights over against the lower is not recognized by these Fleet Street socialists. 21. Bax and Bernstein held different visions of the advent of socialism. Bax expected the economic collapse of capitalism as prelude to social revolution. Bourgeois society was not the foundation of democracy and socialism, but rather an evil to be escaped. If colonialism delayed the business crises which he apparently supposed led to the catastrophe, then Social Democrats should fight colonialism abroad to hasten crises and collapse at home. 22 In his articles on South Africa, Bernstein implicitly dismissed the imminent collapse, be it the necessary one of Bax or the accidental one of Babel. To Bernstein, it was not a prerequisite to the proletariat's conquest of political power and the transition to socialism. It was not a tenet of historical materialism, anyway. With this view, Bernstein did not rule out the position later held by Luxemburg that if the proletariat never intervened, theoretically capitalism would eventually perish of its own at some point of full development. And of course, Bernstein allowed that an unforeseen disaster might occur. 23 However, he did not believe that Social Democrats could wait for the former event or count on the latter accident. He thought that they needed to strive now to realize the preconditions of proletarian rule and socialism. In any case, Marx himself had argued that up to a point the extension of capitalism was inevitable. In his own mind at least, Bernstein could disagree with Bax and Babel on this issue but still follow Marx. B. Saxony. For many years the SPD in Saxony had won an increasing number of seats in the lower chamber of the provincial Diet. So in late 1895 powerful leaders sought to introduce a three-class franchise like that in Prussia. Vorwärts estimated that the change would in effect nullify the vote of 80% of the electorate. The SPD led the outcry. On January 5, 1896, Liebknecht addressed a rally of 15,000 in Leipzig. The proletariat faced one united opposition, he said, for the bourgeois opposed the suffrage even more than did the Junkers. The bourgeois would attempt to maintain their dictatorship over the workers. Since the bourgeois could not provoke rebellion, he surmised, they attacked the workers' most important right, the suffrage. The laborers did not need violent revolution as long as they had an effective vote, but abolishing equal suffrage could mean violence in the future, he warned. 1. Public protest quickly spread, bringing the formation of a short-lived suffrage league under Bruno Schonlank. The protest front included non-proletarian elements. For example, Vorwärts reported that the editor of a Protestant workers' periodical had lost his position when he defended the existing suffrage. On February 2 Vorwärts claimed that some conservatives disliked the change. Babel suggested that even the King of Saxony accepted the status quo. Social Democrats asked whether the proposed alteration of the Saxon constitution was not part of a movement to abolish the Reichstag suffrage too, through a coup d'état if necessary. 2. When the suffrage bill appeared on February 5, 1896, it outraged Social Democrats. Vorwärts argued that the minimum income for the second class being 2,800 marks placed laborers in the third class. Since its electors would then be outvoted by those representing the first and second classes, the number of SPD seats could be severely reduced. On February 6 Vorwärts promised action. It is true that the workers have the right to vote, however, they are regularly outvoted 2-1 and thus their vote is null and void. A fake right is even worse than naked lack of rights, for it adds ridicule to injustice. The workers of Saxony will not long remain owing an appropriate response. And behind them stands the working class of all of Germany. On February 8 Vorwärts portrayed a storm of protest and declared that the whole Saxon people were aroused. The social democratic movement is a people's movement. The paper now admitted that many bourgeois opposed the new suffrage. The language of Vorwärts became strident. Well, we wash our hands in innocence. May those responsible for the murderous attack bear the consequences. The battle is inflamed, the bullet is out of the barrel. The people of Saxony will not be overcome, and no matter how the fight ends, social democracy has the victory and success. On February 14 Vorwärts claimed that the protest movement was the largest uprising since the revolution of 1848. The people are forced to fight the government. And there will not be peace in the country until either the resistance of the people has been broken and the peace of the graveyard has been established, or the existing electoral injustice has been swept away. 3. Yet, for all its vehement wording, apparently Vorwärts made no concrete proposals for action beyond the SPD's traditional ones, such as rallies, petitions, leaflets, and formal speeches by representatives in the Diet. Desire for a more drastic response increased as it became apparent that the suffrage legislation would be enacted. On February 23 Vorwärts reported that a provincial conference of Saxon Social Democrats would meet to settle on a strategy, and that two newspapers, the Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and the Leipziger Volkszeitung, had proposed that the current SPD delegates abandon their mandates and walk out of the Diet. The tactic implied not participating in future elections under the new suffrage. Vorwärts endorsed the plan and reported the following argument for it: for to have our representation in the Diet hacked up piecemeal would not be worthy of our party. On February 25 Vorwärts added that public anger would produce victory in Saxony in the next Reichstag elections. However, in April the provincial conference instructed the delegates to keep their mandates and decided that the SPD should enter future Diet elections also. 4. By then the suffrage bill had become law. According to Vorwärts, the Diet Committee which considered the legislation justified it as necessary to stop the Social Democrats who allegedly wished to destroy everything and who were winning more and more votes. 6 large protest gatherings met in Dresden on March 4. Each ratified a resolution saying, "The Assembly declares especially that it rejects the accusations against social democracy by those who destroy electoral rights, for example that social democracy wishes to overturn everything and destroy all state order, as vile slanders and an excuse to establish the absolute power of capital. Instead, the Assembly affirms that it sees in social democracy the party which has always relentlessly fought to improve the condition of the working class and which instead of destroying order wishes to create a new order in place of today's capitalistic disorder, under which millions of workers are exposed to the most grave suffering of all sorts and are excluded from enjoying the benefits of civilization." After the bill passed the lower chamber on March 6, Vorwärts promised, "The Saxon comrades, supported by Social Democrats throughout the rest of Germany, will in unity and solidarity do their duty and lead the battle to a victorious end." Still Vorwärts did not disclose what acts to consider beyond walking out of the Diet and boycotting future elections. Finally, the bill passed the upper chamber on March 18 and was accepted by the king yet that month. 5. After reviewing the memoirs of the English agitator George Jacob Holyoake for Neuezeit in late March 1896, Bernstein denounced the Saxon suffrage bill as a savage violation of a fundamental civil right. Then in a Neuezeit article specifically on the Saxon crisis, Bernstein asserted that the suffrage reform was infamous, unheard of in time of social peace. It demanded a strong response, Bernstein said, and he asked whether everything possible had been attempted. Bernstein regretted. People repeatedly have made the mistake of setting up two absolute opposites as if it were only a matter of holding the mandates in the old fashion or laying them down, of voting as always or refusing to vote. Are there not other possible responses to the humiliation inflicted upon the workers of Saxony, apart from these two alternatives? 6. Bernstein provided historical examples of the more radical measures he had in mind. Instead of there being one reactionary mass in favor of altering the suffrage, as Liebknecht had at first implied, Bernstein noted that many bourgeois politicians disapproved the change. The longer the new legislation took in the Diet, the more they raised opposition to it, and the worse its prospects became. Social Democratic delegates might have considered the kind of filibuster used by Parnell, Bernstein suggested. Let me remind you of the memorable sessions of the English Parliament where the Irish members gave speeches lasting 6, 8, 10, and 12 hours rather than 1 or 2, where it happened that one session of Parliament was drawn out over more than 41 hours, of the session where one day 36 Irish members, one after the other, had to be parliamentarily suspended and removed from the House with force before it could finish its business. They shook the countryside into alertness, they strengthened the spirit of resistance and the power to resist in the country, they appealed persistently to the mind and conscience of the nation and thus helped create the kind of environment in which Ireland was given one concession after the other. If such a tactic had been possible in Saxony, then it would have been called for, according to Bernstein. He explained. The unusual occasion demanded and justified unusual methods, and thousands who heard or read hardly any of the excellent speeches of the Social Democratic representatives would have been forced to hear about them and to think about the dirty blow that was dealt. Bernstein thought that Social Democrats should have transformed the Saxon legislature into a platform from which to address the people. 7. In Bernstein's opinion, Social Democrats could have attempted more strenuous actions outside Parliament, too. He maintained. Different general conditions, a different method of fighting. It is not a matter of specific single measures, rather very generally of the question whether it is justified under all circumstances to limit oneself to the written or spoken word or whether there does not exist a middle path between this and accepting the brutal challenge of the Saxon reactionaries to face the rifles. Bernstein referred to the agitation of the English middle classes culminating in the Reform Bill of 1832, and he pointed to a recent use of the mass strike. In our own time Belgium has shown us how to achieve great and positive success by adding the political strike to these methods. 2 years ago in this paper, I tried to prove that although the general strike as envisioned by the anarchists is highly utopian, because of this the strike still need not be altogether useless as a political weapon, rather may be very appropriate under certain circumstances. 8. For the reactionary conditions in Germany, Bernstein considered even the mass strike extra-parliamentary, potentially revolutionary, and possibly violent. Having offered suggestions for action, Bernstein criticized the two tactics of surrendering the current Diet mandates and of boycotting future elections. 2 reasons had been given for leaving the Diet, that of honor and that of the current Social Democratic delegations lacking influence. Bernstein contended, nothing is more misleading than the slogan about dignity, which moreover in general those people throw around the most who themselves possess the least of the article itself. As for the second argument, the Social Democrats in the Diet could use it for agitation. In contrast, walking out was one of the least telling measures, in Bernstein's opinion, refusing to participate in elections, perhaps even less so. For him, a better protest would be to take part, to win the majority of the popular vote, and then to show how the third-class electors were defeated by those of the first and second classes. This shocks, this provokes, this is the permanent, the vivid demonstration of the electoral injustice of the three-class election. Concerning Vorwärts's proposal to concentrate on the Reichstag elections, Bernstein agreed that the crisis in Saxony would lead to victories there, but he warned that the Reichstag suffrage was not inviolable. 9. When arguing against participation in future Saxon Diet elections, Schonlank had cited the decisive defeat in 1893 of the proposal to participate in the Prussian ones. Hence Bernstein defended his earlier idea. I had admitted from the beginning that great hesitations would stand in the way of my proposal. When I nonetheless decided to step forward with it, I was led to do so primarily by the conviction that if we do not want to wait for the renowned day of the great Kladoradetsk, we can do nothing against the three-class electoral system unless it be by our breaking through it as it is, pushing it in itself ad absurdum. My proposal came unexpectedly and too late for the imminent campaign. The party organ moved against it with the heaviest artillery, it fell. In Cologne it was buried. No participation in the elections, no action which might require a compromise, but thorough and energetic agitation for introducing universal, etc. suffrage in the Diet. This was the refrain of the dirge to which the proposal was carried to its grave. What has happened since with this so vehemently introduced but? Nothing, nothing, and again nothing. Bernstein dismissed the contention that compromise in Diet elections would necessarily bring the sacrifice of principles. He claimed that the Belgian and French socialist parties had won immensely without sacrificing the least part of their programs. Bernstein insisted, a party which knows what it wants and is based on a clear understanding of the social context really does not need to fear that a compromise will damage its soul. The fear of occasional compromise is anything but evidence that we trust in the strength of the social democratic teachings. Bernstein also questioned the supposition that the advanced stage of Germany's economic evolution made reform efforts superfluous. In industrial development, Belgium was not behind Germany, Bernstein observed. It was the reactionary political constitution of Germany, not its economy, that created polarization. Bernstein wrote, in Germany people have gotten far too used to blaming quickly the stage of economic development for things which have much more to do with the backwardness of political conditions, pure emanations of the police and bureaucratic spirit, than with anything else deducing from the decree of some obscure mayor the imminent demise of the bourgeois world. I have every reason to judge this mildly, for I have sinned in the same way. But I must warn against the custom nonetheless. The political reaction in Germany is no measure of the degree of its economic disintegration, other factors play a role too. Social democracy thus has more to take into account than today and tomorrow. We have no infallible measure for the expansion for which the bourgeois society is still capable. Be it close to or far from its limits, in any case we must look after the interests of the proletariat in all areas of public life, strengthen it economically when possible, and expand its political power as much as possible. Point 10. The number of social democratic Reichstag votes, the viciousness of the police state neither convinced Bernstein that the existing social and economic system faced imminent collapse. One could assume that time remained for the SPD in cooperation with other parties to fight for a democratic republic and for reforms which would strengthen the proletariat for the conquest of political power. The actual practice of the SPD, including its daily toil in parliament, diets, local councils, and trade unions, contributed to reaching the socialist goal. The movement made up of such practices was more valuable, in Bernstein's eyes, than empty slogans about the class struggle and the renowned day of the Great Kladoradetsk. In this emphasis on the movement itself lay an early foreshadowing of the latter half of Bernstein's controversial statement in January 1898, which denied what is commonly understood by final goal of socialism while affirming the movement. The presentiment in 1896 formed a bridge, perhaps, between Besant's 1889 Fabian essay and Bernstein's 1898 polemic against Bax. The other half of the 1898 statement crystallized in writings which immediately followed the discussion of Saxony, in debates on Poland and Turkey. Point 11. Bernstein's reply to Schonlank raised the central issues of correctly identifying a country's stage in the historical process leading to socialism and of making demands appropriate to that stage. If one confused the Zusammenbruch occurring before the proletariat conquered political power with the transformation of capitalism into socialism, which Kautsky and Bernstein thought would occur only later under proletarian rule, then the belief that the collapse was imminent would require the conviction that the capitalist economy was ready for transition. Demands suitable to socialism would be in order, an intense class conflict would be expected, a mature and united proletariat would be assumed. Bernstein rejected the notion that Germany's economy was particularly mature, certainly not when compared to Great Britain's or Belgium's. The SPD faced a front of hostile parties because of Germany's political backwardness, not because of its economic advancement. Bernstein's view had two immediate consequences: first, because of this special political economic situation, the proletariat must carry out tasks traditionally the responsibility of the bourgeoisie, like winning an equal suffrage in Prussia. Second, since capitalism did not necessarily face an imminent collapse, presumably there remained time to carry out such improvements. It was as wrong to delay liberal democratic reforms until after the proletariat had taken power as it was wrong to request reforms appropriate to socialism from a junker or bourgeois government. Bernstein struggled with the problem of shaping demands to fit a specific economic stage while he wrestled with editing Louis Héritière's History of the 1848 Revolution in France, a task taking much of 1896. During this endeavor Bernstein obtained a new picture of the French socialist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. On the question of which demands were appropriate in 1848, Bernstein found Proudhon almost always right, in contrast to Louis Auguste Blanqui and his followers. 12. Bernstein shared his concern with Kautsky in a letter on June 19, 1896. Bernstein noted for Kautsky that Proudhon's wish to socialize only the large monopolies had become the position of the French Marxists. Bernstein believed this goal to be all that was needed or justified. Have I thus turned petit bourgeois? I do not think so. I only see the development of things through different eyes. It was understandable that in an earlier economic period Proudhon had asked for no more than partial socialization. Bernstein judged that Proudhon had often been right but that he stated his position poorly. Here one is reminded perhaps of the 1895 introduction to Marx's The Class Struggles in France 1848-1850, where Engels admitted that the later expansion of capital had shown that the French economy was not ready for socialization in mid-century. 13. Kautsky replied on June 24 that he agreed with Bernstein in respect to the present. However, once the proletariat had taken power, the workers' demands would eliminate profits, and production with wage labor would become impossible. Kautsky shared his vision of capitalists asking the government to assume control of industries for reasonable compensation. In this way, socialization could occur without expropriation. Private production with little wage labor could continue, but it would depend on the socialized enterprises, and eventually all production would be state-run. Kautsky said that he had intended to develop the idea in an article on the day after the revolution, in which I wanted to show that out of the dictatorship of the proletariat, without a plan for a future order coming into play, the socialist society must grow with natural necessity. 14. Here Kautsky reconfirmed that mature Marxism had no model to impose. He granted the state an indirect role in the transformation, assisting the proletariat instead of repressing it. In socializing production, the government would more respond to changes in the economy than impose them. On June 29 Bernstein answered that he concurred with Kautsky, up to a point. What you wrote about the day after the Kladoratetsk I had already thought myself, but there is a big if. Precisely because the workers will come forward with exaggerated demands, a grandiose failure with obligatory setbacks is easily possible. The question is certainly not so simple, and precisely this is what makes me feel so doubtful. 15. Perhaps Bernstein's fear was that if the laborers had grown accustomed to expecting too much too soon from the state, they might demand more than it could or should provide. To protect Kautsky's gradual socialization under a dictatorship of the proletariat, one should encourage workers to rely more on their own efforts and organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, local government, etc., and not on the state. Especially in Great Britain, where the proletariat was gaining political influence and its conquest of power was nearing, one should seek that the laborers' expectations did not overlook their personal responsibility to provide for their families. Bernstein confided to Kautsky, "I am beginning, please do not faint, to tend toward anarchistic communism. Maybe it is only a mood, but it stirs me up inside, and much of what I see reinforces my doubts. Read the resolutions to the International Congress. What an assault on the state as a general fodder box." 16. In the months ahead Bernstein would often return to this concern. It was more than the old SPD hostility to state socialism, which applied less and less in Great Britain. Apparently, it presumed that at least there the proletariat was approaching political control but that the economy was not yet ready for total socialization, hence it presumed that the workers might need to rule for a time over a mixed economy with privately owned production. It presumed what Kautsky understood to be the dictatorship of the proletariat. Kautsky had come to focus on this transitional phase during the agrarian debates. Bernstein rediscovered its importance while he struggled with the question of finding demands appropriate to a particular stage of economic evolution. Both realized that truly socialist reforms were needed only in a capitalist or mixed economy, but possible only under proletarian rule. To address many of these related concerns and to balance an allegedly incomplete social democratic picture of Proudhon, Bernstein wrote the article Proudhon as Politician and Publicist. Bernstein admitted that Proudhon was petit bourgeois in the sense that in regard to the problems considered and solutions proposed he could not escape the limitations of that class. Still, in Bernstein's opinion, Proudhon represented a major advance in socialist thinking in France. He attempted to replace an earlier utopianism with an approach recognizing the existing social system. Bernstein wrote, "Until Proudhon, French socialism had in essence been utopian experimental. It had produced ingenious theories and insights into the laws and tendencies of social development, but as socialism had either remained mere theories or led to experiments which in terms of extent and inner character stood in no relationship to the indicated transformation of society. As grand as these experiments were planned, when it came to practical application they shrank down to minute dimensions and thus revealed the contrast between the real stage of development and the speculation which had pushed ahead of it." Bernstein specifically criticized a French conspiratorial revolutionary communism which dreamed of using confiscations to cause a social revolution like that desired by Babeuf. In the 1848 revolution this communism had only slogans, and to call the masses to action it even employed nationalistic slogans instead of social revolutionary ones. 17. Bernstein may have thought that in avoiding slogans and in trying to make socialist demands match economic reality, Proudhon paralleled Marx. Bernstein said that Proudhon did reject utopianism and did wish to see socialism developing out of the present society. But his use of abstractions like justice led him to end up merely clarifying his petit bourgeois social order. 18. Bernstein gave credit to Proudhon for speaking out on behalf of the workers and socialism following the June days in 1848. Bernstein explained that some of Proudhon's Philistine expressions were in reaction to demagogues. The practice of exalting the workers Bernstein found a continuing danger. According to Bernstein, Proudhon eventually doubted the workers' self-emancipation, and he allegedly never understood the class struggle. Proudhon did feel himself a member of the working class, but that of a petit bourgeois society. His confusing this working class with the proletariat accounted for many of the contradictions in his thought. Again, Proudhon did not transcend his society. In Bernstein's analysis, Proudhon admitted as much when he rejected the Hegelian dialectic in favor of a philosophy in which forces balanced one another. It was the philosophy of a petit bourgeois society. 19. Bernstein turned to the concern he had expressed to Kautsky, that of finding realistic demands. Bernstein cited Marx's analysis when arguing that unusual conditions might require the working class to accomplish bourgeois tasks in Germany in 1896 as in France in 1848. In the class struggles in France, Marx has revealed with great clarity the secret of the contrast between what the French revolutionaries wanted and what they did when he writes, "In France the petit bourgeois does what normally the industrial bourgeois must do, the worker does what normally would be the task of the petit bourgeois." The peculiar historical development of a country, its temperament and traditions, can lead to circumstances which contradict its stage of economic and political development, and the consequence then is always that the classes act differently than the way they should according to their real nature. The incongruity can be found elsewhere too, for example in the changed conditions in today's Germany where, thanks to the wisdom of her politicians, the growth of the Social Democratic Party has rushed far ahead of the general political development, and the party of the proletariat therefore does many things which normally other classes should do. With sophisticated tricks the demagogue tries to avoid such incongruities between the proclaimed slogans and actual deeds. He lies about his acts, about his enemies, about the whole context. At least Proudhon was not a demagogue. 20. Bernstein pointed out that Proudhon had questioned over-reliance on the central government. Bernstein claimed that Proudhon's federalism was much like what Marx desired. As is already known, Proudhon's anarchism is not at all what is presented under that name today, rather simply a theory of federalism. And if one ignores Proudhon's much adorned expressions and certain exaggerations which had admittedly become second nature to him, then the federalism he developed will coincide in almost all essential points with the picture Marx sketches in his The Civil War in France, section 3, of the form of society which must replace the suppressed state and realize self-government by the society. But that Marx's anarchism dates from before 1870 is shown by the poverty of philosophy, the Communist Manifesto, and the class struggles in France. 21. Bernstein had utilized Proudhon's thinking to identify what Bernstein took to be Marx's own opposition to the centralized state. See Poland. In a letter to Bernstein on April 30, 1896, Kautsky praised the essay on Saxony. "You have understood the matter much more deeply than I. We need articles like this one more often." He had made a special effort to include Bernstein's text in the current number of Neue Zeit, before May Day. 1. The May Day 1896 issue of Justice contained Bax's proposal to ally with native populations to fight colonialism. It also presented an article by A.B.A. Jedrzejowski on the history of socialism in Poland. The author argued that fulfilling the socialist program there required national independence, and he quoted a resolution on independence to be submitted to the London Congress of the Second International. The article cited Hyndman, who held the conviction that restraining Russia required an independent Polish state. 2. To an extent, Hyndman followed Marx and Engels, for they had stressed the need for an independent Poland for international political reasons. The two had remembered Russia's role in the revolutions of 1848. They had believed that while the Entente of Russia, Prussia, and Austria continued, liberal and democratic movements in the West could not develop freely. The First International had grown out of meetings called to protest the suppressing of the 1863 Polish revolt. However, Marx and Engels had considered Polish domestic needs, too. The proletariat required a democratic republic with liberal freedoms in order to prepare itself for future rule, and a democratic republic in Poland could only be independent. In 1882 Engels compared the importance of independence for Polish socialists to the importance of ending the anti-socialist laws for German social democrats. In his foreword to the 1892 Polish translation of the Communist Manifesto, Engels called for an independent state to be achieved by the laborers. 3. Seemingly in reply to Justice, in mid-May 1896 Kautsky published one of Rosa Luxemburg's first articles for the German Social Democratic Press, New Currents in the Polish Socialist Movement in Germany and Austria. Actually, Kautsky had been discussing the article with her since early March. He had returned the article to her to be shortened, which delayed its appearance until after Jedrzejowski's. 4. Luxemburg asserted that the social patriot movement demanding Polish independence was very new. She maintained that earlier social democrats had desired an independent Poland for reasons of foreign policy, as a protest and a bulwark against Russia. They had imagined Polish independence resulting from war and diplomacy, not from the everyday struggle of the proletariat. Luxemburg wrote that since 1893 a new movement had arisen demanding independence as an issue of domestic policy. This movement wanted the Polish proletariat to establish a bourgeois class state in much the way one sought universal suffrage in Austria, which meant to her that the issue was no longer one of sympathy for Polish independence but rather one of class interests and concrete possibilities. Here lay Luxemburg's key point: neither foreign policy nor domestic possibilities now justified Polish Social Democrats adopting a demand for national independence. 5. According to Luxemburg, the demand for a Polish class state did not fit the economic political facts. The proletariat there would receive a greater task than any other working class. It would need to surmount opposition from a Polish bourgeoisie which opposed national unification, to overcome economic relations tying each part of Poland to its respective annexing state, and to defeat three of the strongest governments in Europe: Germany, Austria, and Russia. If the Polish laborers could accomplish all this, she argued, then they could do more than set up a bourgeois class state. Once the Polish proletariat is capable of achieving the re-establishing of Poland despite the governments of the annexing states and despite the Polish bourgeoisie, then it will surely also be capable of taking up the socialist transformation of society. The amount of power and class consciousness necessary to accomplish the first task is certainly sufficient for accomplishing the second. The second means only cooperating with the economic development, whereas the first means breaking it. Luxemburg recalled an earlier debate on launching a mass strike in the event of a European war. Socialists had decided then that the proletariat was not powerful enough to halt the functioning of a class state within the existing social order. Luxemburg believed that creating a Polish state would be more difficult. 6. Poland would later be independent under proletarian rule, Luxemburg thought, yet, the demand for independence did not belong in a social democratic program. 7. It would appear that for her as for Kautsky and Bernstein, a social democratic program should include as immediate reforms only those which were compatible with a democratic republic and a capitalist economy and which strengthened the workers. It should avoid speculation about a future proletarian state. Kautsky opposed present government aid directly for the peasants, Bernstein questioned measures intended to stop colonialism, Luxemburg rejected an immediate demand for Polish independence. Their positions could have had the following axiom in common: it was wrong to make demands judged appropriate only to a future stage of historical development. Luxemburg expressed her concern that the movement for Polish independence might harm the proletarian cause. Adopting the goal would force Polish Social Democrats to abandon their German or Austrian party to form a new party crossing state frontiers. She feared that emphasis on nationalism would hide the common interests of workers of different nationalities and might cause Polish socialists to follow bourgeois leadership. 8. Luxemburg decided that the demand for a Polish nation-state was utopian and not Marxist, despite the claim of its advocates that they followed the policy of Marx and Engels. According to Luxemburg, Engels himself had later agreed that Russia no longer posed a threat to Europe and that, instead, internal revolution posed a threat to the Tsar. In any case, Luxemburg observed, a Polish buffer zone could not stop Russia's diplomats and agents, as witnessed by the example of France. A bourgeois republic in Poland might very well ally with the Tsar. 9. From expressions of Marx and Engels one could derive at most the desirableness of an independent Poland, according to Luxemburg. In her opinion, this was not enough. She explained. It was none other than precisely Marx and Engels who first taught the working class to make into the drive wheel of all its endeavors not simple desirableness, not mere will to achieve that which is desirable, but rather to take as the criterion for this the actual material conditions of society in its development, which alone can determine whether the desirable is indeed possible and which also make the possible historically necessary. For Marx and Engels the independence of Poland might result from war and diplomacy, Luxemburg argued. She echoed Kautsky by saying that the results of future wars should not become part of socialist programs. She wrote, "Statements by the founders of scientific socialism thus cannot and must not be interpreted even as hints for the practical everyday program of the Polish proletariat, because they refer only to eventualities in foreign affairs and not to the domestic class struggle and the results of Poland's course of social development." Luxemburg warned that the goal of Polish independence was not a principle of social democracy and should not be made into a dogma. To an extent, her reasoning resembled that of Bernstein when he refused the Kladoraticz of Engels and Babel as a foundation for policy. 10. Like Kautsky and Bernstein, Luxemburg located the essence of Marx's teaching in his emphasis on the evolution of material conditions rather than mere will as the determining force in history. For her as for them, the true Marxist was one who analyzed this process and constructed a program squarely on such analysis, not one who dreamed up utopias nor even necessarily one who pursued policies which Marx and Engels may have once endorsed. With changing circumstances, a Marxist might need to reconsider earlier views of Marx. Luxemburg's Neuezeit article sparked heated controversy. For example, the journal Neuezeit exclaimed on May 14, 1896. Miss Rosa Luxemburg has published an article in Neuezeit in which she wants to accuse the Polish socialists of a terrible crime. Namely, she wants to prove that we are fervent patriots. Perhaps of greater concern to Kautsky was Adler's reaction. Adler feared that Luxemburg would create a needless controversy out of the proposed resolution on Poland and raise problems for him with Polish socialists. Adler sent Kautsky an article against Luxemburg by the Krakow comrade Samuel Hacker. 11. Kautsky published Hacker's article, but as important, he added a note explaining why he had published Luxemburg's essay even though not fully agreeing with her. The Neuezeit is not a journal for propaganda, rather a journal for criticism, even self-criticism. We are well aware that some find fault with our dogma fanaticism. In fact, we take to be one of our most important tasks presenting for discussion viewpoints which differ from the traditional ones dominant in our party. If this is so seldom the case that we give the impression of being intolerant, it is because we believe that not every special opinion of some individual has a right to be heard. When someone wants to battle orthodoxy in Neuezeit, we demand that he or she say something new, not discover America for the umpteenth time or develop views and arguments which have long been taken care of for anyone who reads our literature. And of course we must also demand that this individual has something to say that holds up. Unfortunately, the number of unorthodox articles submitted to us which meet these criteria is very small. In our opinion, the article by Miss Luxemburg meets them. Her viewpoint and her arguments are novel and important enough to deserve discussion. The topic itself is very important and rather complicated, and one cannot deny that conditions in the various parts of Poland have changed considerably over the last decades, and that thus a revision of several earlier arguments in favor of Polish unification is well in order. 12. Kautsky had stated his opinion on the revision of Marxist thought. While opposing Luxemburg's stand on Polish independence, he could affirm her revising the traditional arguments because her work rested on Marx's method of analysis. Hacker's reply to Luxemburg included many references to social democratic leaders who had spoken for Polish independence, spoken at a time when Poland already had a socialist party. Engels in 1892, Georgy Plekhanov in 1896, participants at a London rally on February 1, 1896, including Eleanor Marx, Edward Aveling, and Bernstein. Hacker quoted Hindman's letter to the convener of the demonstration. In general, I do not care much for national solutions as such. But as far as Poland is concerned, I too believe that the only hope for defending civilized Europe against reactionary Russia lies in re-establishing a strong Poland. Hacker referred to statements by Bulgarians, an Italian, Babel, and Liebknecht. Then Hacker cited the section of Bernstein's speech at the February 1 meeting which incorporated Engels's idea that Polish independence might be utopian at present but would certainly follow the victory of German social democracy. Hacker reasoned that this liberation would require cooperation from the Poles, which led him back to Engels's 1892 affirmation that the Polish proletariat would establish an independent Poland. 13. Hacker also mentioned Bernstein's recent article on Saxony warning against the simplistic use of economic arguments. Hacker believed that economic forces would act for the unification of Poland once Russian capital needed protection from Polish industry. Overlooking Bernstein's equally stern caveat against deferring action on important issues to after some supposedly imminent Kladoradetsk, Hacker claimed that his group had not insisted that they could win independence before the proletariat took power. He said that the entire Polish Socialist Party agreed on independence, that it was not drawing up a new program, that the German and Austrian Social Democratic parties did not oppose the Poles organizing separately. He also denied that they were neglecting internationalism and discounted bourgeois influence. 14. When the Poland resolution for London first circulated, Luxemburg had submitted a second article for Neuezeit, titled Social Patriotism in Poland. Kautsky had returned it. When Hacker's polemic appeared, Luxemburg again sent her essay to Kautsky, enclosing a separate reply to Hacker. She gave Kautsky permission to cut or combine sections as he deemed best. 15. Luxembourg rejected Hacker's claim that the social patriots had not insisted that they could achieve Polish independence before the proletarian revolution. She wrote, "For the re-establishment of Poland as a class state only after the Great Kladoradzic is crazy, while after it the liberation of Poland as a nation is a matter of course and thus cannot form a special postulate for agitation today. More to the point, since the social patriots had described their new Polish republic as a class state with bourgeois institutions," she reasoned, "they clearly considered independence possible before the proletariat took power." 16. From Hacker's denial that this possibility was what his group proclaimed, one might infer that they thought that the Polish laborers could establish an independent state before the proletarian revolution but should deliberately wait to do so until after it. This inference would violate Bernstein's key point that Social Democrats should not consign to the period after the revolution those reforms which were compatible with a democratic republic and capitalist economy and which aided the workers' cause. In contrast to Hacker, Luxembourg doubted that Polish independence could be won before the proletariat took control. After the revolution Poland would of course be free. In neither case did the demand for independence belong in a socialist program. Luxembourg quoted the Poland resolution for London before attacking both its provisions and the possible result of its adoption. In consideration that the subjugation of one nation by another can only be in the interest of capitalists and despots, while in contrast it is equally destructive for the laboring people, as much for those of the oppressed as those of the oppressing nation, and especially that the Russian Tsarist regime, which gains its inner strength and outer importance from the subjugation and division of Poland, constitutes a lasting danger to the development of the international workers' movement. The Congress declares that the independence of Poland is a necessary political demand as much for the whole international workers' movement as for the Polish proletariat. Luxembourg found it naive to propose abolishing something caused by the essence of capitalism while remaining within that system. Luxembourg believed that the Tsar derived his power not from the division of Poland but rather from Russian domestic economic and social conditions, from Russia's role in the Eastern question and in Asia, and from the diplomatic repercussions of the German annexation of Alsace-Lorraine. She worried that adopting the resolution would encourage nationalistic tendencies among Polish Social Democrats, that it would contradict earlier decisions against the proposal for a mass strike in event of war, and that it would raise the national issue for Ireland, Bohemia, and Alsace-Lorraine. Much had changed since 1848, Luxembourg observed. The threat was no longer Russian bayonets but Russian diplomacy. One should promote the unity of proletarian forces within the Russian Empire in opposing the Tsar. 17. Luxembourg challenged the whole approach of initially assigning the Polish national movements a role in foreign affairs and then appraising their internal circumstances. For her, the correct approach first analyzed how social conditions determined the character of the national movements and hence their implications for international relations. It was not a question of will but of facing the facts of Poland's necessary social and economic evolution determining which political goals were feasible. Luxembourg attempted to show how Polish industry in the Russian section was tied into the Russian economy. She claimed that no non-proletarian class had both the desire and the strength to realize national independence. As for the Polish workers, she warned against drawing a false parallel with the West. When the proletariat in Western Europe adopts the democratic rallying cry betrayed by the bourgeoisie, there is good reason for this. Proletariat and bourgeoisie, although hostile siblings, are nonetheless children of the same social formation, the capitalist. It carries within itself a certain number of democratic political tendencies which it tries to give birth to. At first the bourgeoisie appears as the bearer of these tendencies. However, once class conflicts are mature enough to force the proletariat onto the political stage, the bourgeoisie drops one democratic ideal after another. When the proletariat picks up these ideals at this point, it appears merely as the political heir to the bourgeoisie, the bearer of the tendencies of the same capitalist period, which is its historical role anyway. In Poland, as we have seen, proletariat and bourgeoisie belong to a formation which sprang up already on the grave of the national struggles. Actually, the independence of Poland was not betrayed by the bourgeoisie, for this was never its ideal. It was the ideal of the pre-capitalist, aristocratic, Agricultural period. According to Luxemburg, the proletariat must base its actions on the capitalist system, but this tied Poland to Russia. 18. As had Bernstein, Luxemburg here implied that the proletariat was the heir of the bourgeoisie and was destined to realize many of its democratic goals. Like Bernstein, she realized that a Marxist analysis might reach different conclusions when applied to different situations, for example, to different countries or to the same nation at different times. 19. Liebknecht shared Hindman's desire for an independent Poland to stop Russia. So he supported a leader of the Polish Socialist Party answering Luxemburg. The article by Witold Jadko-Narkiewicz appeared anonymously in Voorwoords on July 15, 16, and 17, 1896. The author conceded that before 1892 Polish Social Democrats did not demand independence as an immediate goal, but because they were fighting a nationalistic bourgeoisie. They assumed that independence would follow the revolution. In addition, Narkiewicz said, the People's Will movement impressed the early socialists in the part of Poland under Russia. When this movement declined and the Polish socialists suffered greater persecution from the Russian government, they came to advocate national independence. Narkiewicz imagined that even a constitutional Russia might oppress the Poles. He was more certain that a bourgeois Russia would do so. Narkiewicz then attempted what for him was a reductio ad absurdum: if Luxemburg opposed Polish independence because it hurt the interests of the bourgeois, then should socialists not back measures serving bourgeois interests like tariffs, perhaps, or like the colonial policy of France regarding Southeast Asia? He might have mentioned Great Britain and South Africa, but did not. Narkiewicz offered counter-examples to Luxemburg's economic arguments. Supposedly, those Polish political parties acquiescing in the status quo were weakest. He implied that the social democratic heritage demanded Polish independence just as Marx and Engels endorsed the unification of Germany. According to Narkiewicz, even Luxemburg admitted that Russia was weak. In regard to Germany and Austria, the demand for Polish independence might now be utopian, but no more so than the goal of equal suffrage in Prussia. Finally, Narkiewicz gave reasons for separate Polish social democratic organizations in Germany, Austria, and Russia. One reason was that of language. 20. Luxemburg answered sharply. She dismissed the suggestion that social democrats would support colonialism. Narkiewicz had confused the general capitalist social economic evolution with the special interests of the bourgeoisie, she said. The two differed greatly, the proletariat basing itself on the former only. Within weeks, Luxemburg would argue that social democrats should favor certain movements for national independence which furthered social and economic advance, strengthening the proletariat. 21. Luxemburg accused Narkiewicz of refusing to face historical necessity, concocting a program to fit his own imagination instead. Yes, she had said that revolution threatened the Tsar, but even after a revolution, the Russian state would remain. The social patriot demand for Polish independence contradicted much of the social democratic program for Germany and Austria, she explained, for the desired democratic reforms in these countries would lead to their becoming stronger, not to their breaking up. As for Russia, one could not seek democratic reforms within a state and also advocate seceding from it. Allegedly, the social patriots divided the proletarian forces in Russia and weakened the movement against the Tsar. Luxemburg rejected the proposition that those Polish political parties condoning the status quo were weaker than those advocating independence. After accounting for several suggested exceptions to her economic arguments, Luxemburg defended her methodology. Thus our materialist conception of history seems not to be in quite as bad a condition as the venerable comrade believes. Over and over again it is the material interests which shape and explain the political physiognomy of the different classes. 22. As his note to Hacker's article suggested, Kautsky was impressed by Luxemburg, though he disagreed with her on Polish independence. Since he was busy writing on agriculture and on cooperatives, he asked Bernstein to prepare an article, only to discover that his friend was less opposed to Luxemburg. It was in the opening of her first article that she had challenged Liebknecht and Hindman's belief in an independent Poland arresting the Russian threat. Bernstein told Kautsky that he particularly liked this opening but that Luxembourg had gone too far in her anti-nationalism. In the 1880s, Engels had explained to Bernstein that the cause of Polish independence was a valid one. Engels did not fear cooperation with the bourgeois on this issue. Later Bernstein wrote Kautsky that Luxembourg was wrong, that in Poland there were more classes than merely capitalists and workers. Apparently, Bernstein thought that these others could support the national cause. Kautsky finally composed his own reply to Luxembourg, but he embodied Bernstein's observations. 23. In the first installment of his article Finus Polonia, Kautsky completely assented to Luxembourg on the foreign policy dimension of the Polish question. It was wrong to seek an independent state merely for an ally against Russia. The First International had done so, but the Second International could not, since many things had changed. Kautsky remarked that the lesser nobility of Poland had once served as revolutionary leaders throughout the West, providing the proletariat and bourgeoisie with military training. However, much as Engels had argued in his 1895 introduction but going beyond it, Kautsky maintained that the armed uprising was out of date, replaced by the suffrage, the right to coalition and assembly, and freedom of the press. He believed that many nobles remaining in Poland had become conservative, serving their annexing government, that revolution threatened the Tsar, and that now a revolution in Western Europe would have repercussions keeping the Tsar occupied at home. Russian expansion in the guise of panslavism had been replaced by a desire for peace in the face of national independence movements throughout the Near East, Kautsky reported. Tsar and Sultan were now allied. Kautsky continued. Poland does not remain untouched by the changed circumstance. The decline of panslavism and the rise of a strong revolutionary movement in Russia have the result that speaking up for the re-establishing of Poland and speaking up for the integrity of Turkey cease to form urgent necessities for West European democracy. Each of these demands, the one like the other, is losing the great international significance they possessed for democrats in general, so also for the revolutionary proletariat in Europe, and it would be totally wrong to want to revive the old schema and expect the new international to assume on the Poland question exactly the position which the First International held. If Miss Luxembourg had wished to prove no more than this, we would fully agree with her. 24. However, Kautsky disagreed with Luxembourg concerning Polish independence as a domestic issue. He listed her three groups of reasons for rejecting the demand and then attacked each of them. 25. First, to provide direction, a social democratic program could contain demands which were currently impossible. Kautsky wrote, "Our practical demands, be they postulates explicitly formulated in a program or ones quietly accepted, are measured not by whether they are obtainable under the existing power relationships but rather by whether they are compatible with the existing social order and whether their execution lends itself to making easier and to promoting the class struggle of the proletariat and to smoothing the way to its political rule." Kautsky observed that the SPD demanded the popular election of government commissions, though in the present political situation the goal was utopian too. It was similar with the desire for a republic. Kautsky definitely thought an independent Poland possible before the proletariat took political power. 26. Second, Luxembourg had allegedly overlooked changing economic relationships in Central Europe. Kautsky said that as industry grew in Poland and in Russia, capitalists in Russia would turn more and more to the Tsar for help against those in Poland. The resulting discrimination would encourage Polish bourgeois to desire national independence, while at the same time the German and Austrian sections of Poland offered an alternative market. 27. Perhaps it was from his study of the agrarian question that Kautsky took the idea that small-scale producers might not decline quickly in number. Luxembourg wrongly ignored the petite bourgeoisie as a political force, Kautsky judged. The competition of the large capitalist enterprises ruins the small ones, but does not eliminate them equally fast. Its effect becomes apparent more in changing the character of the small enterprises. For example, it does not eliminate the craftsman everywhere. More often it changes him into a repairman, dealer in factory goods, or sweater. Finally, the proletariat itself supplies an ever-increasing soil for a numerous parasitic petite bourgeoisie for small dealers, innkeepers, and such. The petite bourgeois would demand satisfactory economic conditions, and when refused, they would grow restless, Kautsky feared. They could become a source of support for clericalism, for anti-Semitism, and in certain areas for nationalism. And they were not the only group desiring national independence, Kautsky thought. Luxemburg herself had described how the intellectuals suffered under Russian domination. Competition from Russian grain harmed the peasants, who no longer looked to the Tsar out of opposition to the nationalistic Polish nobility. 28. From the belief that Russia faced the prospect of revolution, Kautsky deduced that Polish independence might be possible before the proletariat took power. The exact nature of the new state could not be foreseen, Kautsky conceded. But here it is also not at all a matter of this, rather of proving that already within the framework of today's society, before long, Polish independence can become a question of very practical politics, and that accordingly the Polish proletariat has every reason to comment on it and not to avoid it by referring to the great Kladderadatsk which supposedly will straighten everything out on its own. 29. With this, Kautsky advanced an issue Luxemburg would leave to the dictatorship of the proletariat into the time before the workers had conquered power, and he wanted social democracy to take a stand on the issue. Bernstein had done much the same when in 1893 he challenged the SPD to address the suffrage in Prussia. The insistence that Social Democrats act immediately for certain types of change was expressed already in the Erfurt Program Part 2. Kautsky had addressed Bernstein's concern that some important issues should not be left to the period after the proletariat had seized power. Similarly, Kautsky's criticism that Luxemburg had neglected various classes which might still support independence corresponded well with Bernstein's allegation that she had considered only capitalists and workers. Kautsky remarked that those anti-nationalist Polish Social Democrats who prefer the danger of helping the Tsar to the danger of advancing petite bourgeois democracy reminded him of those English Social Democrats who mistakenly voted for the Tories rather than risk being corrupted by cooperation with the radicals. Kautsky saw that various organizational or tactical problems could arise for Polish social democracy, Luxemburg's third group of reasons. But he did not derive from these an argument against Polish independence. He believed that she had overlooked the importance of language. 30. In Kautsky's opinion, the Second International should speak out on the issue of Polish independence since the Polish proletariat was hindered in doing so. He disliked the resolution submitted in favor of independence because it failed to connect national unity to the class struggle and because he doubted that the Tsar still drew much power from the subjugation of Poland. Nonetheless, Kautsky was certain that the Second International should declare itself in favor of Polish independence. 31. On July 17, 1896, Bernstein wrote Kautsky praising his article on Poland. It is completely in the spirit of Marxism even though, or especially since, it goes against the old Marxist position on the Poland question. Bernstein could admire the thinking of both Kautsky and Luxemburg, though they reached different conclusions about Poland, because of their mutual emphasis on the social-economic situation. 32 Here the question for Bernstein was the correct use of Marx, as method or as model. On this issue, Bernstein, Kautsky, and Luxemburg agreed on employing Marxism as a method of analysis seeking to relate political and other cultural events to evolving material conditions, even when the approach meant reaching conclusions different from those of Marx. They also agreed on repudiating the interpretation of Marxism as a schema of historical development or a prescription of set policies, the interpretation held by Liebknecht and Hyndman. London. Social democratic leaders from around the world attended the Congress of the Second International meeting in London from July 27 to August 1, 1896. Beyond providing opportunity for personal contact, the London Congress accomplished little. It failed to settle the key issues that had confronted social democracy since the death of Engels 1 year before. The Agrarian Commission, on which Kautsky represented the Austrian party, wanted socialization and rational cultivation of land but decided that conditions varied too widely to make specific recommendations, other than to organize the rural proletariat. The Congress passed a declaration that the expansion of capitalism into the colonies benefited only the capitalists. In place of the Poland resolution from the Polish Socialist Party, the Congress approved a general expression of sympathy for oppressed peoples, with a reference to the triumph of socialism. The Congress did advocate workers forming political parties independent of the bourgeoisie, in a resolution which both the Fabians and some British trade union leaders opposed. Babel argued that the SPD had grown strong in opposition to bourgeois parties and that the British proletariat could accomplish the same. Once it was organized and independent, it would soon dominate state and society. Preceding and also symbolizing the atmosphere of failure in London were the parade and mass demonstration in Hyde Park intended to open the Congress. Instead of representing splendidly the strength and international solidarity of the labor movement, they suffered a half-hour deluge. 1. In part the Congress's failure was anticipated. Babel wrote Adler in late June, "I have very few hopes for the Congress, people will make a lot of noise, but little will come out of it. I am already satisfied if its decisions do not constitute a step backwards." 2. However, in addition the Congress was disrupted for 2 days by anarchists and was forced to spend a third day deciding on delegations. Before the Congress, Vorwärts had claimed that most Social Democrats stood united against the anarchists. They would simply be excluded. The newspaper avowed, "The London Congress will talk neither with the anarchists nor about anarchism. And the motion to admit or not to admit can be settled very quickly." Justice similarly asserted that anarchists had no business at a social democratic assembly. Bernstein also thought that they should be barred, but in an unsigned article in Vorwärts, he urged that reasons be given to show the British public that social democrats were not dogmatic. Socialists should not dismiss public opinion as only the opinion of the enemy. He wrote, "No matter how strong the political or class conflict, it does not occupy all the life of our time, it does not dominate all the thinking and feeling of people. There are still points on which we stand on common ground with at least a major part of the opposition." Bernstein recommended that one look at the tasks of the London meeting and the necessary basis of discussion there, expressed in the resolution of the 1893 Zurich Congress. Only those willing to act through legislative means could profitably contribute. To Bernstein, the Zurich resolution was not dogmatic, rather, the anarchists were. For the Zurich resolution did not restrict the proletariat to governmental means, while the anarchists prohibited political participation. Bernstein repeated his concern that laborers might rely too much on the state. No one would object more energetically than the writer of this article to wanting to refer the workers exclusively to the state, to help from above. By all means I do not want to see a race of state dependents growing up. But there is an enormous difference between observing limits in making demands on the state and forbidding it entirely. 3. Even before their admission could be debated on Monday, July 27, the first day of the Congress, anarchists on the floor and others in the visitors' gallery disrupted the meeting, forcing adjournment. The Vossische printed in German the London Sun's lurid depiction of the confusion. The wild scenes which followed simply defy description. These social apostles, who would lead the nations on the path of peace and unite all humanity in brotherly love, growled and yelled at one another, jumped on the chairs, swung their walking sticks like crazy, and finally began a general brawl. Perhaps the Sun exaggerated, but even justice passed on the following incident. One individual whose voice was lost in the universal din, but whose vigorous gesticulations attracted attention, was about to be removed forcibly from the gallery as an obstreperous anarchist when he was suddenly recognized as a friendly neighbor. He was Mr. Newman, the manager of the hall, who was endeavoring to say that he should have the Congress expelled by the police if order was not restored. 4. On Tuesday the Congress proceeded to debate the admission of anarchists. Keir Hardie urged tolerance, Jors praised political action since even trade union organization required protective legislation. Tom Mann spoke for including the anarchists, Hindman espoused the Zurich resolution banning them. Vorwärts described Hindman as the intellectual leader of the Social Democratic Federation, that organization which in tactic and principles more or less corresponds to German social democracy. The Dutch leader Nieuwenhuis opposed dogma in favor of freedom of opinion. The Congress represented trade unions which sometimes sent anarchist delegates. The Zurich resolution was upheld by a vote of 11 nations to 2 with 1 abstaining. However, the verdict still did not end the anarchist controversy, for the French section had divided into a majority for admission and a minority threatening to walk out if it were not acknowledged as a separate group. Finally, with Hindman presiding on Wednesday, the Congress voted to recognize 2 French delegations. 5. While the anarchist question preoccupied the plenary sessions, business progressed in the Congress's committees. Sidney Webb defended a resolution calling on the state to provide a complete system of education, under democratic public control, extending from the kindergarten to the university, the whole made genuinely accessible to every citizen by freedom from fees and by scholarships covering maintenance. Such education would be mandatory to age 16. Keir Hardie succeeded in amending the resolution to suggest that governments must maintain all pupils, an idea rejected by Webb as impracticable and by Zetkin. The Vossische-Zeitung related, she emphasized especially that it is totally impossible to make all young people to the age of 21, or even to 24, into state pensioners. In his later review of the Congress, Bernstein seconded Zetkin by again iterating his concern about relying too much on the state. We view as a regrettable decision the passing of the amendment to the resolution on education, which asks for all children not only free education but also free support up to the age of 21. We see in the demand in part a regression into utopianism, in part a dangerous tendency to nurture a spirit of Praetorianism within the proletariat. For communist society it would be superfluous, for the bourgeois society in which we find ourselves and to which it is addressed, it amounts to ruining the workers, to teaching them to grow used to being fed from the manger of the state. Here is one point where anarchist criticism, if it ever goes beyond generalities, would be to a large degree in order. Here were 2 earlier concerns of Bernstein. In a manner typical of state socialism, Keir Hardie's amendment seemed to seek in present bourgeois society a goal appropriate only to the future, and the practice might bring the laborers to expect too much of a worker government, in place of their own efforts. At the Congress, the German delegation voted against the resolution on education as amended, but it passed nonetheless. 6. At the final plenary session the German delegate Hermann Molkenbuhr reported for the Committee on the Economy and Industry. They had little new to recommend, he began, both because of the excellent demands originally made in 1889 and because of the difficulty in arriving at policies applicable to all countries. For example, the Fabians wished nationalization of tobacco, alcohol, and food manufacture and trade, but the Germans remembered fighting such proposals when introduced to shore up the monarchy. However, the Congress did approve a resolution which favored the nationalization of selected means of production, which encouraged workers to join trade unions as well as to form labor parties, and which called for May Day demonstrations. Anticipating the Kladderadatsk, one passage read: "The economic and industrial development is going on with such rapidity that a crisis may occur within a relatively short time. The Congress, therefore, impresses upon the proletariat of all countries the imperative necessity for learning, as class-conscious citizens, how to administer the business of their respective countries for the common good." 7. Both Vorwärts and Justice attempted to present a favorable picture of the Congress, but Bernstein countered them point by point. Where the 2 newspapers maintained that valuable work was accomplished in the committees, Bernstein deemed this activity insufficient. To him a worthwhile Congress needed good reports and, if possible, debates. Where Justice and Vorwärts favored Hindman's speech against the anarchists, Bernstein complained that the SDF leader lacked sufficient knowledge of the Zurich resolution. Where Justice shared the desire that future Congresses include only social democratic parties, Bernstein mentioned the almost unanimous rejection of the SDF proposal suggesting this. He wanted the trade unions too. Intimate contact with the great workers' movement is of much greater importance for social democracy than all formal advantages which the uniformity of such a party Congress would offer. Better to put up with all the unevenness and friction of the past Congresses, and better, if this were the only alternative, to open the door to the anarchists again, than to lose the contact. For only the close tie to the main body of workers struggling for progress protects social democracy from ossification, from decaying into sectarianism. 8. For Bernstein, as for Marx, Engels, and Kautsky, the proletariat remained vitally important to the socialist movement. Where those at Vorwärts or Justice might celebrate the resolution demanding labor parties independent of and apart from the bourgeoisie, Bernstein sought to explain why the British trade unions would not comply. Though the Congress did not intend to forbid workers' parties from entering tactical alliances with others, the English would interpret the resolution this way, Bernstein feared. He reported that trade union leaders had entered Parliament with Liberal help and then had fought for the workers, even against the Liberal Party. As an illustration, Bernstein gave J. H. Wilson, who was elected in 1892 against both Liberal and Conservative opposition but in 1895 was re-elected only through an arrangement with the Liberals. He is in no way an opponent of independent Labour candidates, but under the present conditions he could only go against a resolution which demands proceeding not only independent of but also apart from all bourgeois parties. The Englishman understands these things very concretely. He knows no abstract social democracy, he knows the Social Democratic Federation and its tactics, and this is what he means when he comments on social democracy. In the same way, the concept of an independent political workers' party has now been determined by the tactics of the independent Labour Party. One has to know this and take it into account if one wants to judge correctly the behavior of people like the Union leaders D. Hennessy and W. Stedman. An independent socialist workers' party will develop in the English Parliament only when the socialists have developed a reasonable political tactic. This, however, can be achieved not through vague resolutions but through careful consideration of the given conditions. 9. Finally, where Justice and Vorwärts praised the SDF's role at the Congress, Bernstein regretted the harm which he thought the party had done. Vorwärts saw the SDF becoming the premier social democratic party in England and predicted that the formation of one united party would follow. This union would be the most important outcome of the Congress. Again, Vorwärts likened the SDF's principles to those of German social democracy. Bernstein believed that the British trade unions were upset because they had been denied seats on select committees, an oversight he attributed to rivalry between the SDF and ILP. He expected that because of this tactlessness the 1896 Edinburgh TUC would repeal the Norwich Resolution calling for nationalisation of the means of production and exchange. 10. Turkey. Throughout the 19th century, subject peoples of the Ottoman Empire rebelled. The 1890s were marked by unrest and violence in Armenia, in Macedonia, and on Crete. A Cretan insurgence in May 1896 and an Armenian disruption in Constantinople that August, both followed by reprisals, bolstered intervention by the European powers. There was suspicion of Tsarist influence, fear of Russian gains in the eastern Mediterranean region, and concern about a general European war. 1 Vorwärts and Justice published compatible views of the crisis. Allegedly, Tsarist agents and money were the real cause of the turmoil. Russia aimed to weaken the Ottoman Empire in order to expand in the Near East, so it was necessary to preserve Turkey as a bulwark against this expansion. Though not above reproach, Ottoman rule was tolerable, and the government's faults could be corrected if Russia would allow reform to occur. According to Vorwärts and Justice, reports of earlier alleged atrocities were exaggerated. In any case, the Tsar was more oppressive than the Sultan, and the subject peoples preferred the Turks. Justice alleged that some among those Englishmen wanting Great Britain to intervene had been bribed and that others were motivated by religious prejudice or by a desire to distract attention from problems in the British Empire or at home. Vorwärts presented the policy of upholding the Ottoman Empire against Russia as the authentic Marxist one. It cited Marx's dislike for the Tsarist regime and asked for publication of his writings on the Eastern Question. 2. In late September 1896, Bernstein challenged the interpretation of the Eastern Question propounded by Justice and Vorwärts. On September 29, Vorwärts carried his unsigned article describing the English protest movement against the Sultan. Much of the agitation was exaggerated, Bernstein admitted, but for him two facts remained: the Sultan's government was archaic and incapable of reform, which justified European intervention, and Great Britain's intervention would be in the interest of the Sultan's subjects. The agitation was not self-interested. Nor was it a matter of opposing the Mohammedan religion, rather, public attacks on the religion had to do with it as a support for certain social and political institutions. Bernstein conceded that to a degree the protest movement was in favor of Russia. However, the English had little choice but to help Russia if they wished to assist the Armenians. He believed there was little regard for the Tsar's system of government. People asked how one could condemn Britain for cooperating with Russia if Germany did so. They thought that Germany and Austria also had an interest in checking Russian expansion and that failing to solve the crisis would only serve Russia in the future. Many English Democrats were thinking this way, Bernstein claimed. From their perspective it is a freedom and reform movement, in the same way England helped the Greeks, Italians, and Bulgarians, etc. achieve their national independence. It is the curse of German history that the German people have been able to join almost none of these movements with undivided sympathy. Bernstein then criticized the basic premise of Justice and Vorwärts. No doubt agents of the Tsar are operating throughout the Orient. But this is certainly no reason to side with the Sultan who, merely in order to avoid reforms, hides behind the skirt of the Tsar. Turkey has ceased to be a dam against Russian intrigues. In its present form it remains only a breeding ground for them. 3. Vorwärts editors prefaced Bernstein's report with the remark that they could not agree with it. Perhaps his unsigned article dated October 2, 1896, pleased them even less. Bernstein reported that most English socialists opposed the agitation against the Ottoman Empire, both because it was exaggerated and because they thought it distracted from problems elsewhere. But a recent meeting called by the SDF had passed a resolution which expressed sympathy for the Armenians and condemned the powers for allowing the situation in the Near East to reach this extreme. Bernstein declared that hardly anyone in England liked the status quo anymore, that even many conservatives rejected the old policy of maintaining the Ottoman Empire as a defense against Russia. According to Bernstein, British leaders were considering a settlement with Russia, one recognizing Russia as the protector of Christians in the Ottoman Empire and acknowledging Russian power on the Bosporus. Supposedly, many Englishmen doubted that their country would have the most to lose in this arrangement. Great Britain would sacrifice no vital interest of the empire and could depend on its navy. The real losers would be Russia's neighbors. Bernstein granted that the Armenians had little to gain by exchanging the Sultan for the Tsar. But they would be happy with the trade, Bernstein thought, for then they would at least have security of life and property. Vorwärts appended a note replying that it could not imagine that the British government was ready to sacrifice Turkey to Russia, that the Christians there would be better off under the Tsar, that human civilization would be advanced by strengthening Russia, or that the British Navy could not be matched by the Russian fleet when joined by that of France. On October 12 Bernstein answered, "As little as the editors of Vorwärts do I take for a satisfactory solution Turkish Armenia coming under the Russian protectorate. Rather, I oppose a policy which pushes in that direction. It is beyond all doubt that the Armenians prefer the Tsar to the Sultan if that is their only choice. Even if we disapprove of this, we cannot change it." 4. By October 5, 1896, Bernstein had promised Kautsky a Nuizite article on Armenia. On October 7 Kautsky suggested that Bernstein expand the essay to discuss the entire Eastern question. Significantly, Kautsky confessed, "In my opinion the old Marxist Eastern policy has become untenable." By the old Marxist Eastern policy Kautsky may have meant simply the position of Liebknecht, which the latter thought to be that of Marx, but Kautsky probably assumed that in his opposition to Russia, Marx himself had favored the Ottoman Empire. Perhaps only later, in those very texts Vorwärts had wanted published, did Kautsky discover that Marx had actually been critical of the Ottoman Empire. In his October 7 letter, Kautsky argued that the empire could not be reformed and that the Tsar sought to perpetuate the status quo since Turkey was dependent on Russia. Then on October 10 Kautsky sent Bernstein several articles by Luxemburg which had just appeared in the Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and which he found quite reasonable. Kautsky believed that reform was impossible because the Ottoman Empire lacked a strong central government and that past reforms had weakened the central authority, thus tending to destroy the empire. 5. Luxemburg began her article series The National Struggles in Turkey and Social Democracy by attacking the assumption expressed by Vorwärts and Justice that unrest in the Near East was essentially the work of Russian agents. Such an interpretation might suffice for the bourgeois but not for social democrats, she said, who looked for the underlying material causes of national affairs. According to Luxemburg, the unrest came as a consequence of reforms enacted during the 19th century in response to the confrontation with Europe and the threat from Russia. These reforms replaced the feudal administration with a centralized bureaucracy and standing army, which in turn meant new financial impositions for the people. Luxemburg pictured the situation made worse by local administrators who exploited the people in order to pay for their offices. As the nobility became modern landowners, the peasants acquired a burden of rent in addition to the old tithe and the new taxes. Similar to Kautsky in his Erfurt program commentary, Luxemburg suspected that the poor suffered also from insecurity. Thus the reforms brought with them an enormous worsening of the people's material conditions. But what made them particularly unbearable was a very modern tendency which had torn its way into these conditions: insecurity, the chaotic tax system, the indefinite relations in land ownership, but especially the money economy. 6. Luxemburg allowed that the Turkish crisis at first reminded one of Russia following the Crimean War. However, there was an important difference: in the Ottoman Empire, reforms had not been accompanied by an economic revolution. In her opinion, the region lacked the domestic preconditions for the transition to capitalism, and the foreign powers wished to keep it an open market for their goods. With the financial burdens, the form of administration, and the impact of a money economy, two things necessarily resulted, she claimed: the peasants became more and more indebted to the local lenders, and the government, to the Europeans. Hence there were rebellions in the villages and palace revolts in Constantinople. Luxemburg argued that escape from the situation required economic and social transformation into capitalism, but that there existed no class ready to accomplish the revolution. The reforms promised by the Sultan could have no effect. Here lay the roots of the nationalist movements, according to Luxemburg. The stability of the mode of life and the exclusiveness of the provinces and nationalities had disappeared. But no material interest and no common development had been created which would unify them internally. On the contrary, the oppression and misery of all those belonging to the Turkish state grew greater and greater. So there resulted a natural tendency among the different nationalities to escape from this totality and to seek the way to a higher social development instinctively in an independent existence. The tendency was most powerful among the Christian subject nationalities, Luxemburg thought, because the struggle of the Christian peasant against his Mohammedan landlord and state official found religious and nationalist expression. It was ridiculous to blame unrest on agents of the Tsar alone. 7. For Luxemburg, the Marxist character of her analysis was important. Political reforms had initiated change in Turkey, but the process was still an economically determined and necessary one. Here was an application of the principle that the political superstructure could cause major alterations in the social-economic basis, only to be itself altered profoundly by the basis. Luxemburg wrote, "The impossibility of archaic economic structures continuing in Turkey in view of the fiscal system and the money economy, and the impossibility of the money economy developing into capitalism here is the key to understanding the events on the Balkan Peninsula. The foundation of the existing Turkish despotism is undermined, but the foundation for its developing into a modern state is not created. Thus it has to end, not as a form of government, but as a state, not through class struggle, but through the struggle of nationalities." 8. Luxemburg saw the primary conflict in the Ottoman Empire, in contrast to that in Poland, as occurring among nationalities, not between classes. Hence she could infer that the subject peoples could win independence before a proletariat there had conquered political power or, for that matter, had even emerged. Luxemburg declared that in principle social democracy should endorse all efforts at achieving freedom. But then she continued. Of course one should schematize in foreign policy as little as in domestic. The national struggle is not always the appropriate form for the freedom struggle. For example, the national question takes shape differently in Poland, Alsace-Lorraine, or Bohemia. In all these cases we have before us the directly opposite process of the capitalist assimilation of the annexed territories by the ruling country, which condemns the separatist efforts to impotence, and the interests of the workers' movement compel us to speak for a unification of forces and not for their division through national battles. In the question of the uprisings in Turkey, the context is different. The Christian provinces were not tied economically to Turkey, she implied. There was no labor movement to consider. So social democratic recognition of the national struggles would be beyond doubt. Luxemburg believed that liberating the Christian nationalities would provide a major clarification in European foreign relations. Also important, Luxemburg contended, freeing them would be an act of social progress. It would allow these nations to advance as bourgeois and capitalist countries. She insisted. This separation is the only way for the Turkish provinces to achieve higher forms of social life. As long as a province remains under Turkish rule, a modern capitalist development is out of the question for it. Separated from Turkey, it receives a European type of state and bourgeois institutions and is gradually absorbed into the general stream of capitalist development. For Luxemburg, as for Kautsky and Bernstein, this capitalist development prepared the way for the workers' movement and for social democracy. 9 A period of capitalist economy and bourgeois society made possible the formation of a proletariat, a precondition of socialism. Finally, Luxemburg argued that emancipating the subject peoples from the Sultan would help stop the Tsar. The Balkan nations already liberated opposed Russian influence in the Near East, she claimed. Rid of the Christians, the Sultan's government would find new strength, allowing it more effectively to resist the Tsar, which was why Russia wished to maintain the status quo. Luxemburg warned, to advocate the integrity of Turkey today means finally to play into the hands of Russian diplomacy. 10. At a Berlin assembly on November 6, 1896, the SPD leader Antrick summarized criticism of Linnek's editing of Vorwärts, including a contrast of his interpretation of the Near East crisis to what Antrick understood a materialist analysis to be. Antrick added. At the party congress, the editor-in-chief explained that each opinion within the party should find expression in the central organ. Nonetheless, Vorwärts rejected articles which had been offered to it first and which dealt with the events in Armenia from a strictly materialistic standpoint. On November 11, Liebknecht published a stinging reply to this charge. I did indeed reject the article in question, which Miss Rosa Luxemburg had sent in, because the author does not judge matters in Armenia from her own perspective and knowledge, but rather simply takes the well-known allegations of the Russian and Gladstonian propaganda press and arranges them according to a socialist schema. Any comrade who enjoys working with schemas could have done that in Germany too. That the Armenian rebellion has to do with economic conditions should be clear to the youngest pupil of socialism. Even the predatory attacks of the most backward African tribes can be reduced to economic causes. Liebknecht appealed to the authority of Marx. While I was in England during the Crimean War, I studied the Eastern question in the greatest detail, and by consulting Karl Marx and by following the school of the genius David Erkwer, the best expert on Turkish conditions and on Russian diplomacy, I arrived at the understanding of the Eastern question which I have since then always advocated, and the correctness of which is confirmed daily by the development of events. Liebknecht stated that Russia was seeking to destroy the Ottoman Empire, and then he recommended Miss Rosa Luxemburg, who is a Pole after all, might find a more fertile field if she occupied herself with the Russian atrocities in Poland and in Russia itself. Then she would not run the danger of doing a service despite herself for the protector of European absolutism. 11. Luxemburg responded firmly to Liebknecht's charges. In her opinion, Liebknecht also held a kind of economic explanation of the Eastern question, one reducing modern Near Eastern history to bribery. A truly Marxist interpretation would be very different, she believed. She wrote, "It was not at all a matter of making the cheap discovery that there is some kind of economic basis to the Armenian movement. This would indeed be nothing but a schema. It was a matter of reconstructing Turkey's economic development out of the known but usually dispersed and confusingly presented facts of social life in Turkey, of sketching its inner driving force and direction, and of deducing from this on the one hand the political consequences, on the other the interests of social democracy in the East in brief, not of explaining the history of Turkey from the Russian ruble but rather the reverse of explaining the Russian ruble from Turkish history, and not of forcing events to fit our ossified slogans but rather on the contrary of adjusting our slogans to the living events." Point 12. Here Luxemburg had described Marxism understood as a method of analysis. Next she argued that Liebknecht's failure to comprehend the Eastern predicament resulted, ironically perhaps, from his obtaining his views back when he was directly associated with Marx. According to Luxemburg, both material and political conditions in the Near East had changed a full 180 degrees since the Crimean War, and as facts developed into their antitheses, so too did ideas. 40 years before, Russia had wanted to break apart the Ottoman Empire, she explained, and Social Democrats had accordingly sought to preserve it. Now Russia wished to maintain the Ottoman Empire, so by continuing the old Social Democratic policy, Vorwärts failed to understand either Russian diplomacy or the unrest and violence in the Near East. Luxemburg feared. Out of sheer enmity toward Russia, Vorwärts has slid into the position of Russian diplomacy. Since it tries to thwart imagined plans of Russia, it becomes the unwitting advocate of her real plans, and since the real events disturb its illusion, it simply declares reality to be illusion. Point 13. With this Luxemburg supported the position that some of Marx's own opinions might become outdated and that the true Marxist might arrive at conclusions opposite to some once held by Marx. Luxemburg rejected Liebknecht's suggestion, as she took it, that she limit her writing to Poland and leave the Eastern question to him. She found the proposed division of labor particularly unacceptable since Liebknecht had allegedly encouraged Polish nationalism with phrases from the time of the Crimean War. Point 14. Though he believed that Luxemburg had presented a position on the Eastern question with which he could agree, Bernstein chose to publish, with unexpected consequences, his Neue Zeit essay German Social Democracy and the Turkish Troubles. From the first he praised Luxemburg's analysis. This essay was nearly completed when I received the issues of the Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung with the articles by Miss Rosa Luxemburg about social democracy and the national struggles in Turkey. From the following it will be noted how much I agree with the basic thought of and the final conclusions drawn in this excellent article. Point 15. It is not clear, however, that Bernstein understood Luxemburg entirely. Apparently, he did not agree with her on certain fundamental assumptions. As in his writing on South Africa, Bernstein asserted that a party the size of the SPD should not only protest the actions of the government but also seek to influence policy. An exception to this responsibility would occur if German Social Democrats concurred with their government's position on the Armenian question. But before they could judge this position, Bernstein believed, Social Democrats needed to specify their principles concerning liberation movements. Point 16. It would appear that Bernstein accepted Luxemburg's distinction as he understood it, that social democracy should sympathize with all liberation movements but that the national struggle is not always the appropriate form for the freedom struggle. 17. But by what criteria could one decide in the case of a specific conflict? Bernstein decided. Not every struggle of dominated peoples against their rulers, however, is an emancipation struggle in the same way. Some African tribes claim the right to engage in the slave trade and can be kept from it only by the civilized European nations. Their revolts against the latter leave us cold, in some cases we will even oppose them. The same is true for those barbaric and half-barbaric peoples who make a permanent business out of invading agricultural neighbors, out of stealing livestock, etc. Peoples which are enemies of culture or who are incapable of culture have no right to our sympathy when they rebel against culture. We do not recognize a right to steal or to prey upon agriculture. In a word, as critical as we are of the culture achieved so far, we nonetheless recognize its relative achievements and make it the criterion of our taking sides. We shall condemn and fight certain methods of subduing savages, but not the act of subduing savages and asserting against them the rights of a higher culture. 18. In this paragraph Bernstein differed from Luxemburg. She had favored the independence of subject nations in the Ottoman Empire because she believed that their independence would permit the development of capitalism and hence the formation of the working class. She had opposed the demand for an independent Poland because she believed that it contradicted economic development and the proletariat's growth as a revolutionary force. But when Bernstein denied sympathy for certain native uprisings against European colonial rule, here he did so not in the name of the development of capitalism and the formation of a revolutionary proletariat but rather in regard to a supposedly advancing human civilization. Bernstein and Luxemburg did not agree on colonialism. Differences existed between the two on this issue, as on others. It was one thing for Armenians and Cretans to develop their own capitalist systems free of Turkey, quite another for Africans to have a money economy imposed on them. Still, when Liebknecht answered Luxemburg that even the raids of backward tribes were economically motivated, he indirectly attacked Bernstein. 2.19. In referring to some African tribes rebelling against European nations, Bernstein had returned to Bax's proposition that one should arm tribal uprisings in order to bring capitalism to its knees. Bernstein pressed his attack. If a while ago a socialist could make the suggestion of giving aid to the savages and barbarians in their fight against the advancing capitalist civilization, it is an expression of romanticism which only has to be pursued to its consequences in order to prove it untenable. Here, in contrast to the passage above, Bernstein does appear to have connected the issue of liberation struggles to the issue of capitalist development. Or at least, Bax perceived a connection. Within 2 weeks he replied harshly in Justice. The ensuing polemic included Bax's accusation that Bernstein had abandoned social democracy for Fabianism. 20. Bernstein sought a standard by which to endorse some liberation movements but not others. He argued, on the one hand, that a liberation movement deserving of sympathy would contribute to cultural progress. A progressive social class might resist oppression by a backward class, for example. Or a people with its own culture might rebel against a foreign ruler who restricted their development. Bernstein insisted, we recognize the right to nationality of each people which has shown itself capable of developing or sustaining a national cultural life. On the other hand, Bernstein believed that freedom for an obscure nationality outside Europe did not outweigh the free development of highly civilized European peoples. When the struggle of such a minor nation seriously endangered progress in Europe, Social Democrats need not assist that nation's struggle. 21. At this point Bernstein returned to the issue of timing Social Democratic demands, the issue which had played such an important role in the debates on the suffrage in Prussia and Saxony and on Poland. Bernstein repeated the words seriously endangered. He felt it insufferable to use some mere inconvenience or mere possibility of danger as an excuse for rejecting a small nation's struggle against oppression, even when the rejection included a reference to the final victory of socialism which would bring salvation to all oppressed. He complained. It is well known that even the recent Socialist Congress in London employed this pretty argument to pull itself from a trap when it had to comment on the controversy among Polish socialists regarding their position on the question of re-establishing Poland. Bernstein labeled this appeal to the final victory of socialism a meaningless phrase, a utopian reference to the Last Judgment. Luxemburg had provided better arguments against demanding Polish independence, he thought. The Italians had not waited for the final victory of socialism, neither had the workers in the battle to improve their living conditions. He declared that every nationality possessed the right to fight for its freedom, whether or not social democracy supported it or even opposed it, as European revolutionaries had once opposed the Christian subject peoples in the Ottoman Empire. 22. Bernstein agreed that European social democracy had for many years correctly seen Russia as its major enemy and hence had upheld the Ottoman Empire. Nonetheless, in a digression perhaps intended against vorwärts or justice, Bernstein reasoned that there was no grounds to be surprised or upset with those French socialists who had failed to oppose expenditures for the Tsar's recent visit to their country. The Franco-Russian alliance had restored France to the status of a great power. It protected France from Germany. As if in reply to Bax and the SDF, Bernstein continued. The thesis that proletarians have no fatherland becomes modified from the moment, where, and to the degree to which they can participate as fully entitled citizens in determining the government and laws of their country and can structure its institutions according to their wishes. The history and institutions of France work together to develop patriotism in the French laborer, and while there are nations at all, little in this will change for some time. Moreover, national identity does not exclude international consciousness and action, just as little as internationalism forbids the guarding of national interests. Point 23. Bernstein again assailed the assumption of Liebknecht and the SDF that the Ottoman Empire constituted a bulwark against Russia. Does Turkey indeed offer protection against Russia still today? No one of sound mind will want to assert this. Eaten up from within, incapable of making its way up to a modern type of state, it has become the toy of Russian diplomacy. The Sultan sees in Russia his noblest protector. As Russia whistles, he dances. In its present constitution, Turkey is not only no threatening neighbor to Russia, rather on the contrary the most pleasant she can wish for. It is no exaggeration to say that the Turk is standing guard for Russia on the Bosporus and the Dardanelles. The basic reason that the empire could not modernize was economic, Bernstein thought. He alleged that the Turks had remained conquerors, exploiting the subject nationalities, that a decentralized administration and the transition to a money economy worsened the situation, and that for the Armenians the so-called Turkish freedom meant oppression. According to Bernstein, reform of the Ottoman Empire required strong government, but earlier reform efforts had lessened governmental power. What was destroying the Ottoman Empire, he decided, were these piecemeal reforms, not the past amputations, as he called them. He saw these amputations as decreasing the anomaly of peoples capable of culture being dominated by a people whom he judged less cultured. Bernstein felt that since only Russia benefited from the current circumstances, Social Democrats could speak up for the Armenians, and that Social Democrats should advocate cutting off the centrifugal parts of the Ottoman Empire and turning the rest into a viable unified state with a European-style administration. He hoped that a transformed Turkey would be independent of Russia. Point 24. Bernstein finished by returning to his personal concern that the German people had so often missed their chance to serve the cause of freedom. They should not miss this one. Point 25. In the article on Turkey, Bernstein brought together key ideas upon which he had been working since the Jameson raid and the Kruger telegram. It contained propositions which would later figure prominently in the revisionist controversy, that capitalism would necessarily expand abroad, that in some countries Social Democrats could attempt to make colonialism more humane, that the SPD had some responsibility for national policy and should consider legitimate national interests, that the proletariat could have patriotic feelings, that it was wrong to delay reforms until the final victory of socialism, that conditions had changed so that certain of Marx's opinions might no longer apply. Bernstein's article series Problems of Socialism, often seen as the beginning of his revisionism, began in the next issue of Neue Zeit. Point 26. Bernstein's article on Turkey elicited a suggestion of concern from a close friend. On November 9, 1896, Adler wrote Kautsky that he found Bernstein's article really unbelievable concerning the nationalism of the French. Point 27. Almost immediately Kautsky replied that he was pleased with the article. He excused Bernstein's arguments concerning the French because they were directed against vorwärts. For Kautsky it was important to try to understand the French. On the central issue of how to interpret Marx, Kautsky sided with Bernstein. Kautsky wrote Adler. Regarding the crucial point, the Eastern question, I completely agree with Ada, and I have taken his article to be even more important since Lenach's totally unbelievable position on the question hides behind the authority of Marx. Today L still stands on all issues where he stood at the time of the Crimean War. But what was right then can be wrong now, and is for the most part. In the Eastern, like the Polish question, I am simply of the opinion that the old Marxist position has become untenable, just like his attitude toward the Czechs. It would be completely non-Marxist to close one's eyes to the facts and to keep insisting on the old Marxist position. Point 28. Kautsky endorsed Bernstein's accepting the view that an authentically Marxist analysis might end in results which both contradicted opinions expressed by Marx himself and defied teachings of what had become the orthodox Marxism of the SPD. Kautsky supported Bernstein in part because Bernstein had developed his ideas in order to defend a Marxist methodology against the interpretation propagated by Liebknecht and the SDF. Kautsky's continued battle with Liebknecht and the SDF may have predisposed him to overlook differences between himself and his best friend and closest ally in the defense of mature Marxism. Point 29. Chapter 5, The Theory Debates of 1896. During 1896, 5 major political controversies forced Kautsky and Bernstein to develop further their understanding of Marxism. Polemics on South Africa and the Ottoman Empire raised concerns about capitalism expanding abroad. Defense of the suffrage in Saxony and the issue of Polish independence prompted Bernstein to challenge using the expectation of catastrophe to excuse inaction on important matters. These two issues and the London Congress renewed the question of finding reforms appropriate to a particular stage of economic and social evolution. Twice, certain judgments believed to have been made by Marx in decades past were found by some to be no longer relevant. The 5 controversies generated discussion of how one should correctly employ Marxism as a method of research and analysis or as a model of how history would occur and a set of prescribed policies. During the second half of 1896, Kautsky and Bernstein debated the meaning of Marxism in polemics over theory. 2. By November, the disputes over theory merged with those over politics, as their views on Marxism as a philosophy of history and approach to the writing of history became associated with their stands on South Africa and the Ottoman Empire. There appeared a connection between one's understanding of theory and one's political tactic. A. Kenner and the bourgeois ideologists. The intense polemic which Kautsky conducted with Ernest Belforbach in the last half of 1896 began in a controversy stemming from an event which seems as distant from the intricacies of Marxist theory as the Jameson raid. The Vienna city government slashed funds for popular education, prompting a protest meeting on July 6, 1896. Professors and other progressive bourgeois interested in popular education had organized the meeting. However, Social Democrats asked for and received the chair. In this capacity, Adler had occasion to refer to the assembled professors as bourgeois ideologists. 1. At the time, Dr. Heinrich Kanner, editor of the Vienna Weekly Die Zeit and associate of the Frankfurter Zeitung, acted as a spokesman for the social politicians, progressive Austrian bourgeois committed to helping the laborers. Kanner identified with what he perceived the Fabians to be doing in England. In his editorial Naughty Children on July 11, Kanner criticized Adler for having disparaged the bourgeois members of the Popular Education Society, even though they had called the meeting out of concern for the workers. Kanner thought that to label people bourgeois ideologists was, for Social Democrats, to call them fools. Allegedly, Adler had said that only socialists had nothing to fear from science, that for the propertied classes to promote popular education was for them to saw off the branch on which they Saturday. If Adler were right, Kanner reasoned, then the social policy of progressive bourgeois was wrong, for they would be betraying their own class. However, Kanner insisted, the whole class struggle theory was mistaken. He believed that the real conflict lay not between classes but rather between insightful persons and irrational ones, and that educated workers and progressive bourgeois belonged to the first group while many proletarians were in the second. Kanner claimed that Lassalle had taught respect for the bourgeoisie. To Kanner, that the Social Democrats lacked such respect made them naughty children too. The Social Democratic Arbeiterzeitung immediately answered with a quotation from Lassalle saying that ideologists were merely those who lived with books and ideas and who were ready to sacrifice for ideas. With his phrase bourgeois ideologists, Adler had honored the meeting's organizers. However, in his editorial La Salina on July 18, Kanner disagreed. He maintained that Lassalle had tried to give the word a positive meaning, that he had failed, and that after his death Marxists employed the term ideologist in a deprecating manner, especially when combined with bourgeois. Kanner saw in Lassalle an example of the bourgeois who recognized the necessity of the social development and realized that it was in the interest of the bourgeoisie as well as the proletariat to further the process. According to Kanner, Lassalle called for reconciliation between classes and for social reform through influence on public opinion. After Lassalle's death, the view expressed in the Communist Manifesto triumphed in the social democratic movement. Kanner continued. According to it, the labor movement is exclusively a class movement, and the means of liberating the proletariat is the power of the masses, which are organized and eventually carry out a revolution, a wild proletarian revolution in which the bourgeois receive no role other than that of the conquered. Fortunately, in Kanner's opinion, social democratic thinking was changing. Supposedly even Engels rejected proletarian revolution. With this, however, the whole post-Lassallean revolutionary program of social democracy collapses. If there is no revolution, then one can hope for success only through peaceful reform. Nevertheless, social democracy continues to cling to the tactical consequences of the Marxist revolutionary program. Point 3. The Arbeiterzeitung chose not to continue the polemic with Die Zeit. Point 4. Perhaps, in part, Adler and other social democrats found Kanner difficult to debate because from their viewpoint his position was confused. Kanner overlooked the need for a democratic republic before proletarian rule and true socialist reforms would be possible. Accordingly, he failed to distinguish between social democrats and state socialists. He set up a dichotomy between violent political revolution and piecemeal reforms, thus excluding the social democratic judgment that a bourgeois political revolution would be necessary in countries like Austria before the gradual social transition from capitalism to socialism could take place. Kanner's emphasis on socialism as the work of those intelligent enough to comprehend the inevitable historical evolution had anti-democratic implications. It also tended toward utopianism. Kanner praised Lassalle for Marx's idea of cooperating with the progressive bourgeois, and implicitly he blamed Marx for the Lassalleans' one reactionary mass. B. Ernest Belfour-Bax and the Meaning of Marxism. In his July 11 edition of Die Zeit, Kanner further assailed social democracy by publishing Ernest Belfour-Bax's article The Materialist Doctrine of History. In it, Bax criticized an extreme materialism, a one-sided economic determinism. According to Bax, the materialist view of historical development begins with the premise that human social life in all its dimensions, thus including the ethical, spiritual, and artistic, is either the direct effect of economic conditions, i.e., the conditions of production and exchange of products, or their reflection in ideas. Taken in its extreme form, this view thus says nothing less than that morality, religion, and art are not merely influenced by economic conditions but rather originate solely from the mental reflex of these conditions in the social consciousness. A footnote added that Marx would not have approved Kautsky's thought. "I myself am not a Marxist," he once wrote himself, and he would certainly have repeated this statement if he had seen the recent work of the Marxists Plekhanov, Mering, or Kautsky. Bax conceded that the materialistic method came closer to the truth than did the older approach which saw philosophical insight determining an age, but he believed that this fact did not justify extreme materialism. Instead, Bax advocated a third alternative: civilization resulted from a synthesis of outer, material conditions with an inner, independent psychological drive. He explained, "Human speculative, ethical, and artistic capabilities exist as such in human society, even if undeveloped, from the very beginning. They are not merely products of the material factors of human existence, even though their expression in each age in the past was always modified by these factors to at least a small and very often to a significant degree. Society has a specific economic development, but it also possesses a specific spiritual development, and it is in the interaction of the two that social evolution in its concrete form results. Point 1. According to Bax, the economic evolution supplying the context in which an idea could be realized was not the same as its causing the idea in the first place. Bax argued that the faculty of reason could not be reduced to a psychological reflection of economic conditions. He employed an analogy from nature. Soil and climate provided the external situation for the growth of a plant, but growth occurred only from a seed containing a genetic inheritance independent of the environment. No matter how many generations one went back, there would always be soil and seed. In Bax's analysis, the socialist movements in Germany and England illustrated how even in the modern economic-dominated age the psychological might vary from the material. Germany, Bax observed, had a more powerful socialist party even though in England the material conditions for socialism were more advanced. This was because in England the psychological factor was weak compared to the one in Germany. Point 2. Bax admitted that in most of human history the material element had predominated. But there were exceptions when the psychological ruled, as in early Christianity with its belief in the imminent end of the age or in immortality. When physical needs went unsatisfied, when there occurred class conflict over economic interests, then material aspects predominated, Bax reasoned. The latter condition characterized the modern age, hence the popularity of materialism. Bax acknowledged a difficulty in imagining a time when people were not motivated solely by economic concerns, when society was ruled by theology, chivalry, or tribal attachment. Still, Bax believed that with the end of social classes and with greater human power over nature, the psychological drive would rise again, becoming relatively free of the material and finally determining human life. Point 3. Bax's article in Die Zeit angered Kautsky. On July 15 he condemned the essay in a letter to Bernstein. Mushy, confused prattle, and of an unequaled impertinence. Like all eclectics, he rides around on Marx's statement that he was no Marxist and adds, Marx would have repeated this statement if he had seen the works of the Marxists Plekhanov, Mering, or Kautsky. Bernstein replied on July 17, agreeing that what Bax had done was bad. Point 4. In his Neue Zeit article The Materialist Conception of History and the Psychological Drive, Kautsky first questioned Bax's implication that he was challenging not true Marxism but a vulgar rendition. We disciples of the method of scientific socialism founded by Marx and Engels are decidedly unlucky. Not only the adversaries of Marx and Engels fight us, which is a matter of course. No, there are also people who sometimes praise Marx and Engels extravagantly but who find it irreconcilable with the dignity of a free thinker to apply their teachings consistently. They take very seriously Marx's joke that he himself was not a Marxist, and they would love best to make people believe that Marx considered those who accepted his viewpoints to be idiots totally incapable of any independent thought. Or they explain that the Marxists are altogether incapable of understanding Marx and that they, the non-Marxists, are called to protect Marx's teachings from the dogma fanaticism of the Marxists. Kautsky said that he did not know who subscribed to the theory which Bax ridiculed, i.e., the theory that religion, art, and morals were merely mental reflections of material conditions. Bax allowed that Marx did not hold such a theory. Kautsky denied that any serious Marxist did so. Kautsky wrote, "The materialist conception of history which Bax fights is thus neither Marx's understanding nor the one, allegedly differing from Marx, of the Marxists. We surrender it to Bax with pleasure and feel not at all affected when he stomps it into the ground." Point 5. In Kautsky's analysis, Bax believed that historical materialism needed to be supplemented with a psychological drive because he had distorted the theory to begin with. So an accurate presentation of Marxism would eliminate any call for Bax to correct it. To Kautsky, the theory need not be supplemented in the manner Bax proposed because it was not intended to account for all cultural phenomena, rather only for historical change. Unfortunately, the Marxist materialist conception of history is much too limited and one-sided to claim the wish to explain mental capacity, or all that has happened. It wants to be nothing more than just a conception of history, a method for exploring the driving forces of social development. It would surely be absurd if one claimed that a piece of art or a philosophical system in itself were merely the product of social and lastly economic relationships. But it is also not at all the task of a conception of history to explain artistic or philosophic creations. It merely has to explain the changes to which this creation is subjected in various ages. No doubt, without mental capacity no ideas. Yet, will this deep insight take me even one step further in examining the question of why the ideas of the 19th century are different from those of the 13th and these again different from those of antiquity. 6. Kautsky assumed that to understand cultural change one must identify that which alters autonomously over historical periods of time. Neither human mental capability nor physical nature did so, he argued. In contrast, social structure changed dramatically over time, resting ultimately on evolving economic relationships. Kautsky maintained that compared to such dynamic material conditions, ideological aspects were conservative. Thus economic relationships are not the only factor which determines human affairs, the whole of human life, but among those factors decisive for human affairs they are the only variable element. The others are constant, varying not at all or only under the influence of changes in the variable element, thus they are not driving forces of historical development even if they are essential elements of human life. The materialist historian never overlooks nor even once underestimates the significance of the psychological factor in history. However, far from functioning as a driving force in historical development, this factor instead reveals itself as an essentially conservative element. Every historian knows what a great force tradition represents in history. Whereas economic development knows no cessation, human consciousness has the urge to remain in the established forms of thinking. It does not follow the economic development directly but rather petrifies and persists in the old forms long after the economic and social conditions which created those forms have disappeared. According to Kautsky, economic conditions would forge far ahead before particularly insightful persons developed new norms for morals, law, and the organizing of society in response to the new conditions. Even this revolution in thinking might express itself in conservative terms. When new ideas finally broke with the old, Kautsky believed, the class struggle was already so far advanced that ideas appeared to bring change. Those following the historical materialist method could not overlook the role of ideas, Kautsky asserted, but they did not stop there. They research more deeply and discover that the sequence of ideas is not accidental and arbitrary but rather lawful, that to each distinct economic era of humankind correspond certain forms of religion, mores, and law which one finds in all climates, for all races, and that wherever one can trace the corresponding changes, the change in economic conditions leads and the change in human attitudes only follows it hesitantly, thus that the latter is explained by the former and not vice versa. This is the materialist conception of history, not the one developed by Bax, but certainly that of Marx and Engels, and also that of their disciples. That the Bax critique and also the Bax improvement do not apply to this understanding is clear. Point 7. Kautsky had attributed Bax's misinterpreting historical materialism to his confusing historical change with all human existence. Kautsky further suspected that Bax confused material conditions with material interests, i.e., forces and relations of production with personal gain. For example, Bax thought that an emphasis on material conditions made it difficult to understand that in former ages people could be motivated by theology, chivalry, or tribal association. Satirically Kautsky replied, "What ordinary fools we materialists really are! All the more refined stirrings of the human soul exceeding the drive to make money are incomprehensible to us. The virtues of chivalry, fidelity, and selflessness cannot be understood by materialists but only by selected idealists, among which Bax apparently counts himself." For Kautsky, Marx had already answered this criticism. It is well known that in 1859 he set forth the theory of historical materialism in the preface to his Critique of Political Economy. An American critic pointed out immediately what our English critic now also discovers. Marx explained in the preface that the mode of production of material life determines the overall social, political, and intellectual life process, to which the critic responded, all this may be true for today's world where material interests dominate, but not for the Middle Ages where Catholicism nor for Athens and Rome where politics dominated. In a note in Capital, Marx mentions in this regard, first of all, it is strange that someone wishes to presume that these well-known phrases about the Middle Ages and antiquity were unknown to anyone. So much is clear that the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor antiquity on politics. On the contrary, the manner and means by which they won their livelihood explain why politics there and Catholicism here played the main role. 8. Kautsky challenged Bax with the question: where have materialist historians maintained that human beings in their actions are determined solely by material interests, i.e., by self-interest? Here Bax commits the downright horrendous mistake of confusing material interests, which form the conscious motives for the acts of individuals, with material conditions, which form the foundation of a particular society and thereby also of the thought and feelings of the members of this society. Hence Bax contradicted himself when he made personal self-interest, an internal psychological element, into an external material force. Instead of the alternation he claimed to see between psychological and material, Bax presented a succession of dominant psychological factors. In Kautsky's opinion, the succession posed the real question for the historian: why did a specific psychological factor dominate a particular age? To answer the question, historical materialism turned to changes in the social structure, while Bax posited his psychological drive propelling itself from one stage to the next. According to Kautsky, he simply explains the changes in the psychological drive at the beginning of Christendom to be a consequence of the psychological drive, which like Munchausen pulls itself out of the mud by its own ponytail. 9. Bax replied in mid-October in the Neue article "The Synthetic versus the Neo-Marxist Conception of History." He regretted the footnote but added, "I was of the opinion that Marx and, according to certain statements on his part, Engels too would have seen the Kautsky-Plekhanov interpretation of the materialist conception of history as somewhat too schematically worked out. However, I will grant Kautsky the entire personal question. As far as I am concerned, both Marx and Engels could have been Marxists in Kautsky's sense or not. The main thing for me is whether the method suffices to explain all human history in its concreteness or whether it requires some improvement in my sense at all." According to Bax, Kautsky was wrong to think that only material conditions changed autonomously. Everything had constant and dynamic aspects. Many ideological phenomena could not be derived from economic conditions. For example, the history of philosophy in its three major periods, ancient, medieval, and Descartes to Hegel, could not be explained by economic causes. Rather, philosophy experienced a revolution in thought by which Bax meant, presumably, an imminent logical development. He judged that it would be harmless for Kautsky to reply that an economy must first evolve to the point of allowing leisure for philosophy because this condition satisfied only a negative requirement. The original impulse for philosophy came from observation of physical nature and from analysis of human consciousness. Bax challenged the neo-Marxists to provide an explanation of philosophy in the time of Plato and Aristotle or from Kant to Hegel. Bax described many ways, besides in social economic structure, that Greece had altered since Aristotle's day. 10. Bax would not agree with extreme materialists that the economic basis was the single motor of history. He defended his phrase mental reflex, stating that Engels had used the phrase psychological reflections of economic processes. Bax added, "I can only say that if the materialist conception of history does not mean what I have said, namely the mental reflex of economic conditions in the social consciousness, then it can mean nothing at all except the insipid truth that to human existence and action there belongs a material foundation. Applied to the individual, it would sound roughly like this: if the poet has nothing to eat, he stops writing poetry." But this phrase, so rich in content, would contribute little to explaining the poetic qualities of a Shakespeare or a Goethe. I do not impute such higher idiocy to the comrades Kautsky, Mering, and Plekhanov. Therefore I stay with my short definition, which seems to me to fit the ideas of Kautsky as I know them. Bax alleged that Kautsky had argued in his History of Socialism that the conflict over the communion celebration at the time of the Hussites was but a cloak for the real, class struggle. Bax found it wrong for neo-Marxists to insist on a hidden influence by economic factors when a psychological explanation fully accounted for an event. He refused to admit having confused historical development with all human life or material conditions with material interests. To Bax it was a petitio principii to say that the way people made a living determined that politics would dominate the ancient world but Catholicism the Middle Ages. The argument has to do with whether the manner and means by which they won their living suffice to explain which role politics and Catholicism played, the one in the one period, the other in the other 11. That Marxism as understood by Kautsky might relate social evolution to intellectual change in something other than a simple causal fashion, Bax did not allow. Bax still believed, despite Kautsky's joke about Munchausen, that the psychological impulse was capable of evolving independently of material conditions. The latter, too, could change independently of the former. Bax insisted that he had not confused an inner psychological aspect with an outer force because he had not spoken of self-interest but rather of class interest, and the latter was an external element. Point 12. On October 13, Kautsky wrote Bernstein for help against Bax, asking for a letter of Engels about Kautsky and Bernstein being the only ones capable of editing a fourth volume of Capital. Bernstein responded on October 14 that Kautsky should explain how, with his reference to a private conversation, Bax used Engels in an unacceptable manner. Bernstein promised a copy of part of Engels's letter concerning Capital Volume 4, and he reminded Kautsky of a statement by Engels in Neue Zeit about the forerunners of modern socialism. The statement contained no allegation of misinterpreting historical materialism. Point 13. Kautsky's next reply to Bax in Neue Zeit consisted of 3 long articles collectively titled, "What Will and Can the Materialist Conception of History Accomplish?" He began the first essay by describing what he found to be the general imprecision in Bax's arguments. Bax had accused Kautsky of saying that the communion issue was merely a cloak for the underlying class struggle in the Hussite Wars, but Kautsky protested that he had not used the term cloak and that he had argued that the communion question was of major importance. To Kautsky, Bax still confused material conditions and material interests. Kautsky asked, "Does Bax really not know what is to be understood by the material conditions of a society? These material conditions are the conditions of production, the word taken in its widest sense. How can one assert that for the materialist conception of history this is approximately the same as the material interests of classes and persons? Let the following consideration illustrate the difference between the two terms. In my opinion, it is possible to explain from the Roman Empire's material conditions Christianity's turning away from earthly things and longing for death. It would be outrageous to look for a material interest behind the death wish." 14. Kautsky found Bax equally confusing about just who held the extreme materialism he repudiated. Kautsky complained that Bax had postulated a conflict between Marx and his followers, but then instead of documenting this contention had wished to concede the entire personal question. Kautsky challenged Bax's claim that Engels found Kautsky too schematic. Unfortunately, Bax did not give us the slightest hint whether these statements were oral or written, public or private, what they referred to, and most important of all, how they sounded. To Kautsky, confusion characterized Bax's articles. It limited purposeful discussion of Marx. It was Bax's lack of precision which led him to believe that the theory needed correction. Kautsky explained, "Almost every criticism of Marx's ideas begins with throwing together terms he separated, thus begins with a step backwards scientifically. Some mix up use value and exchange value, value and price, surplus value and profit, etc. They find that Rodbertus said just about, in slightly different words, the same thing as Marx, talk of a Marx-Rodbertus value theory and destroy or improve this. Still others throw together the animal and social organisms, the laws of development that apply to society and those applying to the individual, and the like. They do not differentiate precisely between the existence of human beings and their consciousness, between the content of history and its superficial manifestations, between material interests and material conditions, and thus easily arrive at overcoming Marx's one-sided theories and looking down with pity on those Marxists who have stubbornly clung to the one-sided schema. To answer such critics, one merely needed to explain what Marx had actually said. Point 15. In the second essay of his series, Kautsky sought to define the meaning of Marxism. To Kautsky, an important part of the definition of historical materialism was its goal, what the method claimed to be able to do. As he interpreted it, the theory need not seek to account for all of human life. Kautsky found Bax wrong to argue that everything developed in history. For example, human bodily functions like digestion did not evolve appreciably over time. But in any case, according to Kautsky, historical materialism sought to account only for that which changed from one historical period to the next, and even then only for that which characterized groups. In other words, the method was concerned primarily with the temporal, not the eternal, and with the social, not the individual. Hence to Kautsky, it was foolish of Bax to think that historical materialism wished to explain the unique poetic characteristics of a Shakespeare or Goethe. This was not its task. Instead, it sought to explain the ideas they shared with their contemporaries. For an example, Kautsky offered his own historical writing. In my study on Thomas More, I distinguish three factors which influenced his work. First of all, and this is the most important factor, the general social relations of his time and country, which can be traced back to economic conditions. Then the specific social milieu in which More developed, belonging to which are not only the special economic relations in which he lived but also the people with whom he associated, whose particular ideas in turn can be ascribed to a variety of factors, the traditions he met with, the literature he had access to. Yet, all these elements still do not suffice to make More's work, his utopia for example, fully understandable. In addition, More's personal character must be considered. Historical materialism was important to understanding a given human being, but in the indirect sense that the uniqueness of the person became clear only when the general characteristics of the age had been identified. Point 16. For Kautsky, the question of the role in history of ideas, the psychological drive, or the human spirit was closely associated with the question of the role of the individual human being, for to him ideas were processes in the human brain. Kautsky maintained that ideas and individuals did influence history, that nothing occurred without them. Bax will be very surprised when I declare that I fully agree with the sentence he confronted me with: economic formations fashion history only in combination with the human spirit and will, but I do not agree with him when he continues, this says clearly that the neo-Marxist conception of history is on the wrong track. Here Bax is searching for the Marxist conception of history, be it the new or the old one, on a road it has not taken at all. To Kautsky, Bax's argument that reality was the interaction of the human spirit with material conditions contradicted Bax's other claim that the psychological drive and the material conditions could develop independently of one another. A psychological drive which drives itself was an impossibility. Kautsky added. I gladly concede to Bax, however, that this applies to the economic conditions the same way as to the psychological drive, and that if the neo-Marxists were to assert that economic conditions develop up to a certain degree independently, without the intervention of spirit and will, it would be equally wrong as the corresponding assertion about the psychological drive. Here as there, the total development, not just a part of it, rests on the reciprocal action of outer and inner factors. One must have an almost mystical view of economic development in order to assume that it could take even the slightest step forward without the action of the human spirit. As an example, Kautsky mentioned that economic development followed the growth of technology, which rested on discovery and invention. Here the human spirit was thoroughly involved. Point 17. According to Kautsky, historical materialism did not deny the importance of the human spirit in history but rather understood its role differently. Instead of determining social economic relationships, human thought tried to answer questions posed by them. The answers the human mind discovered altered the material conditions, but only in unexpected ways. The historical process could not be planned, an opinion Kautsky shared with Engels. Kautsky avowed, "The spirit moves society, but not as the master of economic relations, rather as their servant. They are the ones which set the tasks it has to solve at a given time, they are the ones which provide it with the means to a solution. Therefore they are also the ones which determine the results which the spirit can and must reach under given historical circumstances. The next result the spirit reaches with the solution of one of its tasks may be intended and anticipated by it. But each of these solutions must engender results which the spirit could not anticipate and which often directly contradict its intentions. Economic development is the product of reciprocal interaction between economic relations and the human spirit, but it is not the product of a human activity which freely and methodically shapes economic relations according to its wishes." Kautsky continued that changes in the mode of production challenged the human spirit to bring about a corresponding alteration in the social structure. In early human history, this adaptation was unplanned. But with greater control over nature, human beings became more and more able to respond consciously to economic development. Kautsky summarized, "The more social change ceases to be purely a product of instinct, the more it is mediated by ideas, by goals people set for themselves, and finally by systematic research." 18. Kautsky provided several examples of how economic conditions influenced human thought. He said that Bax had overlooked reflection on society and its underlying structure as an important part of philosophy. The philosophical study of nature presupposed a degree of technological progress, a certain independence from nature. Technology provided the measuring instruments needed to conduct research. Economic conditions shaped the standpoint from which the social or natural scientist approached a particular question. Kautsky explained, "Despite all individual differences, the viewpoint with which the mass of the members of a specific class approaches a specific question is still essentially a given one, and thereby the direction in which it seeks an answer to the question is also determined for it. The viewpoint, however, can be traced back to the current economic conditions of the society. By these are given not only the problem and the only direction in which it can be solved, but also the different directions in which different classes and social strata seek the solution." Kautsky asserted that up to the present, at least, the truth was more readily accessible to classes whose interests fit the historical process, though the initially unintended solution to each significant social question finally emerged in the conflict of interests and opinions. 19. Kautsky had insisted that the human spirit or ideas could move history only because the individual person did have a role in historical change. He added, "Here we have arrived at the point from which we can see to what extent the individual can influence the development of society. The individual cannot invent new problems for society, even though a person is sometimes capable of recognizing problems where others have until then perceived nothing mysterious. In solving these problems, the individual is tied to the means which the age provides. On the other hand, the choice of the problems individuals pay attention to, the standpoint from which they approach the solution, the direction in which they pursue it, and finally the force which they give it cannot without reservation be traced back solely to economic conditions. Alongside these, individuals themselves make an impact through the specific way in which they develop thanks to the specific character of their talents and the specific character of the particular relations in which they found themselves. All these circumstances just mentioned have an influence, if not on the direction of development at least on its path, on the manner and means by which the finally inevitable result comes about. And in this respect single individuals can give much, very much to their age." In an implicit answer to Kanner, Kautsky pointed out that a type of person who could influence history was the intellectual, to the extent one had escaped class narrow-mindedness. Admittedly, a proletarian might also be ignorant of the actual needs of the age. Kautsky allowed a key place for individual artists and politicians. Some military generals had made major contributions to the advance of history. Kautsky believed that social democrats should overcome their populist democratic hesitation to respect individual leaders. Likewise, they needed to admit that social democracy fought particular people, not just abstract institutions. Capitalism could not be ended without expropriating capitalists. Kautsky wrote, "The materialist conception is not fatalistic. Only in struggle against the enemy nature, the enemy people, the enemy class, the enemy opinion, the enemy individual does development occur." According to Kautsky, the person seeking to portray the details of the past must look at individuals. But for this purpose the materialist conception of history was insufficient, and research into the historical development became an art instead of a science. 20. Kautsky concluded his second article by summarizing what Marxism meant to him. We now see clearly what it can and will achieve. It starts with the premise that the evolution of society and the dominant views within it proceed according to law, and that we must look for the driving force and the final cause of this evolution in the development of economic conditions. To each specific stage of development of economic conditions correspond certain forms of society and ideas. To explore these laws and connections is the most important and basic task of historical research. Once the task is completed, it becomes comparatively easy to understand the specific forms of evolution in a specific case. In this sense I interpret historical materialism, and if I have not completely misunderstood Marx and Engels, the interpretation fits their thought entirely. 21. The passage is significant, perhaps, as much for what it omits as for what it includes about the meaning of Marxism to Kautsky at the end of the 19th century. One finds no description of the ideal order, no prediction of how future change would necessarily occur, no metaphysical speculation on the motion of matter, no epistemology about ideas being the reflection of economic interests, no utilitarian ethic, no theory of the Revolutionary Party. For Kautsky, Marxism provided no global philosophy, no complete picture of reality. Rather, it was a method of research into the relationship between social economic structure and culture, seeking to explain why both evolved over time and to understand the general historical context of specific ideas, incidents, and people. Kautsky's third essay in the series dealt more with historical research and writing. He maintained that theory made possible empirical research, that without a theory the scholar would become mired in countless details. On the other hand, the discovery of new facts could eventually spark a new theory. A new theory can come about only when particular new facts become known or those known before are seen in a new light, facts which are so noticeable and characteristic that at a given level of scientific thought they push at least a genius to a new understanding. By generalizing the laws so discovered, we arrive at a new theory. Accordingly, it was senseless to criticize a given theory for its adherents having not yet treated all the relevant events. Kautsky's argument here may bring to mind his own response to the discovery that small-scale production in agriculture was not declining as expected. He had wished to analyze the phenomenon using the Marxist method. He had not dismissed Marxism simply because it had not yet accounted for the phenomenon. Kautsky continued against Bax that the number of problems yet unsolved by a given theory reflected its youth and the number and resources of its adherents, not its correctness. The real test of a theory of history came in the actual practice of writing history. Was the theory at least as useful as any other in explaining the facts? 22. To illustrate his position, Kautsky turned to Bax's challenge concerning the history of Greek philosophy. Kautsky first explained how the forces which Bax saw causing the decline in Greek philosophy and art were inadequate to have done so. The specified racial mixing in Greece occurred only long after the decline in the 4th century BCE. In any case, Kautsky warned against overemphasizing racial characteristics. For Bax to talk of spiritual exhaustion causing the fall of Greek philosophy and art was meaningless to Kautsky, because the first was only a figurative name for the second. The biological analogy between the Greek spirit's growing older and an organism's aging was unclear. For one thing, a nation's spirit might become younger, as did that of France at the end of the 18th century. Bax himself attributed to the Greeks' loss of independence and to the influence of Christianity merely an acceleration of the Greek spiritual decline, not its cause, Kautsky observed. So finally Bax identified no cause at all for the change. 23. Kautsky then presented the approach he would have pursued to explain the decline of Greek philosophy. It required looking at the earlier Golden Age, too. Kautsky told how the Greek victory over the Persians shifted trade to the western coast of the Aegean Sea. Athens rose as a commercial center. Wealth flowed into the city and provided numerous opportunities for artists and thinkers. In addition, the economic revolution had been rapid, success had occurred very dramatically, and Athens already possessed a rich heritage, including democracy. Philosophers could also ponder the changing social structure and the ramifications of the change. According to Kautsky, in the Greek countryside slaves replaced peasants, migration to the city and social inequality were followed by moral decay, greed supplanted communal identity. Then war exhausted Greece, trade routes shifted, Greece lost its economic importance. Before continuing to another question posed by Bax, on English Puritanism, Kautsky summarized. In ascent and also in descent the economic development takes the lead and the intellectual development follows faithfully. The connection between the two is too tight, however, for the post hoc not to be a proter hoc also. Point 24. When Bax later attacked on specific points, Kautsky countered by focusing on what for him was the most important issue. Bax had still misunderstood Marxism because he still wanted a global philosophy able to account for each detail of reality. Bax confused two categories of causes. In Kautsky's interpretation, the primary purpose of historical materialism was not to identify those causes giving each individual event its specific form. Instead, the method tried to understand the laws underlying a group of phenomena. Historical materialism found the final cause of a society's development in the evolution of economic conditions. Kautsky pointed out that Marx himself had distinguished the underlying economic bases determining a social structure from the bases bearing countless variations because of varying conditions, which required empirical study. Kautsky insisted to divorce the hidden basis of the total social process from the innumerable empirical circumstances which determine its manifestations at a specific time. This is the main difficulty which everyone must overcome who wants to do justice to the materialist conception of history. Kautsky repeated that economic factors alone were insufficient for explaining the specific form of a particular phenomenon on the surface of a society. Point 25. Aside from arguing that Bax had fundamentally misunderstood Marxism, Kautsky exposed what he judged to be two fallacies among Bax's arguments. On the one hand, Bax saw Kautsky defeated because he could not supply a materialist history of philosophy. Kautsky replied, "Bax's challenge to me reminds me of that of Cuvier, who demanded of Lamarck that he identify for him a transitional form between the Paleotherium and the modern horse, and when Lamarck was unable to do so declared the theory of evolution abolished. Later, to be sure, the transitional form was found in the Hipparion. Still there are people who use the same tactic and, for example, want to hear nothing of Darwinism until the transitional form between human beings and their animal ancestors has been found." Kautsky protested that he had suggested a connection from material conditions to natural and social philosophy, but that Bax thought the key problem of philosophy was epistemology. Kautsky claimed that epistemology too was related to material factors. On the other hand, Bax still seemed to contradict himself by saying that the human spirit and the material conditions were inseparable, and then also saying that the latter evolved almost independently. For Kautsky, the evolution of material conditions was not a mechanical process. He vehemently denied that material conditions could change without the intervention of human spirit. Kautsky asked, "What are economic relations?" On the one hand, relations between human beings and nature, on the other hand relations among human beings, but always relations of human beings. And these are supposed to be able to develop without human beings acting. Even to be almost capable of comprehending this idea is a crass product of that fetishism which sees in the relations of people the relations of things. An economic relation cannot exist for 1 second without intervention of the conscious human spirit. Only through spirit do these relations arise, continue, and develop, which however does not mean to say that they always or even often correspond to the conscious human spirit. But that again is another chapter. Point 26. With the last remark, Kautsky perhaps again referred to Engels's view that individuals make history but the conflict of their wills produces an unplanned result. Kautsky's articles against Bax constituted another defense of Marxism as understood by Kautsky and Bernstein in the mid-1890s against its interpretation by Bax and the SDF. See Social Democracy and the Fabians. Though Bax initially assaulted the historical materialism of Kautsky in the Vienna paper Die Zeit, Kautsky answered in Neue Zeit, commenting that he felt it inappropriate to debate in a bourgeois journal an issue disputed among socialists. The remark again raised the question of whether Social Democrats considered the term bourgeois pejorative, and Kanner replied on September 12 in an editorial, "Socialist Protestants." Kanner alleged that Kautsky had impugned Bax not only for what he said but also for where he said it. Kanner denied that Die Zeit was bourgeois in the sense of being an enemy of socialism. He charged that Neue Zeit was as bourgeois as Die Zeit. For the Stuttgart publication appeared in a capitalist country, was printed by wage laborers, and employed writers and editors who were middle-class intellectuals. 1. Kanner insisted that there was an alternative to being either a social democrat or a pro-capitalist bourgeois. He asserted that his group represented in politics democracy and in economics the attempt to protect the weak and to socialize the economy. He continued, "We differ from the social democratic leaders solely in that we do not pretend to be something other than what we and what they too actually are, namely bourgeois, in that we, unlike them, do not disguise ourselves as revolutionary proletarians in order to frighten peaceful citizens, because we believe we can impress these people more seriously with a different approach, and finally in that we reject as unscientific their vague ideas about a sudden revolutionary collapse of the capitalist economic system, the new establishment of a utopian future state, and the healing of all human suffering. With all historical veneration for Marx and Engels, we believe that even their ideas were not the last word in history but rather products of the time which have been surpassed repeatedly during 50 years of peaceful development and in any case are as much subject to free scientific criticism as any other scientific study." According to Kanner, the free, critical socialism of his group had better prospects than social democracy because critical socialism could modify its ideas to reflect new historical experiences and because it was not bound to a party of the uneducated masses. 2. Kanner implied that Kautsky had to deny this alternative. Kanner alleged that Protestants who left the Roman Catholic Church had once in the past been accused of being heathens. He continued, "Herr Kautsky knows this very well, and perhaps he has already written many an eloquent word on the infamy of the Inquisition. Nevertheless he and people like him repeat the method of the Inquisition. They too, the true ultramontanes of social policy, have their church, their saints, their church fathers, their priests, their dogmas, and whoever does not swear by these is a heathen, a bourgeois reactionary. For them there is no third position. But Herr Kautsky knows very well, and he will not be able to keep it secret from his readers much longer, that the third position exists. One might call them, by way of comparison, the socialist Protestants. In the most advanced country of modern civilization, in model England, they have already rallied together under the name of Fabians." From the Fabian Report to the London Congress, Kanner quoted passages documenting the Fabians' stress on freedom of opinion, their critical position in regard to Marx and Lassalle, their relative impartiality toward the press in England, their opinion that the middle class should not be attacked as especially hostile to socialism, their view that often the laborers were narrow-minded, their refusal to use terms such as middle class or bourgeois in pejorative ways. Kanner maintained that according to Kautsky's thinking the Fabians were bourgeois frauds who should have been barred from the London Congress but that they were allowed to participate because in England social democratic intolerance was weak. Kanner speculated that Fabian ideas would spread to the continent and win people away from social democracy from the old, revolutionary socialism as Shaw put it, according to Kanner. He challenged Kautsky to answer the Fabian Report and a recent article by Shaw in Cosmopolis, excerpts of which appeared in Die Zeit. 3. Those close to Kautsky shared his disgust with Kanner. From St. Gilgen, Louise Kautsky wrote her husband on September 13 that she had read the article with its attack on him. On September 14 Kautsky explained to her that he was writing his letter with interruptions, from thinking about Kanner. On September 16, he apologized. That you did not receive a card yesterday is Kanner's fault, whose thrashing made me almost forget dinner and did make me miss the final mail collection. Even today you will receive only a postcard, for I am not yet done with the fellow. Since Kanner had struck at Adler as well as at Kautsky, on September 12 the Austrian leader urged his friend to respond sharply, if possible in the Arbeiterzeitung. You have certainly read Kanner's article, as perfidious as it is stupid. I am furious, and one must give the guy a good spanking. Kautsky answered on September 14 that a reply to Kanner was being prepared and on the 18th that it was being sent. 4. Of greater significance for social democratic intellectual history, however, was the exchange of views between Kautsky and Bernstein precipitated by Kanner's reference to the Fabians and Shaw. No doubt it perturbed Kautsky that he and Bernstein were forever being accused of using slogans, assuming a violent upheaval, wishing to construct a utopia overnight, and refusing to recognize facts that might contradict some alleged dogma. Kautsky complained to Bernstein on September 21. The most revolting aspect of the affair is that we Marxists always get blamed for Lennox phrases. L causes immense damage. If things do not improve soon at Voreux, I feel like launching a pronouncement against L in the NZ. And protesting against having German social democracy identified with LL compromises Marxism, even more than Hindman because his reputation, and maybe also his flippancy, is greater. Yet, Kautsky wrote, for the masses Liebknecht remained the Marxist. On September 23 Bernstein responded that Kanner was terrible to say what he did, that he was wrong to drag in the Fabians. Kautsky could answer that Bax opposed the Fabians. Bernstein pointed out that he had already written on the Fabians in the English movement, in a note to the MacDonald article, and that the article showed that the socialist Protestants did appear in Neue Zeit. Bernstein promised Kautsky a copy of Shaw's Cosmopolis essay and expressed the opinion that the criticism of the SPD made sense if one realized that it was a response to Liebknecht. 5. In his Neue Zeit reply to Kanner, Kautsky first explained his use of the attribute bourgeois to describe Die Zeit. He had meant no dishonor. A bourgeois politician was one serving the interests of bourgeois society, based on commodity production. Kautsky continued. A bourgeois politician thus is not, as Kanner maintains, necessarily a representative of capitalist interests. He can very well represent the interests of the small bourgeoisie and the peasantry, yes, even the interests of the workers, if he wants to support them merely in the better use of their labor power and not as a revolutionary factor called to replace commodity production with social production. 6. Then, Kautsky presented the Fabians as a model for Kanner to follow. After all, the Fabians had called for socialization of the means of production, they had campaigned for socialist candidates, and they had promoted socialist ideas. Kautsky observed that their tactic of permeation arose from conditions in England. He wrote, the cause of the weakness in socialist organization is found by the Fabians, on the one hand, in the limited intellect of the English laborers, who in contrast to their colleagues on the continent lack a wider view, but on the other hand and primarily, in the wrong tactics of the organized socialists, who appear too sectarian. The criticism of social democratic tactics which Kanner publishes in his article with such pleasure is directed primarily not against continental social democracy but rather against English socialists, especially against the Social Democratic Federation of which Balfour Bax is one of the most highly regarded members, the same Bax whose outstanding capabilities Kanner cannot praise enough. On the other side the Fabians find that the bourgeoisie in England is more far-sighted than the one on the continent and that particularly in the Radical Party many elements are ripe to be won over to socialist ideas, even more so because the Parti bourgeois party, respectfully stated, depends more and more on workers' votes and has to gear its tactics more and more toward representing the workers' interests. It is all the more important to influence the Radical Party since it constitutes a major power. It has already been a governing party and will be so again. Thus there is the possibility in the foreseeable future of its realizing what it wants. The Fabians begin with these premises. I do not wish to explore at this point whether the Fabians do not do too much of a good thing in the one direction just as the Social Democratic Federation does in the other. Still, their viewpoint is certainly comprehensible and based on the actual circumstances, and in any case, whether or not their success corresponds to the effort put forth, their activity is in the interest of socialism. Like Bernstein, Kautsky suspected that the Fabians might have gone too far in their reaction against the SDF's utopianism, but by and large, the fact remains that the leading Marxist theoretician immediately after Engels's death sympathized with Fabianism in England. On October 1, 1896, Kautsky wrote, "I personally stand less opposed to the Fabians than, for example, Bebel does and Engels did, at least at the time of my sojourn in London. In regard to them I take the same standpoint as Bernstein." 7. However, Kautsky believed that the Fabian tactic would prove disastrous on the continent. Austria possessed a strong social democratic party, so there was no need for socialists to work outside it, Kautsky argued. There existed no large bourgeois democratic movement to permeate with socialist ideas. In Austria Fabianism would lead social democrats to a social reformist democracy, not radicals to socialism. 8. In the editorial Little Upstarts, on September 26, Kanner denied that Shaw's remarks in Cosmopolis were not directed at the Continental Social Democrats. He cited Shaw's explicit reference to the SPD. Kanner charged that Kautsky refused to fight the Fabians because his Marxist position was outdated and incapable of accounting for new phenomena like them. Kanner explained that he opposed socialization of the means of production because Austria was not politically ready for it. The country required further liberal reform, already accomplished in England. Shaw had said much the same for German social democracy, Kanner believed. He asked why reform work was all right if the Fabians did it, but not if he did. 9. Actually, Kautsky had not faulted Kanner for seeking liberal democratic reforms but rather had challenged him to be like the Fabians in seeking socialist ones. Because in England bourgeois democrats had accomplished the appropriate political reforms, the Fabians could proceed with economic ones. In a final reply to Kanner in Neue Zeit, Kautsky made the significant observation that Kanner had mistakenly confused the Fabians with the English radicals and had wrongly identified the strengthening of social democratic organization with the spread of socialist ideas. Kautsky, like Bernstein, accepted neither association. 10. In the meantime Kautsky had received a copy of Shaw's Cosmopolis article, Socialism at the International Congress, the irony of which struck Kautsky. For example, Shaw began, "An international socialist congress that everybody laughs at and nobody fears is a gratifying step in advance. The world is becoming familiar with socialism. I, the socialist, am no longer a red spectre, I am only a ridiculous fellow. Good, I embrace the change. It puts the world with me, and henceforth I shall be as amiably indulged and as unconcernedly listened to as any other politician." To Shaw, it was good to make many impossible demands, for then a few practical ones might be achieved. He claimed that among those socialists the most upset by the disturbances at the London Congress were those wishing to proceed with business. Shaw thought that the key questions of the Congress were: how far the preachers of a once safely negligible millennial sect have at last learned real politics and come into the field with a practicable program, and second, how far such a program is likely to gain electoral support. 11. Ironically, England was closest to socialism, Shaw judged. In Germany socialists might have a strong party, but they still needed to win political freedom and to implement basic liberal reforms. Shaw observed that in England the middle classes ruled, that liberal reforms were accomplished, and that there existed powerful trade unions, a central government able to confront capitalist enterprises, and local governments capable of running collective production. However, the existence of a strong socialist party backed by the votes of a class-conscious proletariat did not accompany this advanced stage. In Shaw's opinion, it was simply not the English way of doing things. He wrote, "Cromwell said that the man who goes furthest is the man who does not know whither he is going, and it is perhaps an instinctive sense of the truth of this that makes an Englishman object so intensely to understand his own policy, or to complicate his calculation as to the effect of his next step by any consideration as to the next step but one. He has already led the world by taking many steps on the road to social democracy, and there is no doubt that he will take the rest. But he will take them one by one. And he will never be a socialist, not even when he gets there. Shaw believed that when the occasional Englishman did become deliberately a socialist, he became sectarian. 12. Shaw regretted that such sectarian, class-conscious socialists had dominated the British delegation to the London Congress. He charged. The Social Democratic Federation presented itself to the Congress as a sect rallying round its favorite preacher, Mr. H. M. Hyndman, basing its claims to consideration on its inflexible principles, its propaganda conducted indoors and out, rain and shine, in season and out of season, on its devotion, its martyrdoms, and its hands unsullied by the compromises of political parties. Shaw criticized Hyndman. He takes his stand upon the Bible of the working classes, and disposes of all objections by keeping the minds of his congregation fixed on the hell of capitalism and the heaven of socialism. He quite openly invests the realization of socialism with the attributes of the heavenly life, and speaks and writes with unfeigned horror and disgust of those socialists who assume that men under socialism will still compete with one another to secure the favorable opportunities in life. 13. Shaw presumed that Hyndman and the SDF gained stature through their association with Liebknecht and the SPD. Yes, Shaw conceded, Liebknecht shared Hyndman's Marxism, but in practice events had forced Liebknecht and the SPD to follow another course. They had condemned anarchism, had abandoned barricade fighting for voting, had once supported the Catholic Centre Party in a Reichstag election. Here Shaw suggested that a profound contradiction had arisen between the SPD's Marxist theory and its reformist practice. He wrote, "Unfortunately, they are still dominated by the old revolutionary tradition, and instead of assuring the normal world that they have come to their senses, they nervously reassure the revolutionary sects that they are as mad as ever." Liebknecht still covers every compromise by a declaration that the Social Democrats never compromise. He still dares not throw any of the old follies overboard without announcing that those who allege that the Social Democrats have gone back from their principles are lying. He still implies that when the red flag goes up for the final battle between the proletariat and the exploiter, the old soldiers of the revolution will be ready. Shaw warned that the discrepancy had begun to harm the SPD. It alienated the younger, better trained people, and it lessened the party's influence in Germany. 14. Shaw quoted extensively from the Fabian Report to the London Congress. The document offended against key assumptions held by the SDF. The Fabians wished to act only within the English constitution using customary political means, expected no sensational social transformation, questioned innovations like the referendum, and anticipated private firms continuing in a mixed economy. Here were the Fabian ideas on Marx, the press, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat which Kanner had cited against Kautsky. The report stated that the Fabian Society did not support the abolition of wages, the equalization of pay and hours, the granting of authority to everyone. Shaw remarked that the Fabian position was anathema to the SDF but that it should not be so to the SPD. Their tactics have long since been Fabianized by mere force of circumstances, but they have not ventured to avow this, and have studied the art of giving an extreme and catastrophic air to very ordinary and harmless proposals, rather than, like the Fabians, taking the fullest advantage of the facility with which important changes can be slipped through as matters of mere routine and detail, and new measures foisted upon the program of any established political party. Still, political experience has made the German party so far opportunist and constitutional, that the Fabian Report represents them better than the impossibilism of the Social Democratic Federation. 15. To Shaw, the London Congress demonstrated that socialists were mastering practical politics. Parliamentary leaders like Jors and van der Velde dominated the meeting, it expelled the anarchists, and the SPD showed moderation. Shaw wrote, When the chairman of the Technical Education Board of the London County Council made a practical suggestion for securing secondary education to poor scholars, and Mr. Keir Hardie promptly moved an impossible amendment to give free education and maintenance to everybody up to the age of 21, the Germans, the Belgians, the Danes, the Austrians and the Swiss voted with Mr. Sidney Webb and against Mr. Hardie. The Keir Hardie amendment passed anyway, and other mistakes occurred, according to Shaw, especially that of overestimating the proletariat. The socialists, he concluded, still see the social problem, not sanely and objectively, but imaginatively, as the plot of a melodrama, with its villain and its heroine, its innocent beginning, troubled middle, and happy ending. They are still the children and the romancers of politics. 16. Bernstein had recommended Shaw's article to Kautsky when it appeared in early September. Now that he had finally read it, Kautsky discovered that he appreciated both the humor and the accurate insights. Yet, Kautsky was thoroughly frustrated by what he found to be Shaw's ignorance of Marxism and his identifying the theory with the ideas of Liebknecht and the SDF. Kautsky wrote Bernstein, "When I told Engels that I had aimed my book about population increase really against Lenin, he laughed gigantically that one could take L seriously as a theoretician. Shaw seems in this respect to be today where I was 15 years ago, and of all the German Marxist literature to know only a few articles by Liebknecht. The latter is a nuisance. What the Fabians say against SD, in essence the two of us, and before us, Marx and Engels, have already said innumerable times, but it is ignored by our own people. We are the priests of Marx, and we are blamed for all that we battle against. 17. Kautsky had fought for many of the principles Shaw supported and against many of the ideas Shaw opposed. For example, Kautsky had rejected the notions of abolishing the wage system, of sudden socialization of an economy, of refusing to cooperate with other classes and parties. Shaw exemplified the confusion over the meaning of Marxism which Kautsky and Bernstein were struggling to end. 18. The Problems of Socialism series begins. In a September 1, 1896, letter to Kautsky, Bernstein apologized for taking so long with a review of Hindman's Economics of Socialism. Bernstein felt that the critique needed to expose Hindman's compromising Marxism and that it gave opportunity to think through some troublesome questions. He wrote, "I do not want to finish off with a few phrases, because his book provides a good chance to make timely comments regarding several problems of socialism." Bernstein proposed 3 more articles for the fall of 1896 to discuss such issues. He envisioned the series clearly enough by September 14 that he could tell Kautsky to announce it. 1. The date is significant. Bernstein was completing his review of Hindman's Economics, Kautsky was debating Bax on historical materialism, Kanner had just compared Kautsky unfavorably to the Fabians, the battle with Liebknecht over Turkey was beginning. Bernstein's Problems of Socialism originated in the middle of a joint effort by Kautsky and Bernstein to defend mature Marxism against various interpretations by Hindman, Bax, and Liebknecht, and the articles contributed to this defense. On the one hand, the series emphasized a careful study of the evolution of material conditions towards socialism in order to find social and political demands appropriate to a given stage of development. On the other hand, the series attacked a utopian thinking which insisted on the collapse of capitalism and the sudden establishment of a new order. 2. In the first article, General Remarks on Utopianism and Eclecticism, Bernstein rejected the assumption that the SDF represented the socialist movement in England. To him its electoral failures did not reflect the actual strength of socialist tendencies there. Bernstein judged that in his Cosmopolis essay Shaw had correctly explained the incongruity. In England the economic and social preconditions of socialism, the Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus, were more advanced than in Germany, but the bourgeois parties were more open to socialist demands, too. Hence they better resisted the growth of a specifically socialist party. Significantly, in this particular use of the phrase which would later form part of the title of his most famous book, Bernstein referred to material conditions required as preconditions for socialism and not to theoretical presuppositions held by various socialists. Bernstein argued that even though one could not speak of nearing the final victory of socialism or proletarian dictatorship, developments in the economy and also the spread of socialist ideas meant that advanced countries were approaching a situation of great proletarian influence. Social democrats should abandon their generally negative stand and come forward with more extensive positive proposals for reforms. Point 3. Bernstein maintained that social democracy had overcome an older utopianism which devised detailed plans for a new society, but that another kind of utopianism continued. While not making plans for a new order, it did hold dogmatically to a particular picture of future change, a leap into socialism, and characterized reforms preceding this as merely palliative, as capitalistic. Bernstein wrote, "A big line is drawn, capitalist society here, socialist society there. One does not talk about systematic work in the former, one lives from hand to mouth and drifts with events. One overcomes all theoretical difficulties by appealing to a very one-sidedly conceived class struggle and to economic development." Point 4. For Bernstein it was insufficient to propose whatever reform might win voters and for the rest leave tactical problems to the class struggle, focusing all the while on the coming Kladderadatsk. The utopian character of waiting for the final victory of socialism was not lessened by citing proof texts from Marx and Engels. Bernstein said that scientific theory could lead to utopianism when its results were taken as dogma. In his opinion, it was wrong to pull out of context the passages in Capital on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, assuming for example that the expropriation of the expropriators meant a general sudden act following a catastrophe. Bernstein found this idea utopian. For even though social catastrophes undoubtedly can, and probably will, greatly accelerate the course of development, they nevertheless cannot create overnight the kind of uniformity of conditions which would be required for a simultaneous transformation of the economy and which at any rate does not yet exist today. In the meantime, the world does not stand still. Certain branches of production or departments mature to a condition where it becomes inefficient if not harmful to the general needs of society to leave them to private exploitation. Parallel to this, the influence of the working class and of the political organizations which represent it is growing, without one yet being able to speak of a dictatorship of the proletariat. It becomes inevitable that questions will be placed on the agenda which according to this view belong after the catastrophe. According to Bernstein, for one to label such reform efforts state capitalism was utopian and unscientific, since one argued from a model of some future order instead of considering actual material conditions, social development, and political systems. Rising proletarian influence on the government meant that state-managed production could serve the people. Point 55. In Bernstein's opinion, the use of slogans like state capitalism had led to an unrestrained eclecticism by which he apparently meant proposing reforms without relating them to social economic development. To him, reform became a matter of guesswork and accident when based not on an analysis of social development but on an imagined social condition. In contrast, he found the Fabians consciously eclectic, a reaction against the sectarian utopian socialism of the early 1880s. Bernstein remarked that the Fabians based their proposals on realistic criteria, and that they often reached results not unlike those reached by a Marxist analysis, but that they erred, nonetheless, because their work lacked the unity of a theory. Like Engels, Bernstein could acknowledge the Fabians' presumed accomplishments on practical, individual issues, while still pointing to their supposed failure as theoreticians. Bernstein continued that many persons had seen the weakness. However, critics had responded only with personal vindictive generalities and slogans and not with further development of Marxism. The critics had even ignored corrections Marx and Engels themselves made to their theory. Point 6. Bernstein reported that recently a new group had formed in Great Britain to fight eclecticism. Radicals and socialists around the Progressive Review called upon all who recognized that democratic progress could be accelerated and improved. An introductory statement included the words, Careful study of the laws of how social forces form and interact will contribute to freeing progressive movements from the suspicion of blind opportunism which burdens them today, from irrational compromising, and from chasing after utopias, and will contribute to establishing a more reliable and scientific basis for social action. Bernstein presented John A. Hobson's inaugural essay as a declaration of war on eclecticism, particularly that of progressives like the Fabians. Hobson knew that disillusionment with utopianism had prompted some reformers to reject theory. Nonetheless, their neglect of theory and their belief in progress through single experiments had dearly cost the socialist cause. 7. For the second article in his Problems of Socialism series, A Theory About the Place and Limits of Collectivism, Bernstein translated Hobson's essay. On the one hand, it tacitly attacked the Fabians by showing how reforms could be based on theory. On the other hand, it criticized two assumptions: that the tendencies for capital to concentrate and centralize, replacing the middle classes, were realized, and that accordingly the economy was ready for total socialization. Hobson had reached much the same conclusion as Kautsky during the agrarian controversy. Development of capital in some areas of production might accompany people continuing to engage in small-scale, specialized, labor-intensive production elsewhere. These many small-scale producers could not be organized into effective large-scale production units, and politically they might prove an important force resisting socialism. 8. Hobson challenged the assumption that the success of joint stock companies in some industries implied the eventual socialization of all means of production and distribution. Those industries advancing most quickly to joint stock companies and towards socialization embodied what Hobson called routine production, characterized by uniformity in activity or by allowing for machinery. Routine production was in turn made possible by widespread demand for standard goods meeting common human needs. The best examples were the streets, railroads, and postal service, and then water and gas companies. Hobson speculated that someday public bakeries might supply bread. As living standards equalized, the number of routinely produced items would increase. 9. However, Hobson proceeded, the tendency towards socialization confronted a counter-tendency. Human beings also desired individualized products to fit their particular tastes, and one could produce such goods only in a specialized manner. Most socialists taught that a person's self-awareness as an individual would increase under socialism, not diminish, so progress in meeting basic human needs would generate a demand for more individualized production, not less. According to Hobson, Ruskin had shown how many materials could be used in an artistic fashion. Hobson claimed that no example existed of individualized manufacture tending toward collective production. The tendency occurred less in these fields, for division of labor and application of machinery were not appropriate. Much production would remain small-scale. 10. Hobson found in the English economist Alfred Marshall further support for the distinction between routine and individualized production. Hobson pointed out that according to Marshall, more needs could be met by encouraging the production and consumption of articles strongly affected by the law of increasing returns. Such articles, Hobson maintained, were routine products of mass consumption made in routine and easily mechanized ways. 11. Next, Hobson contended that his distinction between routine and individualized production demanded a new attitude toward monopolies. Basically, two types of monopoly existed. Hobson thought those based on the superior economy of a larger firm and those resting on control of a limited source of supply. Hobson recognized the desire to socialize the former kind of monopoly, those manufacturing articles for mass consumption in a routine way under the law of increasing returns. However, these economic arguments did not reach identical results when applied to monopolies based on natural resources such as land. On some farms the law of increasing returns did pertain, Hobson observed, and these could be socialized. In other cases small-scale production was economically viable, and such farms could remain in private hands. For Hobson, a correct policy on socialization could be twofold: some firms being socialized and others not. On those under private ownership, an appropriate rent would be taken. Hobson denied that the policy would be a compromise. For the society would socialize that which it could usefully manage. 12. Both Bernstein and Kautsky disagreed with Hobson. In remarks following Hobson's article, Bernstein commented that most consumers were producers buying a semi-finished commodity to alter for resale. They had little interest in purchasing individualized products, and so the area for routine industries was greater than Hobson anticipated. Still, Bernstein emphasized that small-scale production would continue for a long time. Like Kautsky, Bernstein believed that the very success of large-scale production created room for new forms of small-scale. Since he thought that society was not ready for full socialization, Bernstein recommended consideration of a mixed economy. 13. Bernstein could think Hobson's insights compatible with Marx. Hobson had merely identified counterforces to the tendencies for capital to concentrate and centralize, for the middle classes to disappear. In effect, he had reminded Social Democrats that in this regard capital, the anti-Düring, and the Erfurt program presented tendencies, not completed facts. Bernstein's greatest debt to Hobson was perhaps this reassurance that tendencies identified by Marx might be opposed by counterforces. To Adler, Kautsky expressed his opinion that Bernstein should have faulted the Fabians and Hobson for valuing the interests of consumers over those of producers. Socialism was concerned primarily with ending exploitation of the worker, not the consumer. However, in making this criticism, Kautsky may have been motivated in part by a desire to console Adler, who after the conflict with Kanner had wanted Bernstein to attack the Fabians more strongly than Hobson had done. 14 Hobson's article did make socialization rest on evolving economic conditions, not on a utopian ideal. And the essay contained other ideas. Kautsky accepted the continuing existence of small-scale production in agriculture, the expansion of small-scale production in some branches of industry while capital developed in others, the need for a mixed economy in the future. In its purpose, the third article of the Problems of Socialism series, the present condition of industrial development in Germany, resembled the second. Bernstein struck again at the premise that the current economic situation made total socialization practicable in the near future. However, Bernstein also warned against overestimating the economic significance of small-scale production. In this respect, the third article sought to correct Hobson. Reviewing recent government statistics, Bernstein first affirmed a powerful tendency toward capital concentration in German industry. In terms of the number of people employed, small-scale production was still extensive, but many of the small enterprises listed by the government were actually economic subdivisions of large concerns, Bernstein believed. And the industrial worker was immensely more productive than the craftsman, so large-scale production already dominated the economy. The tendency toward capital concentration was appearing even in artistic production, as Hobson admitted. Still, Bernstein cautioned that the fact that large-scale manufacture was ever more important did not in itself mean that the large factories were ready for socialization. 15. In his Problems of Socialism, Bernstein neither favored the Fabians nor gave uncritical approval to Hobson. However, Bernstein did attack central ideas of the SDF. In doing so, Bernstein aided Kautsky in his battle against Bax. E. Bell for Bax's reply. During the summer and autumn of 1896, Ernest Balfour Bax had suffered Kautsky's rebuke to his philosophy of history, Bernstein's criticism of SDF policies and assumptions, and especially Bernstein's rejection of the theory of colonialism which Bax had proffered during debates on South Africa. So in November 1896 Bax retaliated. While doing so, he helped define key terms and issues of the revisionist controversy, including the accusation that Bernstein had abandoned social democracy for Fabianism. In an article titled Are German Fabian Convert, or Socialism According to Bernstein, which appeared in Justice on November 7, 1896, Bax disputed Bernstein's representing the SPD on the subject of colonialism and the extension of capitalism. Bax wrote, in number 4 of the new volume of the Neue Zeit, Bernstein favors us with some 8 pages of the purest extract of Philistinism we have yet read from his pen anent the situation in Turkey, and the attitude of socialists towards national risings. The statements contained in the aforesaid article resolve themselves into an allegation that only those risings deserve the sympathy of the socialists which are likely to result in the expansion of capitalist civilization. To Bax there were at least three good reasons for resisting the spread of capitalism. Modern civilization was evil, not all peoples needed to pass through the capitalist stage, and most importantly, capitalism's expansion abroad might delay the imminent collapse of the present economic system. Hence, for Bax, socialists must fight the advance of civilization. While naturally desirous of removing any abuses incident to Turkish rule, we heartily support the maintenance of the Turkish Empire, as preserving, partially at least, a considerable chunk of humanity from the blessings of the world market, the factory, Christianity, and the Hochkultur generally. The same applies to the barbaric and savage communities of Africa upon whom the curse of civilization has not yet fallen. Their fight against the white man, against missions, traders, and settlers is our fight. 1. Bax wished to protect native peoples from modern civilization in order to precipitate the collapse of capitalism. Bernstein, in contrast, considered modern civilization a relative good. He did not see an economic collapse required before proletarian rule and socialism. He feared that it might even postpone the achievement of socialism by delaying formation of the proletariat, creation of social wealth, and completion of the democratic republic. In any case, Bernstein apparently understood Marx to have implied that the expansion of capital abroad was inevitable so long as capitalism existed. 2. It would seem that at this point neither side in the debate had clearly addressed the issue of national self-determination. Yes, Bax declared, we recognize no rights, under any circumstances whatever, for a civilized power to subjugate races living in a lower stage of social development and to force civilization upon them. 3. Yet, he condoned the Ottoman Empire's forestalling the aspirations of various subject peoples. Perhaps Bernstein failed to differentiate sufficiently between these subject nations moving autonomously toward bourgeois society and the imposition of capitalism by Europeans on Africa. In his November Justice article, Bax complained that Bernstein did favor bourgeois nationalist movements like those in 1848. It was concerning the national question that Bernstein had, according to Bax, sneered at the final triumph of socialism. Bernstein had explained that national independence was possible before socialism, as in the examples of Italy and Germany. Bax replied, No, friend Bernstein, it is a little too late in the day to serve up the 48 swindles of national freedom, independence and unity as an acceptable cold collation to the proletariat of modern Europe. Try something else. Happily, the feeling is growing among the working classes that all national aspirations are a fraud and a red herring designed to trick them out of following the true goal of international socialism. 4. In his article on Turkey, Bernstein had recognized national interest and patriotic feeling. But he did not identify this nationalism with chauvinism or find it incompatible with internationalism. Marx, Engels, Kautsky, and Luxemburg had supported certain national movements. In reference to the London Congress's response to the question of oppressed peoples, Bernstein had criticized the phrase final victory of socialism, but as an empty excuse for inaction on an urgent issue. 5. Bax wrongly implied that Bernstein had abandoned international socialism in favor of a bourgeois nationalism and capitalism. According to Bax, capitalism and socialism stood opposed antithetically to one another. Supposedly, Bernstein had looked for an intermediary stage, a Vermittlung. In search of it, he had allegedly turned to the Fabians, only then to abandon the socialist goal. Bax contended,